Sleeping Stories.
The blade found flesh before the temple bells finished their evening song. In the garden of the Tokugawa stronghold, beneath cherry blossoms that would bloom pink by morning, a man died without understanding why. His blood pooled black in the moonlight, mixing with the carefully raked gravel that had taken a servant 3 hours to perfect. The killer was already gone, a shadow that had never truly been there, leaving only a single white chrysanthemum placed precisely where the body would fall. It was the 14th such death in 6 months. The shogunate had called them natural passings, accidents of fortune, the will of heaven. But in the underground chambers of Kyoto, in rooms that smelled of incense and old parchment, men who wore the creed of hidden blades knew better. They called the killer the Muenbotoke, the one without ties, the ghost who walked between worlds. And if the whispers were true, if the fragments of intelligence gathered from 100 bloody scenes could be believed, then everything the Brotherhood had built in Japan over 3 generations was about to shatter. Because the Muenbotoke was not supposed to exist. Not in the records. Not in the carefully maintained genealogies of the samurai class. Not in the birth registers of any province from Hokkaido to Kyushu. And yet 14 bodies said otherwise. Kenjiro stood in the rain outside the Gion district, watching the lanterns reflect off wet stone. He had been a member of the Assassin Brotherhood for 12 years, trained in the old ways by a master who had learned his craft in Constantinople before bringing the creed east. He knew how to read a city the way monks read sutras, finding meaning in the spaces between the obvious. Tonight, Kyoto was screaming a message he did not want to hear. The Templar Order had found something, or someone, and they were moving pieces across the board with a confidence that made his instincts howl warnings. The message had come 3 days ago, carried by a tea merchant who knew nothing of what he transported. A simple ceramic bowl with a hairline crack along the rim, barely visible unless you knew to look. Inside the crack, sealed with wax that matched the clay, a strip of rice paper, no wider than a finger. The message was unsigned, but Kenjiro recognized the hand. His mentor, Master Takeda, wrote with brushstrokes like sword cuts, each character precise and absolute. The message said only this: the one who should not be has killed again. The Templars are hunting. You must find first. The 16th blossom will fall at the hour of the rat in the house of the golden Paulnea. Prevent this and you will understand everything. The house of the golden Paulnea was a sake brewery on the eastern edge of the city, owned by a merchant family that had supplied the imperial court for 6 generations. Respectable, wealthy, connected to power in ways that most people never saw. Kenjiro had spent 2 days learning everything about them, and what he found made his skin prickle with the sensation of larger patterns just beyond sight. The owner, Tanaka Masanori, was a devoted patron of a particular Buddhist temple in the hills above the city. That temple had recently received a generous donation from a Dutch trading company. That company employed a translator who had once studied in Rome. And in Rome, in the grand halls where men spoke of peace while sharpening knives, the Templar Order maintained their oldest stronghold. The connections were gossamer thin, the kind of intelligence work that took weeks to untangle. But Kenjiro had learned long ago that the Templars did not work in bold strokes. They moved like roots beneath stone, patient and inexorable, spreading their influence through marriages and debts and favors owed. If they wanted Tanaka Masanori dead, it was not for his sake business. It was for what his death would accomplish. A gap in the supply chain to the court. A family inheritance that would pass to a nephew who owed money to certain moneylenders. A single thread pulled that would unravel a tapestry too large to see. The rain fell harder. Kenjiro pulled his cloak tighter and moved through the streets like water, finding cracks, never quite where the patrols would look, never quite absent from the places that mattered. The hour of the rat was approaching, midnight to 1 in the morning, when the city held its breath between one day and the next. The brewery would be locked and dark, the workers long since gone to their homes. Only Tanaka Masanori would remain, as he did every night, performing his accounting in the small office that overlooked the fermentation vats. It was ritual, predictable, the kind of habit that made assassination simple. Kenjiro reached the brewery wall and paused. His fingers found the handholds he had scouted 2 nights before, gaps in the mortar that could have been accidental, but felt too perfect, too deliberately placed. Someone else had climbed this wall recently. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing. He pulled himself up slowly, distributing his weight, making no sound that would carry over the drum of rain on tile. At the top he crouched, scanning the courtyard below. Empty, dark. The main building sat like a sleeping beast, its paper screens glowing faintly from the single lamp that burned in Tanaka Masanori's office. Then he saw the other figure, a silhouette on the opposite roof, motionless as carved stone, watching the same window he was watching. For a moment, Kenjiro's heart stopped. The posture was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. Assassins moved with a particular economy of motion, a style drilled through years of training until it became instinct. This figure held themselves differently, looser, more natural, as if stillness was not a technique learned, but a state of being achieved. The figure moved, one moment on the roof, the next dropping into the courtyard with a grace that made no sound. Kenjiro saw the glint of steel in the lamplight spilling from the office window. A blade, but not like his hidden blade, not like the weapons he knew from Brotherhood armories. This was longer, curved, unmistakably a katana, but worn in a way that no samurai would wear it, slung low across the back, where it could be drawn in a single fluid motion that broke every rule of proper swordsmanship. He had seconds to decide. Let this play out and watch. Gathering intelligence that Master Takeda desperately needed, or intervene, and possibly destroy, the one chance they had to understand what was happening. The figure was already moving toward the office, sliding along the wall like shadow given purpose. Inside, through the paper screen, Kenjiro could see Tanaka Masanori bent over his ledgers, brush moving in steady rhythm, utterly unaware that death was steps away. Kenjiro dropped into the courtyard. He did not try for silence now, he tried for speed. His feet hit the wet stone, and he was already moving, closing the distance, his own blade extending from the mechanism strapped to his wrist. The figure heard him, spun, and Kenjiro saw the face beneath the hood, and every assumption he had made about this night shattered into pieces. It was a woman, young, perhaps 20, with eyes that caught the lamplight like a cat's. Her face was painted white in the style of certain entertainers, but the paint was cracked and rain-streaked, revealing skin beneath that was scarred along the left cheek in 3 parallel lines. Claw marks, old ones. She looked at Kenjiro with an expression that was not surprise or fear or anger. It was calculation. Pure and instant, the look of someone weighing variables and outcomes faster than thought. She did not attack. Instead, she raised one hand, palm open, fingers spread in a gesture that Kenjiro recognized but had never seen used in Japan. It was a Brotherhood sign, old as the Order itself, the signal for parley among those who served the creed. But that made no sense. She could not be Brotherhood. Master Takeda would have known. The network would have known. No woman had ever been inducted into the Japanese branch of the Order, not in the 50 years since its founding. The traditions were too strong, the social barriers too absolute. Kenjiro hesitated. That hesitation saved both their lives. The paper screen of the office exploded outward in a spray of wood and torn paper. 3 men crashed through, moving with the coordinated precision of professional soldiers. They wore dark clothes, but their weapons caught the light. European steel. Short swords that could thrust or slash, far more versatile than traditional katana, the kind of blades that merchant companies supplied to private guards who protected trade routes from bandits. But these men were not guards. The way they moved, the way they spread to cover angles, the way they focused on the woman first and Kenjiro second, told him everything he needed to know. Templars, or men who served Templar interests, which amounted to the same thing. They had been waiting inside. The whole thing was a trap, not for Tanaka Masanori, for whoever came to kill him, which meant the Templars knew about the Muenbotoke, knew she would come tonight, had set this whole elaborate stage just to capture her, which meant the white chrysanthemums, the pattern of deaths, all of it had been bait. And both Kenjiro and the woman had walked straight into the snare. The woman moved first. She did not draw her katana. Instead, her hand went to her belt and came away with something small that she threw in a single smooth motion. The object hit the ground between the 3 men and exploded in a flash of light and sound that turned the night into screaming brightness. Kenjiro's eyes slammed shut on instinct, but even through closed lids, he saw the afterimage burned into his vision. Gunpowder, mixed with something else, something that made the flash burn hotter and brighter than any firework he had seen. The woman grabbed his wrist. Her grip was iron. She yanked him toward the wall, and he followed on pure instinct, his training taking over where conscious thought stumbled. Behind them he heard the men recovering, shouting to each other in Japanese, but with accents that marked them as foreigners who had learned the language from merchants. Dutch, he thought, or Portuguese. The woman hit the wall running and went up it like a spider, her feet finding holds that Kenjiro could barely see. He followed, his Brotherhood training pushing him past the limits of normal human capability, the years of conditioning allowing him to keep pace with someone who moved like she had been born in the spaces between rooftops. They crested the wall as the first gunshot cracked through the rain. The bullet hit stone an inch from Kenjiro's hand, spraying chips of mortar across his face. He rolled over the top and dropped to the street below, landing in a crouch that absorbed the impact through his legs and spine. The woman was already running. He chased her through streets that twisted like intestines, past shuttered shops and sleeping houses, into the warren of alleys that made up the old merchant quarter, where even the city patrols rarely ventured after dark. She stopped finally in a covered market that would bustle with life in a few hours, but now stood empty and silent. She turned to face him, breathing hard but not winded, her hand on the hilt of her katana, but not drawing it. They stood in the darkness beneath the market roof, rain drumming above them, both assessing, both understanding that what happened in the next few seconds would determine whether they became allies or corpses. Kenjiro spoke first. His voice was steady, despite the adrenaline singing in his veins. "Who are you?" She studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "I am the one who should not exist. I am the daughter of a samurai and a merchant's widow, born in a year when no daughters were recorded, trained by a man who had no students, serving a cause that claims it fights for freedom while building its empire on the corpses of people like me. I am Yuki, and you are Brotherhood, which means your master sent you to stop me from killing Tanaka Masanori, which means he believes the Templar lies, which means I am going to have to convince you very quickly that everything you think you know about the past 6 months is a carefully constructed deception." Kenjiro felt the words land like physical blows. Master Takeda had said to prevent the killing, had said the Muenbotoke was a threat, had said nothing about Templar deception, about traps, about any of this. He kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing through implications. If she was telling the truth, if this was all Templar manipulation, then the Brotherhood had been dancing to an enemy's tune for months. But if she was lying, if this was some deeper game, then he had just let the most dangerous assassin in Japan escape justice. "Prove it," he said. She reached into her coat. Kenjiro tensed, but she moved slowly, deliberately, pulling out a small bundle, wrapped in oiled cloth. She unwrapped it carefully, and held out what lay inside. It was a blade, a hidden blade, like the one on Kenjiro's wrist but older. The mechanism worn smooth with use. The metal was etched with markings that Kenjiro recognized. Arabic script. The words of the creed in the language of Masyaf. The birthplace of the Brotherhood centuries ago. This was not some Japanese forgery. This was real, ancient, sacred. "Where did you get that?" Kenjiro breathed. "From the man who taught me everything I know," Yuki said. "From Master Takeda, before he betrayed the creed and sold his soul to the Templars." The rain fell. Somewhere in the distance a dog barked. Kenjiro stood frozen, the hidden blade in Yuki's palm reflecting lamplight from a distant window, and felt the foundation of his world begin to crack. Master Takeda was the Brotherhood in Japan. He had built the network, trained the operatives, maintained contact with the European chapters. Everything Kenjiro knew about the creed, about the war against the Templars, about the mission to preserve human freedom, came from that one man. If Yuki was right, if Takeda had turned, then the entire Japanese Brotherhood was compromised, worse than compromised, weaponized against itself. "You are lying," Kenjiro said, but his voice carried no conviction. Yuki shook her head. "I wish I was. The man you know as Master Takeda, the one who sent you to stop me tonight, is not the man who trained me 15 years ago. That man died. Or perhaps he was always a lie. I do not know anymore. What I know is that every target I have killed in the past 6 months was not a Templar agent. They were witnesses. People who saw too much, who knew too much, who could expose the network that Takeda has been building inside the shogunate. The white chrysanthemums were his calling card, not mine. He left them to make it look like a single assassin was operating, to create the myth of the Muenbotoke, to give himself a monster to hunt while he consolidated power. Then why did you kill them?" Kenjiro demanded. "Because they were already dead," Yuki said flatly. "By the time I reached each target, they had been poisoned. Slow-acting toxins that would kill in hours, designed to look like natural death. I simply made sure they died faster and cleaner than what the poison would have done. And I took their final words, their confessions, their intelligence, everything they knew about what Takeda was really building." She pulled out another bundle. This one contained papers, dozens of them, covered in different hands. Kenjiro scanned the visible text and felt ice form in his stomach. Names, dates, transaction records, a web of connections that linked Takeda to merchant houses, to foreign trading companies, to nobles in the shogunate. And at the center of it all, repeating like a mantra, a single phrase in Portuguese: Ordem progresso, order and progress. The Templar motto. Tanaka Masanori was going to give testimony, Yuki continued. He finally understood what his money was funding. He was going to go to the imperial court, reveal the foreign connections, expose the whole network. So Takeda sent you to save him, knowing that the Templars would be waiting, knowing that you would either die in the trap, or I would have to reveal myself to save you. Either way he wins. Either way the Brotherhood loses its best operative, or I lose my anonymity. Why save me then? Kenjiro asked. Because I remember what the creed actually means, Yuki said. Because despite everything I still believe that some assassins are worth saving. And because I need help. I cannot take down Takeda alone. He has spent 15 years building his power base. He has agents in every major city, contacts in the shogunate, protection from forces that I cannot touch by myself. But together, if you are willing to question everything you have been taught, we might have a chance. Kenjiro looked at the papers in her hands, looked at the ancient hidden blade that bore the marks of the true Brotherhood, looked at her face, at the scars and the determination and the exhaustion that came from fighting a war that no one else knew was happening. He thought about Master Takeda, about the missions he had been sent on over the years, about the targets he had eliminated without question because he trusted the intelligence he was given. How many of those kills had been righteous? How many had been manipulation? How many times had he been the weapon that struck down the very people the creed was supposed to protect? The rain began to ease. Dawn was still hours away, but Kenjiro could feel the night changing, moving towards some inevitable conclusion. He had trained for 12 years to follow orders without hesitation, to trust the chain of command, to believe in the wisdom of those who had walked the path before him. Now a woman who should not exist, who carried a blade that proved her connection to the true Brotherhood, was asking him to burn it all down and start again. He thought about the message Master Takeda had sent, about how precise it had been, about how it had led him exactly where he needed to be for the trap to spring, about how easily he had walked into it, following orders like a loyal dog. The anger that rose in him then was cold and pure, not rage, calculation. If Takeda had betrayed the creed, if everything Yuki said was true, then the only response was the one the Brotherhood had always taken against traitors. Swift, final, absolute. Tell me everything, Kenjiro said. Every detail, every piece of evidence, every connection you have uncovered, and then tell me where Takeda will be 3 days from now. Because if you are right about this, if he has truly sold his soul to the Templar Order, then we are going to do what the creed demands. We are going to give him the only justice that matters. Yuki's expression did not change, but something in her eyes shifted. Relief, or perhaps recognition. The look of someone who had been fighting alone for so long that they had forgotten what an ally looked like. She nodded once, sharp and decisive, and began to speak. What she told him, standing in that empty market, as the rain faded to mist, and the first gray light of dawn began to touch the eastern sky, rewrote everything Kenjiro thought he knew about the war in the shadows. The Templars had not been idle in Japan. They had been patient, 3 generations patient, working through trading companies and marriage alliances and careful manipulation of the shogunate's endless political struggles. They had found in Master Takeda exactly what they needed. A man who believed in order above freedom. A man who thought the creed's dedication to free will was chaos-given philosophy. A man who could be turned, slowly and completely, until he served the Templar cause while still believing he served the Brotherhood. Takeda had spent 15 years building a network that mirrored the Brotherhood's structure, but inverted its purpose. Where true assassins worked to preserve human choice and resist tyranny, Takeda's agents worked to consolidate power and eliminate dissent. The people Yuki had mercy killed were not random targets. They were pieces of a larger pattern. A merchant who had discovered illegal weapons shipments. A court official who questioned foreign influence on domestic policy. A Buddhist monk who preached resistance to the shogunate's increasing centralization of power. Each death removed an obstacle to the Templar vision of ordered society. And Yuki herself was the ultimate proof of Takeda's betrayal. She had been his student once, his greatest success, trained from childhood in the ways of the Brotherhood. But when she began to question his methods, when she started to see the pattern behind the missions he had tried to have her killed, she survived only because another assassin, one of the old guard, who still remembered what the creed truly meant, had warned her. That assassin died, buying her time to escape. His name had been Ichiro. He had served the Brotherhood for 30 years, and Takeda had labeled him a traitor and had him executed in secret. His body dumped in the river, his name erased from the records. Yuki had spent the past 3 years living in the margins, taking contracts as a blade for hire to survive, gathering intelligence on Takeda's network, trying to find proof that would convince the European Brotherhood to investigate. But communications were slow, and the distances vast, and by the time any message reached Constantinople or Venice, Takeda had already sent his own reports, painting Yuki as a rogue agent who had succumbed to madness and ambition. The Brotherhood leadership believed him. Why would they not? He was Master Takeda, architect of their expansion into Japan, mentor to a dozen operatives, keeper of the Eastern archives. So Yuki had changed tactics. She stopped trying to convince others and started striking directly at Takeda's network. The 14 mercy killings were only the visible part. She had also been sabotaging operations, stealing documents, turning informants. Death by 1,000 cuts. But it was not enough. Takeda was too entrenched, too protected. She needed someone inside his organization. Someone who could get close. Someone he trusted completely. Someone like Kenjiro. The plan she outlined was audacious and brutal, and carried about a dozen different ways to get them both killed. But as Kenjiro listened, as he traced the logic of it, he realized it might actually work. Takeda believed Kenjiro was loyal, believed he would report back about the encounter with the Muenbotoke, about the Templar trap, about everything that had happened tonight. Kenjiro would do exactly that. He would return to Takeda and tell the truth, or at least a version of it. He would say that the Muenbotoke escaped, that the Templars had set a trap but failed to spring it effectively, that he needed more resources, more intelligence, to track her down. And while Takeda focused on the hunt for Yuki, while he committed more agents and more resources to finding the ghost who haunted his network, Kenjiro would be gathering evidence. Real evidence. The kind that could not be dismissed or explained away. Documents. Testimonies. Physical proof of the connections between Takeda and the Templar Order. It would take time, weeks or even months. But when they moved, when they finally struck, it would be with enough force to shatter Takeda's entire operation. The dawn came fully, while they planned. The market began to wake around them. Vendors arriving to set up stalls, the smell of cooking food drifting on the morning air. Kenjiro and Yuki stood in the shadows beneath the market roof. Two assassins forging an alliance that should never have existed, preparing to wage a war that no one else knew needed fighting. When they finally parted, Yuki melting back into the city's labyrinth of alleys, and Kenjiro heading toward the Brotherhood's safe house to make his false report. They did not shake hands or exchange promises. They simply looked at each other with the understanding that comes from shared purpose. They were going to save the Brotherhood by destroying it. They were going to honor the creed by killing a master who had betrayed it. They were going to risk everything on the hope that truth mattered more than tradition. Kenjiro walked through Kyoto as the city came to life, his mind already composing the lies he would tell Master Takeda. The rain had stopped. The sun was rising, and somewhere in the distance, temple bells rang the hour, marking the passage of time with their ancient bronze voices. He thought about the blade Yuki carried, about the Arabic script that proved her connection to the true Brotherhood. He thought about Ichiro, the assassin who had died to save her, whose name Takeda had erased from history. He thought about all the people who had been killed in the name of order, sacrificed to a vision of perfect society that the Templar Order had been pursuing for 1,000 years. The creed said nothing is true, everything is permitted. But what that really meant, what Kenjiro was only now beginning to understand, was that truth had to be fought for, that permission was not the same as righteousness, that freedom required constant vigilance against those who would trade it for the illusion of safety. Master Takeda had forgotten that. Or perhaps he had never really believed it. Perhaps he had always been drawn to the Templar vision, to the idea that humanity needed guidance, that chaos was the enemy and order the answer. Kenjiro reached the safe house as the morning market crowds began to fill the streets. It was a noodle shop on the surface, run by an elderly couple who asked no questions and saw nothing unusual about the men who came and went at odd hours. He went in through the back entrance and descended to the basement where the Brotherhood maintained its operations center for Kyoto. The room was cramped and smelled of lamp oil and old paper. Maps covered the walls marked with symbols that only Brotherhood members would recognize. A weapons rack held an assortment of blades and tools. In the corner, a small shrine to the memory of fallen assassins flickered with candlelight. Master Takeda was waiting. He sat at the low table in the center of the room, a cup of tea steaming in front of him, his weathered face composed in an expression of patient inquiry. He was in his 60s, his hair gone silver, his hands marked with the scars of a lifetime of combat. He wore a simple gray kimono that gave no hint of the weapons concealed beneath it, or the authority he commanded. When he looked up at Kenjiro, his eyes were calm and measuring. "You survived," Takeda said. "Good. Tell me everything." Kenjiro knelt across from him and began to lie. He spoke with the tone of a dutiful student, reporting to a trusted master, keeping his voice neutral, his body language open. He described the trap at the brewery, the Templar soldiers, the Muenbotoke's intervention and escape. He said nothing about the conversation in the market, nothing about the papers Yuki carried, or the accusations she had made. He simply presented the facts that a loyal operative would present, seeking guidance, asking for direction on how to proceed. Takeda listened without interruption. When Kenjiro finished, the old master was silent for a long moment, sipping his tea, his expression thoughtful. Then he set down the cup with precise care and spoke in a voice that carried the weight of absolute conviction. "The Muenbotoke is more dangerous than I initially believed," Takeda said. "She has clearly made contact with foreign elements, perhaps even with Templar agents who are using her for their own purposes. This changes our approach. We cannot simply hunt her down. We must understand who is backing her, what larger plan she serves. I want you to continue the investigation, but be cautious. The Templars are moving pieces on the board that we cannot yet see until we understand their strategy. We are vulnerable." Kenjiro bowed his head in acknowledgement. "As you command, Master." Takeda stood and moved to the window, looking out at the narrow alley beyond. "There is more at stake here than one rogue assassin," he continued. "The shogunate is at a critical juncture. The foreigners press harder each year for access to our ports, for trade agreements, for influence over our government. If we do not maintain order, if we allow chaos to flourish in the name of some abstract ideal of freedom, then Japan will fall to the same colonial powers that have devoured nations across the globe. The Brotherhood must be pragmatic. We must sometimes choose the lesser evil. We must sometimes work with those we would prefer to oppose. This is wisdom, Kenjiro. This is what separates true servants of humanity from naive idealists who would rather burn the world than compromise their principles." The words were everything Yuki had warned him about. The Templar philosophy wrapped in Brotherhood rhetoric. Order over freedom, pragmatism over principle. the ends justifying the means. Kenjiro kept his face neutral, kept his voice steady, kept the rage locked deep inside, where it could not show. "I understand, Master," he said. "Zeta," Takeda replied. "Then we will speak again soon. Rest, recover. The hunt continues tomorrow." Kenjiro left the safe house with his mind churning. The conversation had confirmed everything. Takeda was not even trying to hide his sympathies anymore, at least not from someone he believed was loyal. The talk of working with the shogunate, of maintaining order, of choosing lesser evils, it was all there. The betrayal was complete. Now it was just a matter of gathering enough proof to make the European Brotherhood listen, to make them understand that one of their most trusted masters had turned. He spent the rest of the day moving through Kyoto in careful patterns, checking dead drops, meeting with contacts, slowly building the intelligence network that would ultimately destroy Takeda. It was exhausting work, made worse by the need to maintain appearances, to continue operating as if nothing had changed. Every conversation was a performance. Every report was carefully edited to hide what he was really doing. He felt like he was living in two worlds simultaneously. The world where he was Kenjiro, loyal student of Master Takeda, obedient servant of the Brotherhood, and the world where he was something else entirely. A spy within his own organization, a weapon being carefully sharpened for a single purpose. 3 days later, he met Yuki again. This time in a tea house on the edge of the Katsura River, a place popular with artists and poets, where no one would think twice about two people having a quiet conversation in a private room. She came disguised as a wealthy merchant's daughter, her face properly made up, her kimono expensive and carefully arranged. If he had not been looking for her specifically, if he had not known the subtle signs to watch for, he would never have recognized her. They sat across from each other with the paper screens closed and the sound of the river flowing just beyond the walls. Between them was a low table with tea service and a plate of sweets that neither touched. Yuki's eyes were sharp and alert, despite her demure appearance. "You were right about everything," Kenjiro said quietly. "Takeda is not even hiding it anymore. He speaks openly about working with the shogunate, about maintaining order above freedom. He has fully embraced the Templar philosophy." Yuki nodded. "I expected as much. The question is whether we have enough to prove it to others. The European Brotherhood will not take action based on our word alone. They need documentation. They need witnesses. They need evidence that cannot be denied. I am working on it," Kenjiro said. "But it will take time. Takeda has been careful. Most of his communications with the Templars are verbal or conducted through intermediaries. The paper trail is thin. Then we make him create one," Yuki replied. "We need to force him into a position where he has to commit his plans to writing, where he has to involve others in ways that can be traced. I have an idea, but it will require perfect timing and absolute trust between us." "Tell me," Kenjiro said. What Yuki proposed was so risky that Kenjiro's first instinct was to refuse outright. But as she explained the logic, as she walked him through each step, he began to see the genius of it. They were going to stage a crisis, a threat so severe that Takeda would have to coordinate a response with his Templar allies, something that would force written orders, emergency meetings, the full mobilization of his secret network. And at the center of that crisis would be Yuki herself, playing the role of the Muenbotoke one final time, threatening to expose everything. It was a gambit that could get them both killed if anything went wrong. But if it succeeded, they would have everything they needed. Proof of collaboration, names of Templar agents, documentation of the entire conspiracy, enough to bring to the European Brotherhood and demand action. They spent hours refining the plan, anticipating problems, building in contingencies. When they finally parted, the sun was setting, and the tea house was filling with evening customers. Kenjiro walked back into the city, with the weight of what was coming pressing down on his shoulders. In 2 weeks, they would make their move. In 2 weeks, they would know if the Creed could be saved, or if the Brotherhood in Japan was truly lost. The gambling den on the edge of the pleasure district was thick with smoke, and the sharp smell of cheap sake. Men crowded around low tables, shouting over dice games and card spreads, their voices rising in waves of triumph and despair. No one noticed Kenjiro slip through the back entrance, moving like smoke through the press of bodies. No one saw him climb the narrow stairs to the second floor, where private rooms catered to those who preferred their vices conducted away from common eyes. The room he entered was empty, except for a single figure sitting in shadow beside a shuttered window. Hayato looked up as Kenjiro closed the door. He was younger than Kenjiro by 3 years, lean and nervous, with the quick darting eyes of someone who had learned early that survival meant seeing danger before it arrived. He had been inducted into the Brotherhood 18 months ago, trained by Master Takeda in the traditional way, taught to follow orders without question. Kenjiro had worked with him twice before on reconnaissance missions. The boy was competent but inexperienced, still believing in the simple clarity of right and wrong that training emphasized, still trusting that the Brotherhood served only the causes of freedom and justice. Looking at him now, Kenjiro felt the weight of what he was about to do. Corruption spread through organizations like rot through wood, unseen until the structure collapsed. How many others like Hayato served Takeda without knowing what they truly served? How many had carried out missions believing they struck at Templar agents when they actually eliminated witnesses and dissidents? How many would die, still believing the lie? "You summoned me," Hayato said. His voice carried an edge of uncertainty. Master Takeda did not mention any joint operations. "This is separate from Takeda's knowledge," Kenjiro replied. He settled onto the floor across from the younger assassin, keeping his posture relaxed, his tone conversational. "I need information, specifically about a mission you completed 4 months ago. The merchant in Osaka, who died in what was ruled an accidental fire." Hayato's face went carefully blank. "That information is restricted. Master Takeda said the details were not to be discussed outside of direct debriefing." "I understand the order," Kenjiro said, "but circumstances have changed. I have reason to believe that mission is connected to a larger operation that threatens the Brotherhood. I need to know exactly what intelligence you were given, what your target supposedly did, and what evidence was provided to justify the assassination." The younger man shifted uncomfortably. His hand moved unconsciously toward his wrist, where his hidden blade was concealed. It was not a threatening gesture, just the instinctive reach for reassurance that all assassins developed. "I was told the merchant was a Templar financier, that he was funneling money to agents working to undermine the shogunate's stability, that eliminating him would disrupt a network of foreign influence." "What evidence supported this?" Kenjiro pressed. "Documents," Hayato said. "Master Takeda showed me correspondence between the merchant and a Dutch trading company. The letters discussed shipments and payments using coded language. It was clear they referred to more than simple trade goods." "Did you see the original documents or copies?" Hayato paused. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to understand where the questions were leading. "Copies. Translations, actually. Master Takeda said the originals were in Dutch and had been translated by a trusted contact. And you trusted this translation without verification." "I trusted Master Takeda," Hayato said. His voice carried an edge now, defensive and uncertain. "Why are you asking these questions? What are you implying?" Kenjiro held his gaze. "I am implying nothing. I am stating facts. You were sent to kill a man based on translated documents you never verified, provided by a single source you never questioned, targeting someone whose crimes you accepted on faith alone. Does that sound like the Brotherhood's methods to you? Does that sound like the careful verification and multiple source confirmation that our training emphasizes? The blood drained from Hayato's face. For a long moment he said nothing, his mind clearly racing through implications he had never considered. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that the merchant you killed in Osaka was not a Templar agent," Kenjiro replied. "He was a witness. He had discovered that certain shipments from Dutch companies contained weapons destined for specific samurai clans that opposed the shogunate's centralization policies. He was preparing to testify before regional officials. 3 days after you killed him, his testimony died with him. The investigation was quietly closed, and the weapon shipments continued unimpeded." "You are lying," Hayato said. But there was no conviction in his voice. Kenjiro reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded paper. He set it on the floor between them. "This is the actual correspondence the merchant was preparing to submit to authorities, written in his own hand, dated 1 week before his death. It names specific ships, specific cargo manifests, specific bribes paid to port officials. It has nothing to do with Templar operations. It is simply a merchant trying to expose illegal weapons trafficking that threatens regional peace." Hayato stared at the document, but did not reach for it. His hands trembled slightly. "If this is true, if what you are saying is true, then I murdered an innocent man. Then Master Takeda lied to me. Then everything I have done in service to the Brotherhood has been built on deception." "Not everything," Kenjiro said gently. "Your skills are real. Your dedication is real. Your belief in the creed is real. What is false is the man you believed was leading you toward righteous purpose. Master Takeda has been compromised. I do not know when it happened, or how deep the corruption runs, but I know with absolute certainty that he now serves Templar interests while wearing Brotherhood colors. And I know that others like you have been used as weapons against the very people we are supposed to protect." The younger assassin's breathing had become ragged. He looked up at Kenjiro with eyes that held a mixture of rage and desperation and grief. "Why are you telling me this? What do you want from me?" "I want you to help me stop him," Kenjiro said. "I want you to join an operation that will expose Takeda's betrayal and cleanse the Brotherhood of his corruption. But I will not lie to you. It will be dangerous. It will require you to question everything you have been taught. And when it is over, you will have to live with the knowledge of what you did while believing you served a righteous cause. That burden is heavy. I will not judge you if you choose to walk away." Hayato was silent for a long time. Outside the room, the gambling den continued its raucous business. Voices raised in victory and defeat, the clatter of dice and coins providing a strange counterpoint to the conversation unfolding in shadow. When the young assassin finally spoke, his voice was hard as stone. "Tell me what you need me to do." Over the next hour, Kenjiro explained the plan. Not all of it. Not the deepest details that could compromise the operation if Hayato were captured, but enough to give him a role to play. In 1 week's time there would be a meeting. Master Takeda would summon his most trusted operatives to discuss the escalating threat of the Muenbotoke. It would be held at a monastery in the hills north of Kyoto, a place the Brotherhood used for secure gatherings when operational security was paramount. Hayato would attend as ordered, but he would also carry a concealed recording device, a small mechanical apparatus that Yuki had obtained through her own networks, capable of capturing voices through a wax cylinder mechanism that Dutch inventors had recently perfected. The device would record everything said in that meeting, every order given, every conspiracy discussed. every piece of evidence that Takeda was not hunting the Muenbotoke, but rather coordinating with Templar agents to expand his control over the Brotherhood's Japanese operations. It was risky. If the device were discovered, if Hayato showed any sign of duplicity, he would be killed immediately. But it was necessary. They needed Takeda's own words condemning him. They needed proof so clear that even the most loyal Brotherhood members would have to acknowledge the truth. Hayato listened with the intensity of someone whose entire worldview was being rebuilt from ash. When Kenjiro finished, the younger man nodded once. "I will do it. Not because I trust you completely, not because I am certain you are right, but because if there is even a chance that what you say is true, then I have a responsibility to discover it. The creed demands truth above comfort. It demands action above faith. I will get you the evidence you need." They parted with the careful choreography of people who knew they were stepping into a war that could consume them both. Kenjiro left first, slipping back into the gambling den's chaos, becoming just another body in the press of humanity that filled Kyoto's entertainment districts each night. Hayato waited 10 minutes, then departed through a different exit. Neither looked back. Neither acknowledged the bond they had just forged. In the world of shadows where assassins operated, trust was a commodity more valuable than gold and far more dangerous to carry. The days that followed were a careful dance of preparation and deception. Kenjiro continued his normal duties, reporting to Master Takeda, accepting assignments, maintaining the facade of loyal service. He tracked down leads on the Muenbotoke that went nowhere by design, filed reports that were thorough enough to satisfy scrutiny, but empty of actual progress. All the while he was building a secondary network of intelligence, meeting with Yuki in carefully chosen locations, coordinating timing, refining their plan until it gleamed like a blade fresh from the forge. Yuki had not been idle. She had spent the week infiltrating the outer edges of Takeda's network, posing as various personas, gathering scraps of information that individually meant little but collectively painted a damning picture. She discovered that Takeda maintained a private residence outside the city, a place none of his students knew about, where he met with contacts who never appeared in any Brotherhood records. She learned that he received regular shipments from a Portuguese merchant company that officially dealt in silk and porcelain, but whose ships carried cargo that never appeared on manifests. She found evidence of payments made to samurai, who served as enforcers for daimyos loyal to the shogunate's most conservative factions. Each piece of evidence was carefully documented, copied, secured in hidden locations across the city. If either Kenjiro or Yuki were killed, the information would still survive, still eventually reach people who could act on it. They were building a case not just for themselves but for history, creating a record that would outlast their individual lives. And the night before the monastery meeting, Kenjiro stood on a rooftop overlooking the Kamo River and watched the city prepare for sleep. Lanterns flickered out one by one as shops closed and families retired. The river flowed dark and constant, carrying the day's refuse toward the sea, indifferent to the human dramas playing out along its banks. He thought about Master Takeda and the years of training, the lessons that had shaped him into a weapon for the Brotherhood. He thought about how easily belief could be twisted, how a man could convince himself that betrayal was actually loyalty if he just redefined the terms carefully enough. The creed said nothing is true. It was meant as a warning against dogma, a reminder that all knowledge was provisional and subject to revision. But it could also be twisted into justification for any action, any betrayal, any abandonment of principle. Nothing is true, therefore my truth is as valid as yours. Everything is permitted. Therefore I am permitted to do whatever serves my vision of the greater good. Takeda had walked that path, had convinced himself that order imposed by wise authority was preferable to chaos risked by human freedom. had decided that the Templar vision, properly implemented, would create a better world than the messy reality of people choosing their own destinies. Kenjiro wondered if he himself was falling into the same trap. Was he certain of his own righteousness? Was he sure that his vision of the creed was more valid than Takeda's? The doubt was uncomfortable but necessary. The moment he became certain of his own infallibility was the moment he stopped being an assassin and became something else, something dangerous in its own way. A sound behind him. He turned smoothly, hand moving toward his blade, then relaxed as Yuki emerged from the shadows. She moved across the rooftop with that same impossible grace he had first witnessed at the brewery, her feet barely seeming to touch the tiles. She wore dark traveling clothes and carried a pack slung across her shoulders. Her face was serious but calm. "Tomorrow it begins," she said. "Tomorrow it begins." Kenjiro agreed. They stood together in silence. Two people who had been enemies according to the stories their organizations told about each other, now allies bound by shared purpose and the desperate hope that truth still mattered. Below them Kyoto dreamed, unaware of the war being waged in its shadows, unconcerned with the battle for the soul of an organization most of its citizens did not know existed. "Are you afraid?" Yuki asked suddenly. Kenjiro considered the question honestly. Yes, not of death. That comes for all of us eventually. But of failure, of being wrong, of destroying something that might still be salvaged through different means. The weight of what we are attempting is heavy. Yuki nodded. Good. Fear keeps us sharp. Certainty makes us sloppy. The man we are moving against has no fear anymore. He is absolutely convinced of his righteousness. That is what makes him dangerous. And that is what will ultimately destroy him. She pulled something from her pack and handed it to Kenjiro. It was the ancient hidden blade, the one she had shown him that first night. The Arabic script caught the moonlight, the words of the creed etched in metal, older than either of them. Take this. Tomorrow when you face Takeda, I want you to have this with you, not to use as a weapon, but as a reminder of what we actually serve. Not men, not organizations, not even the Brotherhood itself, but the idea behind it, the principle that human beings deserve the freedom to choose their own paths, even if they choose badly, even if they fail, even if chaos is the result, because the alternative is a cage, and a gilded cage is still a prison. Kenjiro took the blade carefully, feeling the weight of it, the history it carried. Why give this to me? This was your master's blade, your connection to the true Brotherhood. Because if I fall tomorrow, if the plan goes wrong and I do not survive, then you will need to carry this fight forward without me, Yuki said simply. And because you have earned it, you chose truth over comfort. You chose principle over loyalty to a man. That is what the creed demands. That is what makes you worthy. They spoke for another hour, finalizing details, checking contingencies, preparing for a dozen different ways the operation could unfold. When they finally parted, Kenjiro descending back into the city while Yuki vanished into the night. He felt the blade secure against his wrist. A second weapon now, a reminder and a promise. Tomorrow would bring answers. Tomorrow would bring blood. Tomorrow they would learn if the Brotherhood could be saved, or if it was already too corrupted to redeem. The monastery sat like a crown on the hill, its walls old stone darkened by centuries of weather, its gardens immaculate even in the late autumn cold. It had been a place of Buddhist contemplation once, home to monks who spent their lives in meditation and prayer. That was decades ago. Now it served different masters, its buildings repurposed for meetings that required absolute secrecy, its reputation for isolation making it perfect for Brotherhood operations that could not be conducted in the city. Kenjiro arrived at dawn, traveling the mountain path on foot as tradition required. Other assassins were already present, figures he recognized from various missions and training sessions. Hayato was among them, looking nervous but composed, his hand occasionally brushing the hidden pocket where the recording device was concealed. They did not acknowledge each other beyond the brief nod that protocol demanded. In this place, under Master Takeda's watchful eye, any sign of conspiracy would be instantly detected and brutally eliminated. The meeting chamber was the monastery's former meditation hall, a large room with wooden floors polished by generations of kneeling monks. Master Takeda sat at the far end on a raised platform, his posture perfect, his gray kimono crisp and formal. Around him were arrayed the senior members of the Japanese Brotherhood, 12 men who represented decades of service and countless missions completed. Kenjiro recognized most of them. Some he respected, some he barely knew. All of them believed without question in Master Takeda's wisdom and leadership. The old master waited until everyone was settled, kneeling in precise rows according to rank and seniority. Then he spoke, his voice carrying easily through the hall, calm and authoritative. "Brothers, we face a crisis. The agent, known as the Muenbotoke, has proven more resourceful and more dangerous than initial intelligence suggested. Her recent actions indicate she has made contact with foreign elements, possibly even with Templar agents who seek to use her as a weapon against us. This cannot be tolerated. The security of our operations in Japan, the safety of our network, the very survival of the Brotherhood in this nation, all depend on eliminating this threat swiftly and completely." He paused, letting the words settle. Several of the assembled assassins nodded agreement. This was familiar rhetoric, the kind of direct threat assessment that preceded major operations. Nothing unusual, nothing to raise suspicion. But Kenjiro listened with different ears now, hearing the careful construction of the narrative, the way Takeda framed the Muenbotoke as an external threat rather than a former student he had tried to murder. "I have received intelligence that suggests the Muenbotoke will attempt a major strike within the next fortnight," Takeda continued. "Her target is a gathering of regional officials who will be meeting to discuss foreign trade policies. If she succeeds in disrupting this meeting through assassination or terror, it will create chaos that our enemies can exploit. We cannot allow this. Therefore, I am authorizing an unprecedented mobilization of our resources. Every available operative will be tasked with locating and neutralizing this threat." A hand raised from the assembled group. It belonged to Masato, one of the older assassins, a veteran who had served the Brotherhood since before Takeda's arrival in Japan. "Master, if I may speak, the scale of mobilization you describe will leave our other operations vulnerable. We have ongoing missions, intelligence gathering efforts, contacts who require regular maintenance. Pulling everyone to focus on a single target, however dangerous, seems strategically unsound." The Takeda's expression did not change, but something flickered in his eyes. Irritation, perhaps, or calculation. "Your concern is noted, Masato, but in this case the threat justifies the resource allocation. The Muenbotoke represents an existential danger to our organization. All other concerns are secondary." "With respect, Master," Masato pressed, "I have reviewed the intelligence reports on the Muenbotoke's previous actions. While certainly concerning, they follow a pattern more consistent with precision strikes against specific targets rather than broad chaos. To characterize this as an existential threat seems excessive. Perhaps a more measured response would be appropriate." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Other assassins shifted uncomfortably, recognizing that Masato was treading dangerous ground. Challenging Master Takeda's judgment in open forum was not done. It violated the hierarchy that kept the Brotherhood functional. Kenjiro watched carefully, seeing how Takeda would respond, how much of his true nature would show through the mask of benevolent leadership. Your skepticism is understandable, Takeda said slowly, but it is based on incomplete information. I have not shared certain intelligence with the broader membership because it is sensitive and because I hope to resolve the situation without causing unnecessary alarm. However, since you raised the question, I will be direct. The Muenbotoke is not simply a rogue agent. She is a former member of this Brotherhood. She was trained by me personally. She has intimate knowledge of our operations, our safe houses, our protocols. She knows how we think and how we operate. That makes her infinitely more dangerous than any external threat. And it means she must be eliminated with extreme prejudice before she can leverage that knowledge to destroy everything we have built. The revelation sent ripples through the assembled group. Several assassins turned to look at each other, processing this new information, understanding now why Takeda had been so adamant about the threat. But Kenjiro noticed that Masato did not look surprised. The old veteran's face remained carefully neutral, his eyes sharp and evaluating. He knows, Kenjiro realized, or at least suspects. Masato has seen something that makes him question the official narrative. If she was your student, Masato said carefully, then surely she learned the same principles we all learned. The dedication to free will over tyranny, the protection of the innocent, the careful verification of intelligence before action. How did such a student become the threat you describe? What caused her to turn against the Brotherhood? Takeda's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Pride, he said. Ambition. The belief that she understood the creed better than those who had practiced it for decades. She began to question orders, to demand justification for missions, to act as if her judgment was superior to the collective wisdom of the organization. When I attempted to correct this behavior, when I reminded her that the Brotherhood requires discipline and obedience to function effectively, she rejected my authority and fled. Since then, she has been operating independently, taking contracts as a common assassin, and now apparently making contact with our enemies to exact revenge for what she perceives as unjust treatment. It was a masterful performance. Every word carefully chosen to paint Yuki as unreasonable, prideful, dangerous. Every detail designed to explain away her accusations before she could make them. Takeda was laying groundwork, preparing his defense, ensuring that when the truth finally emerged, it would be filtered through a lens of prejudice he had carefully constructed. But Masato was not finished. And her accusations, he said. You mentioned she might make accusations against the Brotherhood. What specifically does she claim? The silence that followed was absolute. Every person in the room was now acutely aware that something significant was happening. That this was not a normal operational briefing, but rather some kind of confrontation whose full parameters were not yet clear. Takeda looked at Masato with an expression that could have been carved from stone. She claims that I have been compromised by Templar influence, Takeda said flatly. She claims that missions I authorized were actually eliminations of innocent people who threatened Templar interests. She claims that I have betrayed the creed in service of a vision of ordered society that aligns with enemy philosophy. These claims are, of course, absolutely false. They are the delusions of a disturbed individual seeking to justify her own failures and betrayals. But they are also dangerous because they could sow discord within our ranks if given credence. That is why I have not discussed them openly until now. And that is why she must be silenced before these lies can spread further. Masato held Takeda's gaze, and if her claims were somehow proven true, he said quietly, if evidence were to emerge that supported her accusations, what then? The question hung in the air like a blade. Takeda's expression remained calm, but his eyes had gone cold. Then, such evidence would be examined through proper channels by the European Brotherhood leadership. But since no such evidence exists, since her claims are built entirely on misunderstandings and paranoid interpretations of legitimate operations, this is a purely hypothetical question, one that serves no purpose except to undermine confidence in Brotherhood leadership at a critical moment. He stood, and the movement commanded every eye in the room. I understand that some of you may have doubts. That is natural. I have led this organization for many years, and with that leadership comes inevitable disagreements about tactics and strategy. But I ask you now, all of you, to put aside doubt and unite behind the mission at hand. The Muenbotoke must be found and eliminated. For the good of the Brotherhood, for the safety of our operations, for the preservation of everything we have worked to build in this country. Are there any who cannot commit to this mission? Silence. No one moved. No one spoke. The pressure in the room was immense, the weight of hierarchy and tradition bearing down on any potential dissent. This was the moment, Kenjiro realized. This was when Takeda would consolidate his control completely, when he would bind everyone present to a mission that would eliminate the one person who threatened to expose him. Once they all committed, once they all became complicit in hunting Yuki, it would be infinitely harder for any of them to turn against Takeda later. They would be invested. They would have to defend their choice to believe him or admit they had been deceived. Human psychology was predictable that way. Kenjiro felt the weight of the ancient blade against his wrist, felt Hayato's eyes on him from across the room, felt the moment crystallizing into a choice that could not be unmade. He could stay silent now, let Takeda win this confrontation, continue gathering evidence in hope of future vindication, or he could act now, while doubt still had space to breathe. While Masato's questions had opened a crack in Takeda's carefully constructed certainty, he stood, every head turned toward him. "Master Takeda," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the hall, "I cannot commit to this mission, not without further discussion, not without addressing the concerns that Masato has raised. Because I have seen evidence that suggests the Muenbotoke's accusations may have merit. And if that is true, if there is even a possibility that our organization has been compromised, then we have a responsibility to investigate thoroughly before taking action that cannot be reversed." The words fell like stones into still water, ripples spreading outward. Everyone in the room suddenly understanding that they were witnessing something unprecedented. A direct challenge to Master Takeda's authority. A public accusation of the unthinkable. Takeda looked at Kenjiro with an expression that was no longer calm, no longer carefully controlled. It was rage. Pure and cold and absolute. "You dare," Takeda said, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more threat than any shout. "You dare question me in front of the entire assembly. You dare suggest that I, who have given my life to this Brotherhood, who have built our presence in Japan from nothing, who have trained every person in this room, might be compromised. On what evidence? On what authority?" Kenjiro reached into his jacket slowly, giving no one reason to think he was drawing a weapon. What he pulled out was a packet of papers. The documents that Yuki had gathered, copies of the evidence she had spent years collecting. He held them up for everyone to see. "On the authority of these documents," he said, "financial records linking you to Portuguese merchant companies known to be Templar fronts, correspondence between you and foreign agents discussing the suppression of dissent within the shogunate, intelligence reports from missions where targets were falsely identified as Templar agents when they were actually witnesses to illegal activities that benefited Templar interests, and testimony from operatives who carried out these missions without understanding their true nature. This is not speculation. This is documented proof that the Muenbotoke's accusations are accurate. That you have been working to advance Templar goals while wearing Brotherhood colors, that everything you have built here is a lie, designed to serve order at the expense of freedom. The explosion of noise was immediate. Assassins shouting questions, demanding to see the evidence, some moving toward Kenjiro with hands on weapons, others turning to confront Takeda, the careful discipline of the Brotherhood fracturing in an instant. Masato was on his feet, his voice cutting through the chaos. Everyone stop. These are serious accusations that require serious examination. No one moves, no one acts, until we have reviewed the evidence and determined the truth. But Takeda was already moving. His hand went to his own blade, and in a single fluid motion, he was off the platform, crossing the distance toward Kenjiro with lethal intent. There would be no examination, no careful review, no process. Just elimination of the threat before it could spread. Kenjiro saw it coming and reacted on pure instinct, his own blade extending, his body shifting into a defensive stance as Master Takeda, the man who had taught him everything he knew about being an assassin, came at him with murder in his eyes. The blades met with a sound like a bell being struck. Then the monastery erupted into chaos as the Brotherhood turned against itself. Unsure who to trust, unsure what to believe, caught between loyalty and truth, in a moment when the two could no longer coexist. The clash of steel echoed through the meditation hall as decades of carefully maintained order shattered in seconds. Kenjiro deflected Takeda's first strike, feeling the raw power behind it, the killing intent that came from a man who had nothing left to lose. Around them, the assembled assassins fractured into factions, some moving to defend their master, others holding back in confusion, still others trying to grab the scattered documents that had spilled across the polished floor when Kenjiro rolled away from a slash that would have opened his throat. Masato's voice cut through the chaos like a sword through silk. Hold. All of you hold. This matter will be resolved through evidence and testimony, not bloodshed between brothers. Anyone who moves to interfere will answer to me personally. But Takeda was beyond words now. His face was a mask of cold fury as he pressed the attack, his blade moving in patterns that Kenjiro recognized because he had learned them from this very man, practiced them 1,000 times until they became muscle memory. The irony was not lost on him, fighting for his life against techniques his opponent had taught him. Every parry was instinct battling against instinct. Every counter was training warring with itself. "You are my best student," Takeda said, through gritted teeth. His blade came down in an overhead strike. The Kenjiro barely deflected, the force of it sending vibrations up his arm. "I saw such potential in you. Such discipline, such dedication to the mission, and you throw it away for what? For the lies of a traitor. For documents that any fool could forge. For the delusion that freedom matters more than stability." Kenjiro did not waste breath on replies. He focused on survival, on reading Takeda's movements, on finding the moment when offense would become possible. The old master was faster than his age suggested, his experience translating into economy of motion that made every strike dangerous. But there was something else too. A desperation. A knowledge that if this fight lasted too long, if the other assassins had time to examine the evidence, then his carefully constructed world would collapse regardless of who won this duel. The hidden blade on Kenjiro's left wrist shot out, aimed at Takeda's ribs in the gap between strikes. The old master twisted, the blade scoring a line across his kimono, but missing flesh, and his counter came immediately. A low sweep meant to cut Kenjiro's legs from under him. Kenjiro jumped back, his heel catching on the edge of the raised platform. Balance compromised for a critical instant. Takeda's blade came for his chest. A throwing knife appeared from nowhere and struck Takeda's wrist, not deep enough to disable, but enough to deflect the killing blow. Kenjiro looked past his opponent and saw Hayato standing with his arm still extended from the throw, his face pale but determined. The young assassin had made his choice, had broken the paralysis that gripped so many others in the room, had sided with truth over authority. Takeda snarled and changed targets, spinning toward Hayato with murderous intent. But now Masato moved, his own blade drawn, stepping between the old master and the young operative. "Enough," Masato said. His voice carried the weight of decades of service. "This stops now. You will submit to examination of the evidence, or you will mark yourself as guilty through refusal." "I will mark myself as nothing," Takeda spat. "I am the master of this brotherhood. I have given my life to building something greater than any individual. I will not let it be destroyed by traitors and fools who cannot see beyond their naive ideals. The world requires order. It requires guidance. It requires men strong enough to make hard choices that softer souls shrink from. Everything I have done, every compromise I have made, has been in service of that vision. And I would do it all again." The confession hung in the air, stunning in its directness. Several of the assassins who had been moving to defend Takeda froze, processing what they had just heard. He was not denying the accusations anymore. He was justifying them, claiming them as righteous, transforming betrayal into principle through the alchemy of absolute conviction. Masato's expression was grief and disgust mingled. "Then you have forgotten what the creed actually means. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, not as license for tyranny, but as warning against it, not as justification for imposing our will on others, but as recognition that no authority, no matter how well-intentioned, has the right to dictate how humans live their lives. You have become the very thing the Brotherhood was created to fight against." Takeda laughed. It was a bitter sound. The Brotherhood was created by dreamers and idealists who did not understand human nature. I have simply accepted reality. People need guidance. They need structure. They need to be protected from their own worst impulses. The Templars understood this. They built an organization that recognized the necessity of order, even as they sometimes went too far in imposing it. I saw that their methods, properly balanced with Brotherhood discipline, could create something better than either organization alone. A synthesis. A way forward that preserved stability while still allowing measured freedom within proper bounds. "And the people you killed," Kenjiro said quietly. "The witnesses you eliminated. The dissidents you silence. They were what? Acceptable losses for your grand vision." Takeda turned back to him. His eyes were cold but somehow also pleading, as if even now he hoped to make Kenjiro understand. They were necessary sacrifices. Every great achievement requires such choices. Every stable society is built on foundations that include compromises with pure principle. You are young. You still believe in absolutes. But there are no absolutes. There is only pragmatism and idealism, and pragmatism is what actually builds lasting peace. "You are right about one thing," a new voice said from the doorway. "There are no absolutes." Everyone turned. Yuki stood at the entrance to the meditation hall, her hood thrown back, her face bare of disguise for the first time. She wore the traditional garb of an assassin, dark and practical, with the ancient hidden blade visible on her wrist. Behind her were three more figures. Two Kenjiro did not recognize. The third made his heart stop. "Master Takeda did teach me that lesson well," Yuki continued as she walked into the room. "He taught me that belief without question is dangerous, that authority without accountability becomes tyranny, that even organizations dedicated to noble purposes can be corrupted from within. I learned those lessons thoroughly. Which is why when I discovered his betrayal, when I understood that the man I trusted as mentor had sold the creed for a vision of ordered society, I knew that exposure through proper channels would fail. He had spent too long building his reputation, had too many loyal followers who would never question him, had crafted too perfect a mask of dedicated service. She stopped a dozen feet from Takeda, and the two of them regarded each other across the space with expressions of complex emotion. Once she had been his student. Once he had been her teacher. Now they were something else entirely. Enemies bound by shared history. Betrayer and betrayed, recognizing themselves in each other. So I became the monster he claimed I was, Yuki said. I became the Muenbotoke. The ghost without ties, the killer who struck without pattern or reason. I let him craft that narrative because it served my purpose. Every target I killed, every witness I mercy-ended before his poison could make them suffer, added to the legend, made me more threatening, more urgent, more important. Until finally he would have no choice but to mobilize everything, to expose his entire network in the effort to eliminate me, and in doing so, to reveal himself. She pulled out a small device from her coat. It was the recording apparatus that Hayato had carried into the meeting. The wax cylinder within it had captured everything. Takeda's confession, his justification, his admission that he had compromised the Brotherhood in service of Templar philosophy. Audio evidence that could not be explained away or dismissed as forgery. The three figures behind Yuki stepped forward into better light. One was an older European man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too many battlefields. He wore the robes of a senior Brotherhood member, and the symbol on his chest was one that Kenjiro recognized from old texts. The Assassin Council, the governing body that oversaw Brotherhood operations across the world. The other two were younger, but carried themselves with similar authority. They had not come from Kyoto. They had traveled from much farther away. Master Takeda, the European said in accented but clear Japanese. I am Marcus Bellini, representative of the Council in matters concerning the Eastern Territories. I was informed 6 months ago by this operative that serious irregularities had been reported in your operations. At that time, I chose to investigate quietly rather than move openly, allowing her to gather evidence while I verified it through separate channels. What I have learned confirms her every accusation. You have systematically corrupted the Japanese Brotherhood, eliminated dissidents and witnesses under false pretenses, and collaborated with known Templar agents in operations that directly contradict our creed. You are hereby stripped of all rank and authority within the Brotherhood, and will be held to account for your actions. Takeda looked at the gathered assembly, at the council representatives, at the evidence arrayed against him, at the students and colleagues who were backing away with expressions of horror and betrayal. For a moment something flickered across his face. Not quite regret, but perhaps recognition of the magnitude of his fall. Then it was gone, replaced by cold calculation. You think this changes anything? He said. You think exposing one man will stop what is already in motion? I am not the only one who sees the necessity of order. I am not the only one who understands that the Brotherhood's idealism is beautiful, but unworkable. There are others. In every chapter, in every territory, men and women who recognize that pure freedom leads to chaos, and that chaos invites suffering. You have won this battle, but the war continues. The Templars were right about one thing. Humanity needs guidance, and someone will provide it, with or without me. He moved before anyone could react. Not toward any of his opponents, but toward the window behind the platform. His body crashed through the paper screens in an explosion of torn wood and fabric. Kenjiro and others rushed forward, but Takeda was already falling, dropping 3 stories to the rocky slope below the monastery. A normal person would have died from the fall. But Takeda was not normal. He had spent decades perfecting the art of survival. He hit the ground rolling, absorbing the impact, and then he was running, disappearing into the forest that cloaked the hillside in shadows. After him, someone shouted. "No," Bellini said sharply. "Let him go. He is finished as a threat to this organization. Hunting him through those woods would be dangerous and unnecessary. We have what we need: testimony, evidence, witnesses. His network will be dismantled systematically. Any agents he corrupted will be identified and given chance to recant or face judgment. The Brotherhood in Japan will be rebuilt on proper foundation. Chasing one broken man serves no purpose beyond revenge, and revenge is not what we serve." Kenjiro stared at the shattered window, part of him wanting to argue, wanting to pursue, wanting to see justice completed through confrontation. But Bellini was right. Takeda was already gone in every way that mattered. His authority was destroyed. His reputation was ashes. The network he had spent years building would be torn apart piece by piece. What remained was just a man. Dangerous still perhaps, but no longer the existential threat he had represented. He turned back to the meditation hall and saw the assembled assassins beginning to process what had happened. Some looked relieved. Others appeared shattered, their faith in the organization fundamentally shaken. Hayato stood with the recording device still clutched in his hands, his expression that of someone who had aged a decade in a single morning. Masato was speaking quietly with the council representatives, his weathered face grave but composed. Yuki approached Kenjiro slowly. For a moment they simply looked at each other. Two people who had fought a war that no one else fully understood, who had risked everything on the belief that truth was worth pursuing, even when it destroyed what they held dear. "Thank you," she said simply. Kenjiro shook his head. "I did what the creed demanded. Nothing more. You are the one who carried this burden for years, who sacrificed everything to expose the corruption, who became a monster in others' eyes so that the Brotherhood could be saved from itself. We both did what was necessary," Yuki replied. "And now we live with the aftermath." The days that followed were a careful work of excavation and reconstruction. The council representatives established headquarters in Kyoto and began the systematic investigation of every operation Takeda had authorized, every mission he had assigned, every contact he had maintained. It was brutal work, uncovering layer after layer of deception, finding evidence of compromised missions stretching back years. Some assassins were found to be active collaborators, knowing participants in Takeda's Templar-aligned operations. They were given trials, and most chose exile over execution, disappearing into the vastness of Japan to live out their days in obscurity. But most of the Brotherhood members were like Hayato. Good people who had believed they served a righteous cause, who had followed orders, trusting that their superiors had verified the intelligence and confirmed the necessity. They were not punished, but they were broken by the knowledge of what they had unknowingly done. Several left the Brotherhood entirely, unable to reconcile their actions with their conscience. Others stayed but changed, becoming more questioning, more skeptical, more insistent on verification and accountability. Kenjiro spent 2 weeks giving testimony, answering questions, providing every detail of his investigation and the evidence he had gathered. The council representatives were thorough, sometimes maddeningly so, but he understood the necessity. The Brotherhood had to be certain, had to root out every trace of corruption, had to rebuild trust through absolute transparency about what had gone wrong. On the 15th day after the confrontation at the monastery, he found Yuki sitting alone in a tea house overlooking the river. She was dressed as a common merchant's daughter again, her disguise so complete that he might have walked past her if she had not deliberately caught his eye. He joined her at the low table and they sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching boats drift past on the current. "The council has offered me reinstatement," Yuki said. "Eventually. Full restoration to the Brotherhood, with rank appropriate to my years of service and the intelligence I gathered. They want me to help train the next generation, to teach them what I learned about questioning authority and verifying truth before action. That sounds like an appropriate recognition of your contribution, Kenjiro said carefully. Yuki smiled slightly. You are wondering if I will accept. The thought had occurred to me. She was quiet for a long moment, watching the river. I spent 3 years as an outcast, living in the margins, surviving through contracts and temporary alliances, always moving, always hiding. It was exhausting and lonely and often terrifying, but it was also free in a way that Brotherhood service never allowed. I made my own choices, set my own priorities, answered to nothing but my own conscience and the demands of survival. Kenjiro considered this. The creed says nothing is true, everything is permitted. It is meant as recognition that we must each find our own path, our own understanding of how to live with purpose. Perhaps your path leads away from the Brotherhood. That would not make you less dedicated to its principles, only more honest about how those principles apply to your own life. Yuki looked at him with something like gratitude. You understand. Most would see rejection of the Brotherhood as rejection of the creed itself, but they are not the same thing. The organization is a tool, useful, but not sacred. What matters is the principle behind it, the recognition that human beings deserve freedom to choose their own destinies, even when they choose badly. I can serve that principle without serving the organization. So you are leaving, Kenjiro said. It was not quite a question, the sentence. I am traveling, Yuki corrected. There are other places where the Templar Order operates. Other nations where the shadow war between freedom and control plays out in different forms. I want to see them, learn from them. Perhaps help where I can without the weight of organizational loyalty shaping my decisions. The Brotherhood will be fine without me. You and others like you will rebuild it into something better than what Takeda corrupted. And what about you, she asked. What will you do now that the crisis has passed? Kenjiro had been asking himself that question for days. The obvious answer was to continue serving the Brotherhood, to help with the reconstruction, to use his experience to train others and prevent future corruption. It was the dutiful answer, the expected answer. But sitting here, watching the river flow, watching Yuki prepare to walk away from everything the organization offered, he felt the pull of a different possibility. I think I will stay, he said slowly. Not because I lack imagination about alternatives, but because I believe the Brotherhood needs people who remember this moment, who remember that organizations can be corrupted, that authority can be abused, that even the most dedicated servants of noble causes can lose their way. Someone needs to be the voice that questions, the conscience that doubts, the reminder that nothing is true and therefore everything must be verified before it is acted upon. Yuki nodded. That is good work. Important work. The kind of work that will make you unpopular with those who prefer certainty over complexity. I will manage, Kenjiro said dryly. They finished their tea and parted ways at the entrance to the tea house. Yuki heading west toward the roads that would eventually lead to ports and ships and distant lands. Kenjiro returning to the Brotherhood headquarters to continue the work of rebuilding. They did not embrace or make promises to meet again. They simply acknowledged each other with the brief nod that assassins used, and then they were gone. Two people whose paths had intersected in crucial moment and now diverged towards separate futures. 3 months later, Kenjiro stood in the new training hall. The Brotherhood had established in a different part of Kyoto, watching a group of young recruits practice blade work. They were eager and dedicated and still believed in the simple clarity of right and wrong that training emphasized. He remembered being like them once. Remembered the certainty that had carried him through years of service without doubt or question. Part of him envied that certainty, but a larger part understood that it was a luxury he could no longer afford, and they would eventually have to surrender. Master Kenjiro, one of the recruits, called. His name was Takeshi, barely 16, quick and clever, and burning with desire to prove himself. Master Bellini said, "You were there when the corruption was exposed, that you stood against Master Takeda when no one else would. Is that true?" Kenjiro considered how to answer. The truth was more complicated than any simple narrative of heroism could capture. But these young people deserved honesty, even if it was uncomfortable. "I was there," he said. "But I did not stand alone. Others questioned what we were told. Others gathered evidence. Others risked everything to expose the truth. I simply chose to listen when questioning voices spoke. That is not heroism. It is the minimum requirement of anyone who claims to serve the creed." "But you fought him," another recruit said. "You actually crossed blades with a master of the Brotherhood. Were you not afraid?" "Terrified," Kenjiro admitted. "Master Takeda trained me. He was faster, more experienced, more skilled in almost every way. If the fight had lasted longer, I probably would have lost. But fear is not the same as paralysis. You can be afraid and still act. In fact, courage only exists in the presence of fear. Without fear, there is no bravery, only recklessness." The recruits absorbed this, their faces serious. Takeshi raised his hand again. "Master Kenjiro, how do we know we will not become like him? How do we ensure that years of service do not corrupt us the way he was corrupted?" It was the question Kenjiro had been wrestling with since the confrontation at the monastery. The question that kept him awake some nights, staring at the ceiling, wondering if his own certainties were slowly hardening into the kind of absolute conviction that had destroyed Takeda. He had developed an answer of sorts, though he was not sure how satisfying it would be. "You stay humble," he said. "You remember that nothing is true, means your own beliefs are also provisional and subject to revision. You listen to people who disagree with you, especially when they make you uncomfortable, because discomfort is often a sign that you are encountering truth you would prefer to avoid. You verify intelligence before acting on it. You question orders that do not make sense. You maintain relationships outside the Brotherhood, so you remember that our organization is not the center of the universe, but simply one group among many working toward a better world. And most importantly, you remember that the creed serves freedom, and freedom means accepting that people will make choices you disagree with, pursue paths you think are wrong, live lives that offend your sensibilities. Your job is not to control them. Your job is to protect their ability to choose." He paused, looking at their young faces, seeing reflections of his former self. "And if you ever find yourself believing that you know better than others, how they should live their lives, if you ever start thinking that your vision of the good deserves to be imposed regardless of others' consent, then you walk away from the Brotherhood immediately, because at that moment, you have ceased to serve the creed and have become its enemy." The training session continued for another hour. Kenjiro corrected stances, demonstrated techniques, answered questions about tactics and strategy. It was good work. Simple work in some ways, free from the moral complexity that had defined the past months. But even here, in this fundamental act of teaching the next generation, he tried to incorporate the lessons learned. He encouraged questions. He admitted when he did not know the answer to something. He presented techniques as options rather than absolutes, encouraging students to adapt rather than simply memorize. When the session ended, and the recruits filed out, Masato appeared in the doorway. The old veteran had been named interim master of the Japanese Brotherhood, while the council searched for permanent leadership. It was a role he had not sought, but accepted out of duty. The work had aged him visibly, the weight of rebuilding adding lines to an already weathered face. "You are good with them," Masato said. "Patient, but honest. They will remember what you teach them." "I hope so," Kenjiro replied. "And symbol, because the alternative is that we repeat this cycle in another generation. Build another corrupt structure that serves authority over principle. I would rather die than see that happen." Masato nodded slowly. "The council has made a decision about permanent leadership. They are looking for someone younger, someone who represents the new direction, someone who stood against corruption when it mattered most." Kenjiro felt his stomach sink. "No, I am not ready for that responsibility. I am barely managing to train recruits without questioning every decision. The weight of leading the entire Japanese Brotherhood would crush me." "They are not offering it to you," Masato said, with a slight smile. "They are offering it to me, and I am accepting on the condition that you serve as my second, that you take on increasing responsibility over the next few years, that you prepare to eventually assume leadership when I can no longer serve. This is not a request, Kenjiro. This is the council's decision, and mine." The old master's expression grew serious. "We cannot afford to have leaders who want power. History has proven that repeatedly. We need leaders who understand the burden of it, who approach authority with fear and humility, rather than ambition and certainty. You have those qualities. You will serve whether you feel ready or not. And you will grow into the role because you must. Because the Brotherhood requires it. Because the Creed demands it." Kenjiro wanted to argue, but he recognized the futility. Masato was right. This was not about what he wanted or felt ready for. This was about what the organization needed to survive and evolve. He thought about Yuki, traveling somewhere far from here, free from organizational demands, but also free from the ability to shape the Brotherhood's future direction. She had made her choice. Now he was making his. "I accept," he said quietly, "in a run condition, that we establish formal procedures for questioning leadership, that we create mechanisms for operatives to report concerns without fear of retaliation, that we build accountability into the structure itself, rather than relying on individual virtue to prevent corruption." Master Takeda fell because there were no checks on his authority. "We must ensure that never happens again." Masato smiled. "Already thinking like a leader. Good. We will implement everything you suggest, and more. The Japanese Brotherhood will become a model for how to balance necessary hierarchy with genuine accountability. It will be difficult. It will make some people uncomfortable, but it is absolutely necessary." They spent the next hour discussing specifics, planning the restructuring, identifying areas where Takeda's corruption had been possible because systems lacked transparency. It was exhausting work, but also energizing. For the first time since the confrontation at the monastery, Kenjiro felt something like hope, not naive optimism, but rather the grim satisfaction of meaningful labor. They were building something better, not perfect, never perfect, but better than what had come before. As evening fell, and Masato departed to attend to other duties, Kenjiro stood alone in the training hall. He walked to the window and looked out at Kyoto, spreading below, the city lighting its lanterns against the gathering dark. Somewhere in those streets there were people living lives of quiet desperation, trapped in circumstances they did not choose, suffering under systems they could not escape. Somewhere there were also people fighting for change, resisting tyranny, working to expand human freedom in whatever small ways they could manage. The Brotherhood could not save everyone, could not fix every injustice, could not prevent every tragedy, but it could serve as a counterweight to those who sought to impose order at the expense of choice. It could be a voice for those who had no voice. It could remember that nothing is true, and everything is permitted, and that those words meant freedom was worth fighting, for even when the battle seemed hopeless. Kenjiro thought about Master Takeda, wherever he was now, living in exile or perhaps dead from some encounter in the wilderness. He tried to find pity for the man, but mostly felt a profound sadness. Takeda had been a great assassin once, dedicated and skilled and genuinely believing in the mission. What had turned him? Was it a single moment of compromise that led to another and another until he was too far down the path to turn back? Or had the seeds of his betrayal always been there, waiting for the right circumstances to bloom into corruption? There was no way to know. Perhaps it did not matter. The important thing was to learn from it, to recognize that anyone could fall, that vigilance was eternal, that the price of freedom was constant questioning of authority, including one's own. He pulled out the ancient hidden blade that Yuki had given him. The Arabic script caught the lamplight, the words of the creed etched in metal that had survived centuries. How many hands had held this blade before him? How many assassins had carried it into battle believing they served humanity's highest aspirations? How many had fallen because they forgot that service required humility? Kenjiro made a silent promise to those long-dead warriors. He would remember their sacrifice. He would honor their dedication by questioning his own certainties. He would carry the blade and the creed forward into whatever future awaited. Not perfectly, not without mistakes, but with honest intention and the recognition that nothing is true meant even his own convictions were subject to revision. The night deepened over Kyoto. In the training hall a single lamp flickered, casting shadows that danced across empty floors where tomorrow more young assassins would come to learn. And in those shadows Kenjiro stood watch, a guardian against corruption both external and internal. A reminder that the war for human freedom was never truly won, but must be fought again in every generation by people who understood the cost and chose to pay it anyway. Far to the west, beyond mountains and seas, Yuki walked roads that led to distant cities where other battles waited. She carried no official rank, bore no organizational authority, answered to no master but her own conscience. But she carried the creed in her heart and the determination to live it even when the world demanded compromise. They were separated by distance, but united by principle. Two assassins who had saved the Brotherhood by nearly destroying it. Two people who understood that truth was worth any sacrifice, including comfort, safety, and the illusion of certainty. The shadow war between freedom and control would continue. In Japan and beyond, in every nation and every era, as long as some humans sought to impose their will on others, there would be need for those who resisted. As long as tyranny existed in any form, there would be assassins standing against it. Not because they were heroes, not because they sought glory, but because the creed demanded it. Because nothing is true meant all authority must be questioned. Because everything is permitted meant all choices deserved protection. And in the space between truth and permission, in the narrow gap where principle met pragmatism, the Brotherhood would continue its eternal work. Imperfect, flawed, sometimes corrupted, but always capable of redemption through honest accounting and willingness to learn from failure. That was the real lesson of Master Takeda's betrayal. Not that the organization was doomed, but that it required constant vigilance. Not that service was meaningless, but that it demanded perpetual self-examination. Not that the creed was wrong, but that living it was harder than speaking it. Kenjiro extinguished the lamp and prepared to leave the training hall. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new questions, new opportunities to serve the creed with integrity or betray it through complacency. He could not control which path the future would take. He could only control his own choices, his own dedication, his own willingness to question even when questioning was uncomfortable. He stepped out into the Kyoto night and disappeared into shadows that welcomed him like old friends. An assassin, walking alone through a city that did not know he existed. A guardian working in darkness to preserve light he would never fully see. A servant of freedom who understood that true service required not glory but humility. The temple bells rang in the distance, marking the hour. Somewhere above the clouds, the moon tracked its patient course across the heavens, indifferent to human struggles, eternal in its journey. And below, in streets and alleys and hidden places, the shadow war continued. Silent, invisible, absolutely necessary. This was the life Kenjiro had chosen. This was the burden he would carry. Not because he wanted it, but because someone had to. Not because he was special, but because he was willing. That would have to be enough. For tonight. For tomorrow. For however many tomorrows remained before his own story ended, and another assassin took up the work. The creed would survive. It always had. Not because it was perfect, but because it was true in the only way that mattered. It recognized that freedom was dangerous and messy and often resulted in terrible choices. And it declared that dangerous freedom was still preferable to comfortable slavery. That messy choice was still superior to imposed order. That terrible decisions made by free people were more human, more real, more alive than perfect outcomes dictated by those who claim to know better. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Words that had survived 1,000 years. Words that would survive 1,000 more. Words that Kenjiro would carry forward into whatever darkness waited. Not as dogma, but as question. Not as certainty, but as challenge. Not as answer, but as invitation to discover meaning through struggle rather than accepting it through submission. The assassin walked on. The city dreamed, and in the space between them, in the gap where shadow met light, the future was being written by choices not yet made, battles not yet fought, truths not yet discovered. It was enough. It had to be enough, because nothing else was promised, nothing else was possible, nothing else would honor the sacrifice of those who came before or serve the freedom of those who would come after. The samurai who should never have lived had exposed the truth that needed telling. Now others would carry that truth forward, into the next battle, into the next crisis. Into the endless war between those who sought to control and those who fought to remain free. It was the only war that mattered, and it would never truly end. But that was all right. Some wars were worth fighting, precisely because they could never be won, only lived. One choice at a time, one moment at a time, one act of courage at a time. Kenjiro disappeared into the night. The city slept, and somewhere between darkness and dawn, between yesterday and tomorrow, the creed endured, waiting for the next person who would need it, the next soul who would fight for it, the next generation who would discover what it meant and why it mattered, forever, always, without end. The Portuguese ship arrived in Nagasaki harbor 3 weeks later, its sails bearing the markings of a legitimate merchant vessel, but carrying cargo that would never appear on any official manifest. Kenjiro watched from a warehouse rooftop as dock workers unloaded crates of silk and porcelain, while other crates, smaller and handled with greater care, were spirited away to waiting carts that departed through side streets. He had been tracking this particular ship for 10 days, following intelligence that Masato had uncovered in the wreckage of Takeda's network. The ship belonged to a trading company with known Templar connections, and its captain had made port calls in Macau and Manila before arriving in Japan. The pattern was familiar now. Weapons disguised as trade goods, money laundered through legitimate transactions. Information passed through networks that appeared innocent on the surface, but served darker purposes beneath. Takeda might be gone, but the infrastructure he had helped build remained. Dismantling it was like pulling threads from cloth. You had to be careful, or the entire thing would unravel in ways that caused more damage than the original corruption. A figure joined him on the rooftop, moving silently despite the tiles. Kenjiro did not turn. He recognized Reiko by the particular rhythm of her breathing, the slight scent of jasmine oil she used to maintain her blades. She was one of the few female operatives the Japanese Brotherhood had recruited since the Purge, brought in by Masato, specifically because her outsider perspective made her less susceptible to the old patterns of thought that had enabled Takeda's corruption. "The captain will meet his contact in 2 hours," Reiko said quietly. "A tea house near the Chinese Quarter. We have confirmation that the contact is one of Takeda's former agents. A man named Sato who claimed ignorance during the investigations, but whose finances tell a different story." "And do we move on him?" Kenjiro asked. Reik was silent for a moment. "That depends on what we want to accomplish. If we eliminate Sato, we send a message, but we lose the thread that might lead us deeper into the network. If we follow him, we risk him discovering surveillance and disappearing. If we turn him, we risk him feeding us false intelligence while warning his masters that we are still hunting." The eternal calculus of intelligence work. Every choice created new problems, even as it solved old ones. Kenjiro thought through the variables, weighing risks against potential gains. Finally, he nodded toward the ship. "We watch the meeting. We document everyone involved. We let Sato think he is still operating in safety. And then we feed him false information through a channel he will believe is secure. Something valuable enough to make his Templar contacts act on it. Something that will force them to reveal themselves through their response." "A trap within a trap," Reiko said. "Elegant, but dangerous, if they see through it." "Everything we do is dangerous," Kenjiro replied. "The question is whether the danger serves our purpose. In this case, I believe it does." Takeda's network was built on the idea that the Brotherhood could be manipulated through false intelligence. We turn that against them. We make them believe they are manipulating us while we are actually mapping their entire operation. They spent the next hour refining the plan, identifying what false intelligence would be believable, what actions would seem natural, what responses could be anticipated. It was meticulous work that required thinking several moves ahead, anticipating how their opponents would interpret information, building a narrative that seemed genuine while serving their actual goals. By the time they descended from the rooftop, Kenjiro felt the familiar mix of excitement and dread that accompanied complex operations. The thrill of the challenge balanced against awareness of how badly things could go wrong. The tea house was crowded when the meeting occurred, which provided excellent cover for observation. Kenjiro sat 3 tables away, dressed as a merchant's assistant, his face partially obscured by the angle and the steam rising from his tea. Reiko was positioned outside, watching the entrance, ready to follow whoever left first. Other Brotherhood operatives were scattered throughout the district, creating a web of observation that could track targets through multiple streets without any single watcher becoming obvious. The captain was a Dutch man in his 40s, weathered by years at sea, his Japanese decent but accented in ways that marked him as foreign. Sato was younger, nervous, his eyes constantly scanning the room for threats. They spoke in low voices that Kenjiro could not quite hear, but body language told part of the story. The captain was confident, dismissive even, treating Sato like a minor functionary rather than an equal. Sato accepted this treatment with the resignation of someone who had no choice, who served masters he could not challenge. A package changed hands, small enough to fit in a coat pocket, but handled with the care reserved for valuable items. Documents perhaps, or something more exotic. The captain departed first, leaving payment for the tea, moving with the easy stride of someone who feared no consequences. Sato waited 5 minutes, then left through a different exit. Kenjiro remained seated, finishing his tea at a leisurely pace, playing his role completely. Only when enough time had passed did he rise and make his way out into the evening streets. He found Reiko 2 blocks away, standing in a shop doorway, examining fabric as if considering a purchase. She did not look at him as he passed, but her words carried clearly. Sato went north, toward the temple district. Hiroshi is following. The captain returned to his ship. Yumiko is watching the dock. Good, Kenjiro murmured. Maintain observation, but do not intercept. We need to see the full network before we move. The intelligence gathering continued for another week. Sato made contact with 3 more individuals. Each meeting documented, each participant identified and added to the growing map of Templar operations in Japan. What emerged was both encouraging and disturbing. Encouraging because the network was smaller than feared, more fractured after Taita's fall, struggling to maintain coordination without his central authority. Disturbing because it still existed at all, because the Templar ideology had taken root deeply enough that removing one leader had not killed the entire organism. Masato studied the compiled intelligence with the careful attention of a man who had learned to trust nothing at face value. They sat in his private office, a room that had once belonged to Takeda, but had been stripped of all personal items and rebuilt as something new. Maps covered the walls now, marked with symbols that tracked Brotherhood operations across Japan. A small shrine in the corner honored fallen assassins, their names written on wooden tablets, a reminder of what service could cost. This is good work, Masato said finally. Thorough, careful, exactly what we need. But it also confirms what I suspected. The Templars did not just use Takeda. They converted him, made him a true believer in their philosophy, which means others may have been similarly converted. People we have not identified yet. People who learned to hide their sympathies better than Takeda did in his final years. Kenjiro nodded. I have been thinking about that. About how to identify true believers versus those who simply followed orders. The latter can be retrained, brought back into proper service. The former are more dangerous because they will work to corrupt the organization from within again. Masato set down the papers and looked at Kenjiro with an expression that was both proud and sad. You sound like a master already, thinking strategically, considering long-term implications, planning for threats that have not yet materialized. This is good. This is necessary, but do not let it consume you. Do not become so focused on rooting out potential betrayal that you forget to build trust with those who serve faithfully. It was a warning Kenjiro needed. He had felt himself becoming more suspicious over the weeks, questioning motives, looking for hidden meanings in innocent actions. The paranoia was useful to a point, but beyond that it became corrosive. He took a breath and nodded, acknowledgement. I will remember, he said. Trust, but verify. Build relationships, but maintain accountability. It is a balance. Everything is a balance. Masato agreed. That is, perhaps the deepest lesson of the creed. Nothing is true means we must balance belief with skepticism. Everything is permitted means we must balance freedom with responsibility. The Brotherhood itself is a balance between individual liberty and collective purpose. Tip too far in either direction, and we become either chaos or tyranny. A knock at the door interrupted them. Reiko entered, her expression urgent. We have a problem. Sato has disappeared. He went into a bathhouse this afternoon and never came out. We searched the building thoroughly. There is a tunnel, old, probably built decades ago for some long-forgotten purpose. It exits 3 streets away. We lost him. Kenjiro felt his stomach drop. How long ago? 4 hours, Reiko said. We did not want to risk compromising surveillance by searching too obviously, so we waited until the bathhouse closed. By then the trail was cold. He knows we were watching, Kenjiro said. Either he saw something or someone warned him, which means our operation is compromised, which means everyone he met with will now assume they are under surveillance. We have lost the advantage. Masato stood and moved to the window, looking out at the city. Not necessarily. If Sato has gone to ground, his associates may panic. Panicked people make mistakes. They rush. They break protocol. They try to consolidate or evacuate. We may have lost one thread, but we can pick up others if we move quickly. What are you suggesting? Kenjiro asked. Force the issue, Masato replied. We have been patient, gathering intelligence, building our case methodically. But patience has a cost. Every day the network remains active is another day they can plan, recruit, cause harm. I think it is time to move. Simultaneously, across the entire network. Arrest everyone we have identified, seize documents, shut down operations. Except that we will miss some people in exchange for eliminating the majority of the threat now, rather than pursuing perfect intelligence indefinitely. It was a bold strategy. Jiva, Som. The kind of decision that could be brilliant or disastrous depending on variables they could not fully control. But as Kenjiro considered it, he realized Masato was right. They had been playing defense, reacting to Templar moves, trying to understand the full scope before acting. But intelligence was never complete. Understanding was never perfect. At some point you had to commit to action based on imperfect information and trust that you had done enough preparation to succeed despite the gaps. I agree, Kenjiro said. We move tomorrow night. Coordinate with all operatives. Hit every location simultaneously, so no one has time to warn the others. Bring everyone we can to the headquarters for questioning. Those who cooperate get mercy. Those who resist face judgment. Reiko nodded and departed to begin organizing the operation. Kenjiro and Masato spent the next hour finalizing details, assigning responsibilities, identifying potential complications. It was exhausting work, but also clarifying. The ambiguity of the past weeks was being replaced with concrete action. They would succeed or fail, but at least they would know. The operation launched at midnight. 23 Brotherhood operatives moving through Nagasaki in coordinated strikes, hitting residences and businesses and secret meeting places that the intelligence had identified. Kenjiro led the team that raided Sato's apartment, hoping against reason that the man might have returned. The apartment was empty, but not abandoned. There were signs of hasty packing, drawers left open, papers scattered, a cup of tea still sitting on the table, cold but recent enough to suggest Sato had been here within the past day. Search everything, Kenjiro ordered. Documents, letters, anything that might tell us where he went or who else is involved. The team spread through the small apartment with practiced efficiency. Kenjiro moved to the desk and began sorting through papers. Most were mundane, bills, personal correspondence. Nothing that seemed immediately relevant. Then he found it. A letter tucked into a book, written in Portuguese, the handwriting elegant and precise. He could not read Portuguese fluently, but he recognized enough words to understand the general meaning. Instructions, locations, names, and at the bottom, a signature that made his blood run cold. The signature was in Japanese. 2 characters written with the confident brushstrokes of someone who had spent years mastering calligraphy. Takeda. He is alive, Kenjiro said quietly, and still active. Still running operations, still working to rebuild what we tore down. One of the other assassins looked up from searching a cabinet. How is that possible? He fled into the wilderness. We assumed he died from exposure, or injury, or was killed by bandits. We assumed, Kenjiro said bitterly. But we did not confirm. We let him go because Bellini said revenge was not our purpose. But this was never about revenge. This was about eliminating a threat, and we failed. Now he is out there somewhere, coordinating with Templar agents, rebuilding his network, planning his return. He carefully folded the letter and placed it in his jacket. This changed everything. The operation tonight was no longer about shutting down a fractured network. It was about sending a message to Takeda, proving that his influence was broken, forcing him to show himself or retreat so far into hiding that he became irrelevant. Either outcome was acceptable, but letting him operate with impunity was not. The raids continued through the night. By dawn, 15 people were in Brotherhood custody. Most were minor functionaries, merchants, and clerks who had passed information or laundered money without fully understanding what they served. 3 were true believers, Templar sympathizers, who had been deliberately placed in positions where they could gather intelligence and influence decisions. They were defiant in custody, convinced that their vision of ordered society would ultimately triumph, that the Brotherhood's dedication to freedom was naive idealism that would collapse under the weight of its own contradictions. Kenjiro questioned them personally, trying to understand how Takeda had converted them, what arguments had proven persuasive, what fears or ambitions had made them vulnerable to Templar philosophy. The answers were varied, but themes emerged: disillusionment with the Brotherhood's methods, frustration that political chaos in Japan was allowing foreign powers to gain influence, fear that without strong central authority, the nation would fracture into civil war. All reasonable concerns, all twisted into justification for abandoning the creed. One of them, a man named Kenji, who had served the Brotherhood for 8 years before his corruption, was more articulate than the others. He sat in the interrogation room with his hands bound, but his expression calm, almost pitying. "You think you serve freedom," he said, "but what you actually serve is chaos, dressed in noble language. People do not want freedom. They want safety. They want prosperity. They want to know that tomorrow will be stable and predictable. The Templar vision offers that. The Brotherhood offers only uncertainty and risk." Kenjiro leaned back in his chair. "And when the price of stability is submission, when the cost of safety is surrendering choice, is that exchange worth making?" "For most people, yes," Kenji replied without hesitation. "You are educated, skilled, capable of navigating complexity and making sophisticated decisions, but most people are not like you. They are farmers and merchants and laborers who want to work and eat and raise their children without the burden of having to think deeply about politics and philosophy. Give them stability, and they will happily surrender freedom they never wanted in the first place." It was the core Templar argument. The belief that humanity needed guidance because most people were incapable of self-governance. Kenjiro had heard it before from Takeda, heard it in different forms from other Templar sympathizers. It was seductive because it contained truth. Many people did prefer security to freedom, did want strong leaders to make difficult decisions for them, did find the burden of choice overwhelming. But that did not make the Templar vision righteous, because the question was not whether some people preferred guidance. The question was whether anyone had the right to impose that guidance on those who did not want it, whether a self-appointed elite could justly claim authority over others simply because they believed themselves wiser, more capable, better suited to rule. The creed said no, said that even if people made terrible choices, even if they chose chaos and suffering, that was their right. That freedom without the option to fail was not freedom at all, but a gilded cage. "I understand your argument," Kenjiro said. and I understand why it appeals. But here is what you have failed to consider. The Templars claim they want to guide humanity toward peace and prosperity. But who chose them as guides? What makes their vision of the good society more valid than anyone else's? They speak of order, but what they actually mean is their particular order, their preferences, their values, imposed on everyone else whether those people consent or not. That is not guidance. That is tyranny, and the fact that it comes wrapped in noble language does not change its essential nature. Kenji smiled slightly. And the Brotherhood is different how? You also impose your will. You assassinate those who oppose you. You work in secret to shape political outcomes. You claim moral authority to judge who deserves to live and die. How is that not tyranny? Because we serve a principle, not an outcome, Kenjiro replied. We do not claim to know what the perfect society looks like. We do not try to impose our vision on others. We simply resist those who would impose their visions. We fight tyranny wherever it appears, including within our own ranks, as Takeda's fall demonstrated. The difference is not that we are pure and they are corrupt. The difference is that we recognize our own fallibility and they do not. The interrogation continued for another hour, but yielded no actionable intelligence. Kenji genuinely did not know where Takeda was hiding, had not been in direct contact for months. His role had been passive, gathering information and passing it through dead drops to intermediaries he never met. The network Takeda had built was compartmentalized, each cell isolated from others, protecting the whole if any part was compromised. It was effective operational security. It was also frustrating to investigate. By the end of the second day, the interrogations were complete. Most of the minor participants were released with warnings and probation. They would be watched carefully for years, but Masato judged that they could be rehabilitated. The 3 true believers, including Kenji, were offered exile. All 3 accepted. They would be escorted to ships bound for Portuguese territories and forbidden from ever returning to Japan. It was not perfect justice, but it removed them from the battlefield without the moral cost of execution. The Portuguese captain, when finally located and questioned, provided the most valuable intelligence. He admitted that Takeda had made contact 6 weeks after his disappearance, arranging passage out of Japan, paying in gold that suggested he had hidden resources, allies who had helped him escape and survive. The captain did not know where Takeda had gone, but the ship's logs showed it had sailed to Manila. From there, Takeda could have gone anywhere. The Spanish territories in the Philippines, the Portuguese holdings in Macau, even farther to the great cities of the West, where the Templar Order maintained its strongest presence. He has gone to seek their support, Masato said when Kenjiro reported this finding. He will present himself as a martyr, driven out by idealistic fools who do not understand the necessity of compromise. He will offer them his knowledge of the Brotherhood's operations in Japan, and they will embrace him, because men, with his experience and dedication, are rare. We have not seen the last of Takeda. He will return, perhaps not for years, perhaps not in his lifetime, but through students he trains and sends back. The Templars play long games. We must be prepared for a very long war. Kenjiro felt the weight of it settle across his shoulders. This was not a problem that could be solved through a single dramatic confrontation, not a crisis that would end cleanly with heroes triumphant and villains defeated. This was generational work, building systems that could resist corruption, training operatives who understood the philosophical foundations of the creed and not just its techniques, creating a culture within the Brotherhood that valued questioning over obedience. It would take decades, longer. It might never truly end, but that was all right. Some work was worth doing precisely because it would never be finished. Some battles were worth fighting precisely because victory was never permanent. The Templar Order had existed for centuries. The Brotherhood had opposed them for just as long. This was simply the latest chapter in an eternal struggle between those who sought to control and those who fought to remain free. "I am ready," Kenjiro said. "For however long it takes, for whatever it costs. This is the work I chose. This is the burden I accept." Masato placed a hand on his shoulder. "That is all anyone can ask. Now rest. Tomorrow, we begin training the next group of recruits, and we tell them the truth about what happened, about how corruption nearly destroyed us, about how vigilance saved us, about why the creed matters more than the organization that serves it. They will carry these lessons forward when we are gone, and their students will carry them forward in turn. That is how we win. Not through dramatic victories, but through persistent dedication across generations." Kenjiro bowed and departed. He walked through Nagasaki as evening fell, watching the city prepare for night, the lanterns being lit, the shops closing, families gathering for evening meals. None of them knew what had happened in the past months. None of them understood the war being waged in their shadows. They simply lived their lives making choices, pursuing happiness or fleeing suffering, exercising the freedom that the Brotherhood fought to protect. That was enough. That was everything. Ordinary people living ordinary lives without tyrants dictating their choices or authorities imposing visions of perfect order. It was messy and chaotic, and sometimes tragic, but it was human. It was real. It was worth defending. Kenjiro thought about Yuki, wherever she was now, walking her own path, serving the creed in her own way. He wondered if she ever doubted her choice to leave the organization, if she ever regretted the burden of operating alone without the support and structure that the Brotherhood provided, or if the freedom she had found was worth any cost. He would probably never know. Their paths had diverged, and might never cross again. But he carried her lesson with him, the reminder that the creed was bigger than any organization, that principle mattered more than belonging, that sometimes the most loyal service was the willingness to walk away rather than become complicit in corruption. The stars emerged overhead as full night fell. Kenjiro found himself at the harbor, looking out at the dark water, the ships bobbing at anchor, the vastness of the ocean stretching toward horizons he would never see. Takeda was out there somewhere. The Templar Order continued its patient work across the world. The Shadow War would continue tomorrow, and the day after and the day after that, unending, requiring constant vigilance, demanding perpetual sacrifice. But tonight, for this moment, the work was done. The immediate crisis was resolved. The corruption was excised. The Brotherhood in Japan was rebuilding on a foundation of accountability and transparency. It was not perfect, but it was better. That would have to be victory enough. Kenjiro turned from the harbor and walked back into the city, back to the headquarters where recruits waited to be trained, back to the work that would define the rest of his life, back to the burden he had chosen and the purpose he served. An assassin in the shadows, a guardian of freedom, a believer in the creed, not as dogma, but as question, not as answer, but as challenge, not as certainty, but as invitation to discover meaning through struggle. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words echoed in his mind as he walked. Ancient wisdom for an eternal struggle, guidance for those willing to live with ambiguity, promise that freedom was worth fighting for even when victory remained forever incomplete. The samurai who should never have lived had shown him the path. Now he would walk it, as far as it led, into whatever darkness waited, toward whatever light might be found. For as long as breath remained and purpose endured, this was the choice. This was the way. This was the creed made manifest in the life of one person trying to serve something larger than himself. And that, in the end, was all anyone could do. Live according to principle. Act with integrity, question authority, including one's own. Fight for freedom, even knowing the battle would never end. It was enough. It had to be, because nothing else was promised, and nothing else would honor those who came before or serve those who would come after. The night embraced him. The city slept, and somewhere between darkness and dawn, the work continued. Silent, invisible, absolutely necessary, forever. The training grounds were silent in the pre-dawn darkness. The only sound the whisper of wind through bamboo, and the distant call of a night bird. Kenjiro stood alone in the center of the yard, going through the blade forms that Master Takeda had taught him years ago, movements so ingrained they required no thought. His body knew the patterns, feet shifting in precise angles, weight transferring through hips and core, the hidden blade extending and retracting in rhythm with breath. It was meditation through motion, a way to quiet the mind and find clarity before the day's demands began. He felt the presence before he heard it. A subtle shift in the air current, a shadow moving where no shadow should be. His blade was out and positioned defensively before conscious thought registered the movement. Then he saw who it was and lowered his weapon slowly. Yuki stepped into the pale moonlight, her expression unreadable. She wore traveling clothes covered in the dust of long roads, her face leaner than he remembered, weathered by months of exposure to elements and hardship. But her eyes were the same, sharp, assessing, alive with the particular intensity of someone who had seen too much and learned to carry the weight without breaking. "I thought you were traveling west," Kenjiro said quietly. "I was," Yuki replied. "I made it as far as Shanghai, worked with Brotherhood cells there, helped them root out Templar influence in the merchant guilds. It was good work, necessary work. But I kept hearing rumors, stories carried by sailors and traders, about a Japanese man in Manila who was recruiting for some grand purpose, offering gold and promises to those with particular skills. When I investigated, I found him. Our former master has been busy." She moved closer, her footsteps silent on the packed earth. "He has established a school, not officially Brotherhood or Templar, but drawing from both philosophies. He teaches combat and stealth and intelligence work to anyone willing to pay his fee and swear loyalty to his vision. Most are disaffected samurai, men whose clans lost power in recent political shifts, who blame the chaos on foreign influence and weak leadership. He tells them that Japan needs strong guidance, that the old ways must be preserved through any means necessary, that sacrifice of individual freedom is acceptable if it preserves collective stability." "How many students?" Kenjiro asked. 20. When I was there a month ago, probably more now. He recruits carefully, tests their dedication, weeds out those who lack the necessary conviction. The ones who remain are true believers, dangerous because they are skilled and because they genuinely think they serve a righteous cause. Kenjiro felt the old anger rising, but pushed it down. Anger was unproductive. What mattered was response, not emotion. "Did you infiltrate the school?" Yuki shook her head. "Too risky. Takeda knows my face, my mannerisms, my capabilities. I would have been identified immediately, but I observed from outside, mapped the facility, identified his key supporters, and I discovered something else, something that brought me back here." She pulled a folded paper from her coat and handed it to him. It was a letter, written in Takeda's unmistakable hand. Kenjiro scanned it quickly, his stomach sinking with each line. The letter was addressed to someone in Kyoto. Instructions for an operation, targets to be eliminated, a timeline for action. The targets were Brotherhood members, specifically members of the new leadership. Misato's name was on the list. So was Kenjiro's. So were half a dozen others who had been instrumental in exposing Takeda's corruption. He plans to return, Yuki said flatly. Not openly. Not yet. But through his students. Assassinations disguised as accidents or blamed on rival factions. Systematic elimination of everyone who opposed him. Once the new leadership is gone, he can slip back into Japan and rebuild his power base. Present himself as the returning master who was wrongly exiled, who comes back to save the Brotherhood from the chaos that his absence created. It is a long game but elegant, and it will work if we do not stop it. Kenjiro read the letter again, noting the dates. The operation was scheduled to begin in 2 weeks. That gave them little time to prepare, to warn the targets, to mount a defense. But defense was reactive. It gave Takeda the initiative. Let him choose the time and place of engagement. If they wanted to truly end this threat, they needed to go on offense. They needed to take the fight to him. We go to Manila, Kenjiro said. We shut down his school. We confront him directly. End this permanently. Yuki studied him for a long moment. That is exactly what he wants. Why do you think this letter exists? Why do you think I was able to obtain it? He left it where I would find it. Left enough of a trail that I would follow it back here and warn you. He is baiting us. Drawing us out. Getting us to leave Japan so his students can operate without interference. Or getting us to come to Manila where he controls the terrain and has prepared defenses. Either way he wins. Then, what do you suggest? Kenjiro asked. We do both, Yuki said. You stay here and defend against the coming attacks. I return to Manila and deal with Takeda directly. He will not expect me to come back after establishing this trail. Will not anticipate that we see through his strategy. I can get close to him in ways you cannot. Can strike before he realizes the trap has reversed. Kenjiro wanted to argue, but recognized the logic. Yuki was right. Splitting their focus gave them the best chance of addressing both threats. But it also meant trusting her to face Takeda alone, to handle an opponent who had trained her, who knew her capabilities intimately, who would have planned for the possibility of her return. The risk was enormous. You cannot face him alone, Kenjiro said. Take others with you, Brotherhood operatives from Shanghai or the Manila cell, if one exists there. There is no Manila cell, Yuki replied. The Templars eliminated it 3 years ago. As for taking others, I work better alone. You know this. Teams require coordination and create additional variables. I move faster and quieter without them. And if you fail, if he kills you, then we lose both ways. He continues building his force in Manila, and we are fighting blind in Japan. Yuki smiled slightly. That is why I will not fail. I have spent 3 years preparing for the moment I face him again. Learning techniques he never taught me. Studying his patterns and identifying weaknesses. He is good. Perhaps the best fighter I have ever known, but he has one critical flaw. He believes in his own righteousness. Believes that his cause is just and therefore he will prevail. That certainty makes him predictable. And predictability is fatal. The logic was sound, but Kenjiro still felt uneasy. This was not just about tactics and probabilities. This was about 2 people who had once been teacher and student, whose relationship had curdled into something toxic, facing each other in final confrontation. The emotional weight of that could not be calculated or planned around. It would affect decisions in ways neither could fully anticipate. Promise me something, Kenjiro said. Promise that if the opportunity presents itself, you will not hesitate. Will not let history or sentiment or any other consideration stop you from doing what must be done. Takeda has forfeited all claims to mercy. He is a threat that must be eliminated, not reformed or captured or reasoned with. Yuki's expression hardened. I know what he is. I knew it before you did. I will do what is necessary. Trust that I understand the stakes better than anyone. They stood in silence as the first gray light of dawn began to touch the eastern sky. Around them, the training grounds started to come alive, early risers beginning their morning routines, the sounds of activity gradually replacing the night's quiet. Soon recruits would arrive for the day's lessons. Soon Masato would want briefings and updates. Soon the normal rhythm of Brotherhood operations would assert itself, pulling them back into the patterns of daily responsibility. But for this moment they were simply two assassins standing together. Two people, bound by shared purpose and painful history, preparing to face threats that could destroy everything they had worked to build. The weight of it pressed down like physical force. Not unbearable, but certainly heavy. The kind of burden that marked a person, that left traces visible only to those who carried similar weights. When do you leave? Kenjiro asked. Today, Yuki replied. There is a ship departing at midday bound for Macau. From there I can find passage to Manila within a week. Takeda's timeline gives me just enough time to reach him before his students begin their operations here. The coordination is too precise to be accidental. He planned it this way. Wanted to force choices in compressed time frames. Did not account for the possibility that we would split our efforts effectively. Kenjiro pulled the ancient hidden blade from his wrist, the one Yuki had given him months ago, the one that had belonged to her first master. He held it out to her. Take this. You gave it to me, as reminder of what we serve. Now I return it as promise that I will hold the line here while you complete the work. When you face him, let him see this blade. Let him remember what he threw away when he betrayed the creed. Let it be the last thing he sees. Yuki took the blade carefully, her fingers tracing the Arabic script, the words worn smooth by centuries of use. She nodded once, sharp and decisive, then slipped it onto her wrist where it had always belonged. Thank you. I will honor the trust this represents. She turned to leave but paused at the edge of the training grounds. Kenjiro, if I do not return, if something goes wrong, do not waste resources trying to avenge me. The work here is more important than one person's fate. Build the Brotherhood into something that can resist corruption. Train people who understand why the creed matters. Create systems that outlast individuals. That is the only victory that counts. I understand, Kenjiro said. But I also have faith that you will return. That we will have opportunity to build that future together, rather than me trying to do it alone. Faith, Yuki said softly. Dangerous commodity for assassins. We are supposed to rely on skill and preparation, not hope. The creed says nothing is true, Kenjiro replied, which means doubt is constant. But everything is permitted, which means hope is allowed even when evidence argues against it. I choose to hope because the alternative is despair, and despair serves no one. Yuki smiled. A real smile this time, warm and genuine. When did you become a philosopher? When I realized that fighting without understanding why was just violence dressed in noble language. The techniques matter, but the purpose matters more. Takeda forgot that. We will not. She raised her hand in the Brotherhood salute, fist over heart, the ancient gesture of respect and solidarity. Then she was gone, moving through the awakening compound with a silent grace that made her legendary, disappearing into the morning crowds that filled Nagasaki's streets, becoming just another traveler among thousands. Kenjiro watched until she was completely out of sight, then turned back to his blade forms, losing himself in the familiar patterns while his mind worked through everything that needed to happen in the coming days. Masato took the news with the calm acceptance of someone who had long ago made peace with mortality. He sat in his office, listening to Kenjiro's report, absorbing the threat that Takeda posed, considering options and implications. When Kenjiro finished, the old master was silent for several minutes, his eyes distant with thought. "So it comes to this," Misato said finally. "The student must kill the teacher to protect what the teacher once helped build. There is poetry in that. Tragic poetry. But poetry, nonetheless." "You do not seem concerned," Kenjiro observed. "I am extremely concerned," Misato corrected. "But I am also old, and have survived more assassination attempts than I can count. Death comes for all of us, eventually. The question is not whether, but when, and in service of what. If I die, stopping Tadur's final attempt to corrupt the Brotherhood, then I die well. That is acceptable." "It is not acceptable to me," Kenjiro said. "I intend to keep you alive, and everyone else on that list, which means we need to change our patterns immediately. No regular schedules, no predictable locations, rotating guards, constant vigilance. Make it as difficult as possible for Takeda's students to find clean opportunities." Masato nodded. "Do it. Coordinate with Reiko and the others. Implement whatever security protocols you think necessary. I will comply with restrictions on my movement, even though I dislike being caged. The work is more important than my comfort." "What about offensive operations?" Kenjiro asked. "Do we try to identify Takeda students before they arrive, intercept them at ports, disrupt their operations before they begin?" "Too reactive," Masato said. "We do not know who they are, or when exactly they will arrive. We could waste resources chasing shadows, while the real threats slip through. Better to be prepared for attacks and respond with overwhelming force when they occur. Make the cost of failure so high that any survivors flee rather than attempt second strikes." It was sound strategy, but it required accepting that attacks would happen, that some might succeed, that people would likely die before the threat was fully neutralized. Kenjiro hated it, but recognized no better alternative. This was the nature of defensive operations. You could not prevent every threat, only minimize damage and respond effectively when prevention failed. The next 10 days were exhausting. Kenjiro coordinated security rotations, briefed operatives on the threat, established safe houses and evacuation routes, created contingency plans for every scenario he could imagine. The Brotherhood's daily operations ground nearly to halt as resources shifted toward protection and preparation. It was necessary but also frustrating. They were letting Takeda dictate their actions, consuming time and energy that should have been spent on proactive missions. The first attack came on the 11th day. Masato was traveling between safe houses, accompanied by 4 guards, when arrows struck from a rooftop. 2 guards went down immediately, one dead before he hit the ground, the other clutching a shaft in his shoulder. The remaining guards formed protective circle around Masato, while Kenjiro, who had been following at distance precisely for this scenario, scaled the building where the archer had positioned. The rooftop was empty when he reached it. The archer had already fled, leaving only the bow and a quiver with 3 arrows remaining. Professional work. Strike fast, create chaos, disappear before response could organize. Kenjiro examined the bow carefully. Well made. Expensive. The kind of weapon a skilled samurai would carry. One of Takeda's students, almost certainly. The first piece moving into position on the board. He returned to ground level and helped evacuate Masato to the nearest safe house. The wounded guard was treated by a Brotherhood physician, who extracted the arrow and determined that no major vessels had been hit. He would survive, but needed weeks of recovery. The dead guard was honored, according to Brotherhood tradition. His name added to the memorial shrine, his family compensated from organization funds. They came for me specifically. Masato said once they were secure. Could have killed more guards if that was the goal. But the arrows targeted me, only failed because I moved at the right moment. Luck or instinct. I am not certain which. Kenjiro studied the arrow that had been extracted from the wounded guard. The tip was unusual, barbed in a way that would cause maximum damage on removal, meant to ensure that even non-fatal strikes resulted in serious injury. Whoever forged these knew exactly what they were doing. This is just the beginning, Kenjiro said. They will come again. Different methods, different locations, testing our defenses, probing for weaknesses, until they find an approach that works. Then, we must ensure no approach works, Masato replied. Double the guard rotations. Vary rotes even more aggressively, and start hunting them. They have to be staying somewhere in the city. Preparing, observing, find where, turn the hunt around on them. Reiko took charge of the counter-operation, organizing teams to canvass the city, watching for suspicious individuals, tracking foreigners and wandering ronin who might be Takeda's students. It was difficult work that produced mostly false leads and dead ends. But on the 14th day, they caught a break. A boarding house owner reported a group of 6 men who kept unusual hours, spoke little, paid in gold, and seemed to be watching the streets with professional attention to detail. Kenjiro led the team that raided the boarding house at dawn. They hit fast and coordinated, blocking exits, scaling walls, overwhelming the occupants before they could mount effective defense. 3 of Takeda's students were captured alive, 2 escaped through a window and disappeared into the city. 1 died fighting, taking a fatal blade wound rather than surrender. The interrogations that followed were brutal exercises in patience. Takeda's students had been well trained in resistance techniques. They gave nothing easily, but time and careful questioning eventually produced intelligence. There were originally 12 students sent from Manila, split into 4 teams of 3, each assigned different targets and given autonomy to determine methods and timing. The team they had captured was supposed to eliminate Kenjiro. The team that attacked Masato had been operating independently. That meant at least 2 other teams were still active, pursuing their own targets, waiting for opportunities. You know where the other teams are based? Kenjiro asked the most cooperative of the 3 prisoners, a young man barely 20 who claimed he had joined Takeda's school seeking purpose after his clan was dissolved. The young man shook his head. We were compartmentalized, Master Takeda's orders. Each team knows only their own mission and location, prevents one capture from compromising the entire operation. What else did Takeda teach you? Kenjiro pressed. What was his vision for? After you completed these assassinations, return to Manila, the young man said. Report success. Begin training the next wave. Master Takeda believes it will take years, but eventually he can rebuild the Brotherhood properly. Remove the weak idealists. Replace them with people who understand that freedom without guidance is just chaos with a philosophical veneer. He says, you are all fools who cannot see that humanity needs strong authority, that your dedication to individual choice will doom Japan to foreign domination and internal strife. And you believe this? Kenjiro asked. I believed it when I joined him, the young man replied. His arguments were persuasive. His conviction was absolute. But now, after being captured, after seeing how you conduct yourselves, I am less certain. You did not torture us for information. You treat us according to principles, even though we came here to kill you. That suggests either admirable dedication to ideals or remarkable stupidity. I have not yet determined which. Kenjiro almost smiled despite the circumstances. The creed says everything is permitted, he said. But that does not mean everything is advisable or moral or conducive to the kind of world we want to live in. We could torture you, could execute you without trial, could abandon principles in service of expedience. But if we did that, we would become the very thing we oppose, would prove Takeda right that ideals cannot survive contact with reality. So we hold to our standards, even when they make things harder, even when they cost us advantages, because the alternative is becoming something we do not want to be. The young man considered this. And if I provided information about how to find Master Takeda, where he lives in Manila, how he protects himself, would you grant me mercy? We would grant you fair treatment and possible exile instead of execution, Kenjiro said. But do not provide intelligence just to save yourself. Provide it because you have genuinely reconsidered your position, because you understand that what Takeda is building is tyranny, regardless of how he justifies it. If you give us information while still believing in his cause, you are just a traitor to your own principles. That serves no one. The young man was silent for a long time. Then he began to speak. What he revealed over the next hour was detailed and valuable. Takeda's location in Manila, the layout of his school, his daily routines, his bodyguards and their capabilities, his sources of funding, his connections to both Templar agents and local power brokers. It was exactly the intelligence Yuki would need to plan her approach and execute the final confrontation. Kenjiro had the information encoded and sent by fast ship to Manila, hoping it would reach Yuki before she made her move, knowing that timing was critical and that every day of delay increased risk. Then he returned his attention to Nagasaki and the remaining threats that Takeda's students posed. 2 more teams, 6 more assassins, hunting Brotherhood leadership with the skills and dedication that Takeda had instilled in them. The second attack came 3 days later. This time the target was Hayato, the young operative who had first sided with Kenjiro against Takeda. The assassins caught him alone in a market, surrounded him with practiced efficiency, and would have killed him if Raiko had not been tracking him as part of the expanded security protocols. She intervened with backup, driving off the attackers, but Hayato took a serious blade wound to his side that would require extended recovery. Kenjiro visited him in the infirmary that evening. The young man was pale and in obvious pain despite the medicines the physician had administered, but his eyes were clear and focused when Kenjiro entered. "I am sorry," Hayato said. "I should have been more careful, should have noticed I was being followed." "You survived," Kenjiro replied. "South, that is what matters. And you provided excellent intelligence during the investigation. Your contribution to exposing Takeda's corruption cannot be overstated." "Still," Hayato persisted, "I feel like I have done nothing but make mistakes. Followed wrong master, killed innocent man in Osaka, nearly got killed myself through carelessness. Some assassin I am proving to be." Kenjiro pulled up a stool and sat beside the bed. "Listen carefully, because this is important. Every assassin makes mistakes. Every single one. Some make small errors that barely register. Others make catastrophic ones that haunt them forever. What defines us is not whether we make mistakes, but how we respond when we do. You discovered you had been deceived. You confronted that truth, even though it was painful. You chose to stand against corruption, even when it would have been easier to accept the lies. That takes courage. That takes integrity. That is what makes you a true servant of the creed. But the man I killed, Kyoto said quietly, he is still dead. My good intentions do not resurrect him. No, Kenjiro agreed. Nothing resurrects the dead. You will carry that weight for the rest of your life. So will I. So does everyone who has operated in the shadows, making life and death decisions based on imperfect information. The burden is not punishment. It is responsibility. Reminder to be more careful, to question more thoroughly, to verify before acting. Your mistake has value if you learn from it, becomes worthless tragedy if you let it destroy you. Sayato nodded slowly. I will remember. Will honor his death by being better, by making certain I never again kill based on faith alone. Good, Kenjiro said. Now rest. Heal. We need you back on your feet. There are still threats to face, and we need every capable operative we have. He left the infirmary, feeling both grim satisfaction and deep weariness. Every day seemed to bring new challenges, new casualties, new evidence that Takeda's influence would take years to fully eliminate. The work was grinding, exhausting, the kind of struggle that wore people down through accumulation of small defeats rather than single catastrophic failure. Kenjiro could feel it in himself. The constant vigilance, the unending responsibility, the weight of knowing that any mistake, any moment of inattention, could result in someone's death. But he could also feel something else. A growing confidence that they would prevail, that the Brotherhood was adapting, learning, becoming stronger through adversity. The recruits trained harder now, understanding that the skills they learned were not theoretical, but survival requirements. The operatives questioned intelligence more thoroughly, verifying through multiple sources before acting. The leadership embraced transparency, sharing information and decision-making processes in ways that prevented any single person from accumulating unchecked authority. It was messy, inefficient in some ways, slower than the old system where Master Takeda had simply issued orders and expected obedience. But it was also healthier, more resilient, less vulnerable to corruption because power was distributed rather than concentrated. The final attack came on the 20th day after Yuki's departure. By then Kenjiro and his team had identified and eliminated one of the remaining teams, capturing 2 alive and killing one who fought rather than surrender. That left 3 assassins from the final team. They had been quiet, observing, learning from the failures of the others. When they finally struck, they chose their moment perfectly. It was evening market time, the streets crowded with people, shopping and socializing. Masato was traveling from one safe house to another, surrounded by 8 guards now, the security protocols having been tightened after each previous attack. The assassins did not try for a direct strike. Instead, they created chaos. Fire broke out in 3 separate buildings simultaneously, panic spreading as people rushed to escape and to fight the flames. In the confusion, in the moments when attention was divided, they struck. 2 went for the guards, engaging them in close combat that was skilled and vicious. The 3rd went for Masato directly, blade aimed at the throat in a killing stroke that would have succeeded if Kenjiro had not been exactly where he needed to be at exactly the right moment. He intercepted the blade with his own, the impact sending shock through his arms. The assassin was good, adjusting instantly to the block strike, flowing into a series of attacks that kept Kenjiro fully defensive. Around them, the street had become a battlefield, guards fighting the other 2 assassins, civilians screaming and fleeing, flames casting wild shadows that made everything harder to track. Masato did not flee or cower. He drew his own blade and joined the fight, moving with the economy of motion that came from decades of experience. Between them, he and Kenjiro gradually gained advantage, forcing the assassin back, cutting off escape routes, working with the coordination of long practice. The assassin realized they were losing and tried to disengage, to melt back into the chaos and escape. But there was no escape. Rico and her team had arrived, cutting off retreat, creating a perimeter that trapped the three assassins in a tightening circle. The fight ended, with all three assassins dead. They chose death over capture, refusing to surrender, fighting until their skills failed and their bodies gave out. It was wasteful and tragic, and absolutely in keeping with how Takeda would have trained them. Die before dishonor. Die before betrayal of the mission. Die rather than provide intelligence to the enemy. Kenjiro stood in the smoky aftermath, feeling no triumph, only exhaustion. 12 assassins sent from Manila, 7 dead, 5 captured, 0 successful assassinations. By any objective measure, it was a decisive victory. Takeda's plan had failed completely. His students were gone. His intelligence about Brotherhood vulnerabilities was outdated. His attempt to destabilize the new leadership had resulted only in strengthening their resolve and improving their security. But the cost had been real, too. 2 Brotherhood operatives dead, 5 wounded, property damage from the fires, civilians injured in the chaos, resources consumed that could have been spent on other missions, and the constant gnawing awareness that somewhere in Manila Takeda was still alive, still plotting, still believing that his vision would ultimately prevail. Masato stood beside him, surveying the scene. "He is losing," the old master said quietly. "Takeda, he is losing, and he knows it." These attacks were desperation, last attempts to salvage a situation that has already failed, which makes him more dangerous in some ways because desperate men take risks that rational actors avoid. But it also means we are winning, slowly, painfully, but winning nonetheless. "Only if Yuki succeeds," Kenjiro replied. "If she fails, if he kills her, then he remains free to try again, to rebuild, to spend another 5 or 10 years creating the next generation of corrupted assassins who believe they serve a righteous cause." "She will succeed," Masato said with conviction that seemed to come from nowhere. "Because she must. Because the alternative is unacceptable. And because she is perhaps the most dedicated servant of the creed I have ever met. She will find a way." Kenjiro wanted to share that certainty, but could not. He had seen too much, lost too many people to battles that should have been won, but were lost through random chance or unfortunate timing. Faith was difficult, when evidence consistently demonstrated that the universe cared nothing for human desires or notions of justice. But he kept these doubts to himself. Masato needed to believe. They all needed to believe. Because without faith that their efforts mattered, that their sacrifices meant something, the work became unbearable. The fires were eventually contained. The wounded were treated. The dead were honored. And the Brotherhood in Nagasaki continued its work, adapting and evolving, becoming something new built on the ruins of what Takeda had corrupted. It was not the ending Kenjiro had imagined when this crisis began, but perhaps it was the ending they deserved. Not clean victory, but messy survival. Not triumph, but endurance. Not certainty, but commitment to keep trying, despite doubt. And somewhere across the sea, in a city he had never visited, facing an opponent who had shaped both their lives in profound ways, Yuki was walking toward her own reckoning. Kenjiro could only wait and hope and continue the work. That was all anyone could do. The rest was beyond his control, beyond anyone's control, subject to chance and skill and 1,000 factors that could not be anticipated or planned around. The night deepened over Nagasaki. Kenjiro returned to the Brotherhood headquarters and wrote his reports. documenting everything that had happened, creating records that future generations could study and learn from. He thought about legacy, about what would remain when he was gone, about whether the sacrifices made today would matter tomorrow or would simply be forgotten, replaced by new struggles that made the old ones seem quaint and irrelevant. He hoped they would matter. Hoped that truth and integrity and dedication to principle would compound over time, building something durable that could outlast individual lives. But hope was not certainty. And perhaps that was the final lesson, that faith required risk, that commitment meant acting without guarantee of success, that the creed demanded living with permanent uncertainty while still choosing to fight for what seemed right. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The most dangerous words ever written. The most liberating philosophy ever conceived. A challenge to discover meaning through action rather than accepting it through doctrine. Kenjiro held those words close as the night embraced him and sleep finally came. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight the work was done. Tonight they had survived. That would have to be victory enough. Manila sprawled along the bay like a jewel scattered across dark velvet, its lights reflecting off water that carried ships from every corner of the known world. Spanish colonial architecture dominated the skyline, white stone churches rising above wooden merchant houses, fortifications along the waterfront, speaking to centuries of contested control. This was a city where cultures collided and merged, where Chinese traders negotiated with Portuguese captains, while Spanish priests walked streets filled with Tagalog voices and the scent of unfamiliar spices. Yuki had been in the city for 3 days, relearning its rhythms, mapping its hidden spaces, preparing for what had to be done. The intelligence Kenjiro had sent proved invaluable. Takeda had established his school in a converted warehouse on the edge of the merchant district, close enough to the port for easy access, but far enough from Spanish authority to avoid unwanted scrutiny. The building was defensible, its approaches limited, its interior layout designed for combat training with open spaces and elevated platforms. Getting in would be difficult. Getting out after killing Takeda would be nearly impossible. She stood now on a rooftop across from the warehouse, watching the last students depart for the evening. Most were Japanese, but a few appeared to be local recruits. Young men drawn by promises of martial excellence and philosophical purpose. They left in pairs and small groups, dispersing into the city's evening crowds, becoming invisible among thousands. Security protocol. Make observation difficult. Prevent enemies from identifying the entire operation through a single point of surveillance. Inside the warehouse, lights still burned. Takeda would be alone now, except for his personal guards. 3 men according to the intelligence. All former samurai, all deadly in their own right. Getting past them to reach Takeda was the primary challenge. Killing him once she reached him was secondary. He was good, perhaps better than her, in pure technical skill, but she had advantages he did not anticipate. Years of fighting alone had taught her adaptation and improvisation. Years of living on the edge had stripped away everything except essentials. She was leaner now, faster, more willing to take risks because she had less to lose. The moon rose over the bay, 3/4 full, providing enough light to navigate by, but not so much that shadows disappeared completely. Yuki waited until the evening foot traffic thinned, until the streets below carried only occasional stragglers, and those whose business flourished after dark. Then she moved. The approach was vertical. Climbing to the warehouse meant crossing 3 buildings, moving across rooftops with a silent grace that had become instinct. She carried minimal equipment, 2 blades, one the ancient hidden blade that had belonged to her first true master, the other a tanto knife balanced for throwing. A length of silk rope, 3 small clay spheres filled with blinding powder, nothing else. Weight was liability. Speed was survival. She reached the warehouse roof and paused, listening. No sounds of alarm. No indication that her approach had been noticed. The building had skylights for ventilation, frosted glass that diffused interior light into pale rectangles against the darkness. She moved to the nearest and peered down carefully. The main training floor spread below, empty now except for weapon racks and practice dummies. At the far end, a raised platform served as office and living quarters. Light spilled from there, and she could see movement through paper screens. Takeda. She knew his silhouette, the way she knew her own face, the particular way he held himself, the economical movements that wasted no energy. 13 years since she had first seen him, 6 years since she last stood in his presence, and yet the recognition was instant and complete. The skylight was locked, but the mechanism was simple. She worked it open slowly, testing for alarms or tripwires. Finding none. Either Takeda was confident in his guards, or he had grown complacent in his exile. Both possibilities seemed unlikely for someone of his experience, which meant this was deliberate. He knew someone would come eventually, had prepared for it, was perhaps even waiting for it. The skylight was not a vulnerability, but an invitation. She descended anyway. Because waiting changed nothing. Because every moment of delay was another moment for circumstances to shift against her. Because at some point analysis had to give way to action. The rope tied to a roof beam, the descent silent and controlled, her feet touching the training floor without sound. She crouched immediately, scanning for threats, finding the warehouse darker than the skylight suggested. Her eyes adjusted slowly, pulling detail from shadow, identifying the spaces where guards might hide. One was on the far left, positioned behind a wooden pillar that provided cover while allowing observation of the main entrance. She could see the faint glow of his breathing, the subtle shift of weight that marked a living person trying to remain still. Another would be opposite, maintaining crossfire coverage. The third would be closer to Takeda himself, final line of defense. Yuki moved like smoke through the darkness, using the practice dummies as cover, staying low, controlling her breathing until it matched the rhythm of the warehouse itself. The first guard never knew she was there. Her blade found the gap between his ribs, piercing heart and lung, the death so swift and quiet that he simply stopped existing, slumping against the pillar without sound. She caught him as he fell, lowering him gently, leaving no trace except the growing pool of blood that would not be visible until someone brought light. The second guard was more alert. Something warned him, some instinct developed through years of combat. He turned as she approached, his hand already moving toward his sword. She threw the tanto, the blade tumbling twice before catching him in the throat, severing the windpipe, so his cry of warning emerged as wet gurgle instead of shout. He fell backward, crashing into a weapon rack, the noise explosive in the silent warehouse. Light bloomed on the platform above. Takeda emerged from his quarters, a lamp in one hand and naked sword in the other. Behind him came the third guard, older than the others, gray-haired and scarred, moving with a particular confidence of someone who had survived countless battles through skill and caution. "So you came," Takeda said. His voice was exactly as she remembered, calm, measured, carrying an undertone of satisfaction. "I knew you would eventually, knew that your pride and your anger would override your tactical judgment. You always had difficulty separating emotion from operation. It was your greatest weakness as my student." Yuki stepped into the light. letting him see her clearly, letting him understand that she came not as assassin hiding in shadow, but as equal meeting equal. "I learned much from you," she said, "including that greatest weakness. I also learned that weakness properly understood becomes strength. That emotion provides motivation that cold calculation lacks. That anger can sharpen rather than cloud judgment if you acknowledge it rather than deny it." Takeda descended the stairs from the platform, his guard following 2 steps behind. He moved without hurry, utterly confident, the lamp casting his shadow long and dark across the training floor. "You think you have grown beyond my teaching. Think you have discovered truths I never imparted. But everything you know, every technique you possess, every insight you believe you discovered independently, all of it came from me. You are my creation. And you cannot destroy your creator any more than a sword can strike the hand that forged it." Yuki smiled without humor. "I am no one's creation. I am the sum of my choices. Some of those choices included learning from you when you still serve the creed. Others included recognizing your betrayal and choosing to oppose it. You do not define me. You are simply an obstacle that must be removed, so the Brotherhood can heal from the corruption you introduced." "The Brotherhood is already corrupted," Takeda replied. "Not by me, but by its own naive idealism. The creed sounds beautiful when spoken by poets and philosophers. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Lovely words. But in practice they produce only chaos and suffering. I did not betray the Brotherhood. I tried to save it from itself. Tried to introduce the realism and structure necessary to make it actually functional, rather than just theoretically pure. And the people you killed," Yuki said. "The witnesses you eliminated. The dissenters you silenced. Were they necessary sacrifices for your vision of functional organization? Every society is built on such sacrifices," Takeda said. "The only question is whether we acknowledge the necessity or pretend that noble outcomes can be achieved through purely noble means. I chose honesty over delusion, chose to accept the darkness required to create light. You and Kenjiro and the others, you want to believe that freedom can exist without cost, that human nature is fundamentally good if just left unguided. But history proves otherwise. People need structure, need authority, need to be protected from their own worst impulses. That is not tyranny. That is wisdom. It is tyranny, dressed in philosophical language," Yuki countered. "And I am done debating with you. We have had this conversation in one form or another for 6 years. Neither of us will convince the other, so let us settle it the only way that remains." She drew the ancient hidden blade, letting him see it, watching his expression shift as he recognized what she carried. "That blade," he breathed. "Where did you get that?" "From the master you claimed as mentor before you forgot what his teaching actually meant," Yuki replied. "The master who gave his life defending the creed you sold for promises of ordered society. He wanted you to have it, wanted to believe you could be redeemed. But I carry it now, and I will use it to correct the mistake he made when he trained you in the first place." Takeda's face hardened. His guard moved forward, interposing himself between master and student, his sword raised in defensive stance. Yuki noted his positioning, his weight distribution, the slight favor he gave his left leg suggesting an old injury. Valuable information, exploitable weakness. The guard attacked first. A testing strike meant to gauge her speed and skill. She parried easily, redirecting rather than blocking, using his momentum against him. They exchanged a flurry of strikes, blades singing in the lamplight, both fighters assessing the other through combat. Better than Takeda's other guards had been, but he was also predictable, trained in classical forms that emphasized efficiency over innovation. Yuki broke pattern abruptly. Dropping low and sweeping his legs, he jumped to avoid the trip. But she had anticipated that, her blade already rising to meet him in mid-air. It caught him across the abdomen, not deep enough to be immediately fatal, but serious enough to bleed and weaken. He landed badly, his left leg buckling, confirming her earlier observation about the old injury. She did not press the advantage. Did not need to. The wound would do her work over the next few minutes. Instead, she backed away, creating distance, forcing him to advance if he wanted to re-engage. He tried, his training overriding his body's warnings. But each step was slower, each movement more labored. Blood soaked his clothing, dripping on the wooden floor, marking his path like breadcrumbs. "Enough," Takeda said quietly. He stepped past his failing guard, his own sword now raised in proper stance. "You have proven your point. You are skilled enough to defeat my protectors. Now face me directly. Student against master. Resolve this the way it should be resolved. Through clean combat. Through demonstration of which philosophy produces the superior warrior." Yuki circled him slowly, maintaining distance, watching for tells. He looked older than when she last saw him. The years in exile had marked him with lines around his eyes and gray threading his hair. But his form was still perfect, his balance absolute, his presence commanding in the way that only true masters achieved. She would get no easy victory here, would have to fight with everything she had learned and hope it was enough. They engaged simultaneously, both attacking in the same instant, blades meeting with force that sent shock through arms and shoulders. The exchange that followed was technical mastery, displayed at highest level, each strike perfectly executed, each defense optimal for the angle and force involved. They moved through the patterns they had practiced together years ago, teacher and student performing the dance of death with precision that bordered on beauty. But patterns were predictable, and Yuki had spent years learning to break patterns. She introduced variations suddenly, shifting from classical forms to street fighting techniques she had acquired in Shanghai's underworld. A feint high, then strike low. An improvised weapon grabbed from a practiced dummy and thrown to force a reaction. An attack that violated proper form, but created opening through sheer unexpectedness. Takeda adapted, but the adaptation cost him milliseconds of reaction time. His sword deflected her blade, but not fully. The edge scored a line across his forearm, shallow but painful. First blood to her. Acknowledgement that the student had learned things the master never taught. Clever, Takeda said, using techniques outside the traditional curriculum. But cleverness is not the same as wisdom. You may innovate in combat, but you innovate from foundation I provided. Everything you do is built on everything I taught you. You cannot escape that fundamental debt. I do not try to escape it, Yuki replied. I acknowledge what I learned from you while rejecting what you became. That is not ingratitude. That is growth. Something you failed to achieve because you confused conviction with correctness, because you believed that certainty was virtue instead of liability. She pressed the attack, driving him back toward the platform stairs, limiting his mobility, forcing him to fight with restricted space. He recognized the tactic and tried to circle away, but she cut off the angle, maintaining pressure, accepting small risks to preserve larger advantage. Her blade found flesh again, a cut across his thigh that would hamper his footwork. Not enough to disable, but enough to accumulate. Death by 1,000 cuts, if she could maintain the tempo. The Takeda was not beaten yet. He reversed suddenly, abandoning defense entirely, launching an all-out assault that forced Yuki back on her heels. His blade came at her in patterns she barely recognized, modifications he must have developed during exile, adaptations born from his own experience, fighting alone. She blocked desperately, her arms screaming protest as the force of his strikes numbed her hands. This was what facing a true master meant. This was the gap between good and great. He was older, wounded, disadvantaged by circumstance, and still he was pushing her to her absolute limits. One of his strikes got through her defense, opening a gash along her shoulder that sent hot pain radiating down her arm. She rolled away, creating space, resetting, recalibrating. Blood soaked her sleeve, warm and sticky, dripping onto the floor to mingle with the guard's blood and Takeda's blood. The warehouse floor was becoming slick with it. Treacherous footing, another variable to track. "You fight well," Takeda said. His breathing was elevated but controlled. "Better than I expected. Better, perhaps, than I ever taught you. But you fight for the wrong reasons, for anger and vengeance, and the satisfaction of proving me wrong. Those motivations are hollow. They will sustain you through battles, but not through wars. Not through the years and decades of struggle that real change requires." "I fight for the creed," Yuki said. "The real creed, not the corrupted version you created to justify your betrayal. I fight so that future assassins do not mistake order for righteousness, so that they remember that nothing is true means even beloved teachers can be wrong, so that they understand everything is permitted does not mean everything is justified." They came together again, slower now, both conserving energy, both accumulating injuries that would matter soon. The exchanges were shorter, more cautious, each fighter respecting what the other could do. This was no longer demonstration of superior technique. This was survival. Two people who had known each other for years, who had trained together and trusted each other, and then become enemies, now trying to kill each other with the skills they had helped each other develop. Yuki saw the opening a heartbeat before it fully materialized. Takeda favored his wounded leg, shifting weight in predictable pattern. She struck at the pattern's vulnerable moment, her blade aimed at his knee, committing fully to the attack, because partial commitment would be detected and countered. Her blade found flesh and bone, cutting deep, destroying his mobility in a single decisive strike. Takeda fell, his leg collapsing under him, his sword spinning away across the blood-slick floor. He landed hard on his back, hands empty, breathing ragged. Yuki stood over him, her blade positioned at his throat, the ancient weapon catching lamplight, the Arabic script visible between them. "It is over," she said quietly. Takeda looked up at her with expression that mixed pain and pride, and something that might have been respect. "Perhaps, or perhaps, you have simply created the conditions for the next iteration of this struggle. Kill me, and I become martyr. My students will remember me as the master who saw truth and was murdered by dogmatists who could not accept reality. They will carry my teachings forward, will corrupt others the way you claim I corrupted the Brotherhood. The cycle continues regardless of who wins tonight. Then, I will deal with them, as I dealt with you," Yuki replied, "and their students if necessary, and the students of their students, for as long as breath remains and purpose endures, because some fights are worth continuing, even when they cannot be permanently won. Some principles are worth defending, even when defending them requires eternal vigilance." She raised the blade. "Wait," Takeda said. His voice carried urgency now, control slipping. "Before you do this, before you end what I tried to build, tell me, was I wrong? Not about tactics or methods, but about the fundamental premise. Were the Templars wrong to believe that humanity needs guidance? That freedom without structure produces only suffering? That order imposed by the wise is preferable to chaos, chosen by the ignorant? Was I wrong about that?" Yuki held the blade steady, considering her answer, because this was important. This was the question that had driven everything. The philosophical divide that had split the Brotherhood and created the Templar Order and fueled centuries of shadow war. And Takeda, in his final moments, genuinely wanted to know, wanted validation or refutation, wanted certainty about the choice that had defined his life. "You were wrong," she said finally. "Not because the question is invalid, but because the answer you chose violates human dignity. Yes, people often make poor choices. Yes, freedom produces suffering along with joy. Yes, some amount of structure and guidance is necessary for society to function. But the Templar vision goes beyond necessary structure into unjust control. It claims that some people have the right to dictate how others live, that wisdom justifies authority, that the ends of ordered society justify any means of achieving it. That is wrong. Not because it does not work, but because it treats human beings as problems to be solved rather than as agents with inherent right to shape their own destinies. The creed recognizes that nothing is true, meaning no one has absolute claim to correct answers, and everything is permitted, meaning all choices deserve protection, even when we believe them mistaken. You forgot that. Forgot that our role is to resist tyranny, not to decide which tyranny is most acceptable. Takeda closed his eyes. So I die, a villain, in your story. A betrayer, a man who lost his way. You die as a human being who made choices and must now face their consequences, Yuki corrected. History will judge whether you were villain or visionary. I am not history. I am simply an assassin doing what the creed demands. Nothing more. The blade descended. Takeda did not flinch or cry out. He met his end with the same composure he had maintained throughout his life. The same absolute conviction that had made him both great teacher and dangerous traitor. When it was finished, when the light faded from his eyes and his breathing stopped, and the stillness of death replaced the tension of combat, Yuki stepped back and let the blade fall to her side. She stood in the silence that followed, her wounds throbbing, her muscles trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline crash, her mind struggling to process what she had just done. She had killed her master, had ended the life of the man who had taught her everything foundational, had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. The weight of it settled on her shoulders like physical burden. Behind her, the wounded guard had died quietly, bleeding out while she and Takeda fought. She was alone in the warehouse now, except for corpses and the slowly guttering lamp. Outside, Manila continued its evening business, unaware that something significant had ended, a chapter closed, a threat eliminated, a war won in the smallest possible way, through one death in one city, on one night among thousands of nights, in a conflict that would continue long after everyone involved was forgotten. Yuki cleaned her blades mechanically, the ritual giving her hands something to do while her mind worked through implications. Takeda was dead, but his philosophy lived. His students would return to Japan if they survived Kenjiro's defensive operations. His ideas would resurface in new forms, among new believers. The Templar Order would continue recruiting those who found their message compelling. This victory was real but limited, meaningful but not decisive. The kind of outcome that characterized most battles in the Shadow War. You won the immediate fight and prepared for the next one. She left through the skylight, climbing back to the rooftop, pulling the rope up behind her, leaving no trace of her entry except the bodies below. Someone would find them, eventually, would investigate the deaths of the foreign instructor and his guards, would ask questions that would lead nowhere, because she had left nothing to find. The warehouse would be cleaned out, the school dissolved, the students scattered to wind and circumstance. The intelligence Takeda had accumulated, the documents he kept in his quarters detailing Brotherhood operations, and Templar connections. All of it would need to be secured and analyzed. But that was work for later. For now, she needed to survive the night, reach the harbor, find passage away from Manila before questions became too uncomfortable. The work was not complete, but this part of it was finished. She moved across rooftops toward the waterfront, her body performing the movements automatically while her mind drifted. She thought about Kenjiro, defending Nagasaki against the students Takeda had sent. Thought about the Brotherhood rebuilding under Masato's guidance. Thought about all the young assassins learning the creed and trying to understand what it meant and how to live it. They would make mistakes, would face temptations, would sometimes choose poorly and have to live with consequences. But that was human. That was the price of freedom. That was what made life meaningful instead of just predetermined. The moon tracked its path across the sky, marking time in silver increments. Yuki reached the harbor and found a ship bound for Shanghai, paying passage with coins she had taken from Takeda's quarters. The captain asked no questions. He did not care where she was going or where she had been. Just wanted his fee and a passenger who caused no trouble. She could provide both. As the ship cast off and Manila receded into darkness behind her, Yuki allowed herself a moment of something approaching peace. The burden was lifted. Not gone. Never truly gone, but at least distributed more evenly now. Takeda was dead. His immediate threat was ended. The Brotherhood would survive to face future challenges. That would have to be victory enough. She found a quiet corner of the deck and sat watching the moonlight on the water, thinking about the question Takeda had asked in his final moments. Was he wrong? The answer was yes, but also more complicated than simple affirmation suggested. He was wrong about the solution, but right that the problem existed. Humanity did struggle with freedom, did sometimes make choices that caused terrible suffering, did benefit from structures and guidance. The Templar error was not recognizing those realities but concluding that elite control was the answer, that some people had the right to dictate to others how life should be lived. The creed offered different vision, acknowledged that nothing is true, that all answers are provisional, that certainty is liability, insisted that everything is permitted, that choice matters more than outcome, that human dignity requires freedom, even when freedom produces chaos. It was harder path, messier, less satisfying for those who wanted clear answers and definitive solutions, but it was the only path that respected what it meant to be human. The only philosophy that refused to trade dignity for comfort or freedom for stability. Yuki felt the ancient blade against her wrist, the weight familiar now, the script worn smooth by countless hands across centuries. All those assassins who had carried this blade before her, all those who had faced similar choices, similar struggles, similar doubts. They were all dead now, their names mostly forgotten. Their individual battles reduced to footnotes in history if they were remembered at all. But the creed survived. The principle endured. The work continued because each generation found people willing to carry the burden forward. She would find her own path now. Not return to the Brotherhood, but not abandon its principles either. There were other cities where the Shadow War played out. Other places where the Templar Order worked to impose their vision. She could help, could serve the creed through action, rather than affiliation, could honor what she had learned by applying it wherever it was needed, rather than binding herself to organizational structure. The ship sailed west, through darkness toward dawn. Yuki dozed fitfully, her mind refusing full rest, replaying the fight with Takeda, examining her choices, questioning her certainty. That too was appropriate. The creed demanded such self-examination, required that nothing be taken as given, even one's own righteousness, especially one's own righteousness. The moment you stopped questioning yourself was the moment you started becoming what Takeda had become. Morning found the ship far from shore, surrounded by open water, the vastness of the ocean stretching in every direction. Yuki stood at the rail and watched the sun climb from the horizon, painting the world in gold and amber, transforming darkness into day, the way it had done for millions of years before humans existed, and would do for millions after they were gone. It was humbling, grounding, a reminder that individual struggles, however important they seemed in the moment, were temporary ripples on an eternal sea. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. She said the words aloud, tasting them, feeling their weight and their liberation. They were not license. They were responsibility. They were recognition that meaning had to be created through choice rather than discovered through doctrine. That freedom required accepting uncertainty. That living with purpose meant acting without guarantee of success. Master Takeda was dead. His corruption was ended. But the work was never finished. Somewhere, another person was making the calculations that led to tyranny, dressed as wisdom. Somewhere, another assassin was preparing to resist. The cycle continued because the struggle was eternal, not because evil was overwhelming, but because humans were complex, and the questions did not have simple answers. That was all right. Some work was worth doing, precisely because it would never end. Some battles were worth fighting precisely because victory was always provisional. The creed endured not because it promised triumph, but because it insisted on continuing despite uncertainty. That was enough. That had to be enough, because nothing else was possible, and nothing else would honor the sacrifice of those who came before. The ship sailed on. Yuki stood at the rail, wind in her face, sun warming her wounds, the ancient blade secure against her wrist. She was one person carrying forward work that thousands had done before and thousands would do after. Not special, not chosen, just willing. That was all the creed required. Willingness to serve without certainty, dedication to principle without promise of reward, commitment to continue when stopping would be easier. She would find her next battle, face her next challenge, make her next choice. And through those accumulated actions, through the life lived in service of something larger than self, she would justify the burden she carried and the blade she bore. Not perfectly, never perfectly, but with honest intention and recognition that nothing less was required and nothing more was possible. The ocean stretched endless. The wind carried salt and distance. And somewhere between where she had been and where she was going, between past and future, Yuki existed in the eternal present where all choices were made and all meanings were created. An assassin without nation or organization, a servant of the creed in its purest form, a human being trying to live with integrity in a world that made such living endlessly difficult and absolutely necessary. That was enough. It would always be enough, because the alternative was surrender, and surrender was the one choice the creed would never permit. The news reached Nagasaki 6 weeks later, carried by a Portuguese merchant who had witnessed the aftermath in Manila. 3 bodies found in a warehouse, a training facility dismantled by local authorities after questions arose about its purpose. A foreign instructor disappeared, his possessions scattered, his students vanished into the city's labyrinth or departed on ships bound for distant ports. The merchant spoke of it casually, just another piece of gossip from the trading networks that connected the Pacific world, unaware that his words carried profound meaning for those listening carefully. Kenjiro received the report in Masato's office, reading the intelligence summary 3 times to ensure he understood correctly. The details were sparse but sufficient. Takeda was dead. The threat he represented was ended. Yuki had succeeded in her mission. though whether she survived it remained unclear. The merchant's account made no mention of a woman, no reference to anyone leaving the warehouse after the killings, only the discovery of bodies and the subsequent investigation that found nothing useful. He set down the papers and looked at Masato. The old master's expression was carefully neutral, but something in his eyes suggested relief mixed with sorrow. The ending of a long struggle was never purely victorious. Too much had been lost along the way, too many compromises made, too many people damaged or destroyed by the conflict. It is finished then, Masato said quietly. The corruption is excised. The threat is eliminated. The Brotherhood can move forward without the shadow of Takeda's betrayal hanging over every decision. This particular corruption is excised, Kenjiro corrected gently. But corruption itself is never truly eliminated. It is tendency, not aberration. Constant possibility that requires constant vigilance. We cannot afford to think we have solved the problem permanently. Only that we have addressed this manifestation of it, spoken like a master. Masato observed. You are learning faster than I anticipated. Soon you will not need my guidance at all. I will always need guidance, Kenjiro replied. The moment I stop seeking it is the moment I start becoming what Takeda became. Certainty is the enemy. Doubt is the discipline that keeps us honest. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, both processing the information, both understanding that something significant had ended even as the larger work continued. Outside the office, the Brotherhood headquarters buzzed with afternoon activity, recruits training in the courtyard, operatives planning missions in adjacent rooms, the normal rhythms of an organization dedicated to work that had no endpoint. What about Yuki? Kenjiro asked finally. Do we know if she survived? No confirmation either way, Masato said. The merchant's account suggests whoever killed Takeda escaped without being identified. That could be Yuki, could be someone else entirely. We have sent inquiries through our Shanghai contacts, but responses will take weeks. Until then, we can only wait and hope. And if she did not survive, Kenjiro said, if she died completing the mission, how do we honor that sacrifice? By continuing the work she died to protect, Masato replied. By building the Brotherhood into something worthy of her dedication. By ensuring that future generations understand why the creed matters and what it costs to defend it. That is the only memorial that means anything. Not monuments or ceremonies, but lived commitment to principles she fought for. Kenjiro nodded slowly. He thought about Yuki as he had last seen her, standing in the training grounds at dawn, preparing to walk into danger with nothing but skill and determination. She had been so certain, so focused, so utterly committed to seeing the mission through, regardless of personal cost. That kind of dedication was rare. That kind of courage deserved recognition beyond grateful silence. We want to establish something, Kenjiro said. A training program specifically focused on teaching critical thinking and resistance to corruption, required for all new recruits. Mandatory refresher for established operatives. We call it the Yuki Protocol, named after the assassin who saved the Brotherhood by refusing to accept comfortable lies. It will be our institutional memory, our reminder that even the most trusted leaders can fall if we stop questioning them. Masato smiled. That is fitting and practical, turning painful lessons into systemic protections. That is how organizations evolve, through deliberate design rather than hoping individuals will spontaneously maintain standards. I approve. Begin developing the curriculum. We will implement it within the month. The weeks that followed were consumed with work. The Yuki Protocol took shape through collaboration between Kenjiro, Reiko, and several other operatives who had lived through Takeda's corruption. They designed exercises that challenged assumptions, scenarios that forced recruits to question orders and seek verification, case studies drawn from real operations where intelligence had been manipulated or objectives misrepresented. It was difficult material that made many uncomfortable. Some of the older operatives resisted, arguing that it undermined necessary hierarchy and discipline. But Kenjiro held firm. Discipline without critical thinking is just obedience, he told them. And obedience is how Takeda was able to corrupt so many for so long. We need operatives who can think for themselves, who can recognize when something feels wrong and have the courage to raise questions. That requires cultural change, not just policy change. It requires accepting that being challenged by subordinates is healthy rather than threatening. The resistance gradually faded as the logic became undeniable. No one wanted another Takeda. No one wanted to discover years later that they had been complicit in corruption through willful ignorance. The training program was implemented first with new recruits, then rolled out to the entire organization over a 6-month period. It was uncomfortable. It was necessary. It was the price of learning from catastrophic failure. 4 months after the news from Manila, a letter arrived. It was addressed to Kenjiro in handwriting he did not immediately recognize, carried by a Chinese merchant who delivered it without comment and departed before questions could be asked. The seal was unmarked. The paper was plain. Nothing about it suggested importance except the care with which it had been protected during its journey. Kenjiro opened it in private, in his small quarters away from the main headquarters. The letter was brief, written in Japanese with occasional Chinese characters substituted where they carried meaning more precisely than native equivalents. The work is done. The immediate threat is ended. I survived but was injured and required time to recover. I will not return to Japan. My path leads elsewhere now. Tell Masato that the Brotherhood is in capable hands. Then tell the recruits that the creed is worth defending even when defense requires sacrifice. Tell yourself that doubt is not weakness, but wisdom. The blade you returned to me served its purpose one final time. I have placed it in a shrine in Shanghai, where it will be honored by those who remember what it represents. Continue the work. Question authority. Resist tyranny. Serve freedom. That is all any of us can do. That is everything that matters. The letter was unsigned, but Kenjiro knew the voice, knew the particular way Yuki structured thoughts, and the philosophical weight she gave to simple words. She was alive. She had succeeded. She was continuing her path alone as she had chosen. The relief he felt was profound and complicated. Gratitude that she survived, mixed with sadness that her journey had taken her away from the Brotherhood permanently. But he understood. Some people were not meant for organizational life. Some served better through independence. He read the letter twice more, then burned it according to protocol. The information it contained was sensitive. The fact that Yuki was alive and operating independently could be used against her by enemies who might still seek revenge for Takeda's death. Better to destroy the evidence and keep the knowledge secure. Those who needed to know would be told verbally. The rest would simply believe what the official records stated, that the Muenbotoke had disappeared after eliminating Master Takeda. Fate unknown. Kenjiro found Masato in the training yard, observing a group of recruits practice the forms that would one day save their lives or fail them at crucial moments. The old master watched with the patient intensity of someone who understood that teaching was not about imparting knowledge, but about cultivating capacity for independent thought. She is alive, Kenjiro said quietly. She survived the mission and is recovering in Shanghai. She will not return to Japan. But she is well. Masato's expression remained composed, but something shifted in his eyes. Relief, satisfaction. The quiet joy of learning that someone valued had survived against substantial odds. Good. That is good. The Brotherhood owes her a debt that can never be fully repaid, but we honor it through continued dedication to the principles she fought to preserve. She asked me to tell you that the organization is in capable hands, Kenjiro continued. That the work continues. That we are building something worthy of the sacrifices made. She is correct, Masato said. Though I suspect she knows that such building is never complete. Each generation must choose again to uphold the creed, must rediscover for themselves why it matters. We cannot simply transmit commitment like property passed from parent to child. Each person must find their own reasons to serve. Then our job is to create conditions where they can discover those reasons, Kenjiro replied, where they have space to question and doubt, and eventually choose, not through indoctrination, but through honest engagement with the philosophy and what it demands. Yes, Masato agreed. That is exactly our job, and it is work that will consume the rest of our lives and continue long after we are gone. Are you prepared for that? For the long campaign with no definitive victories, for the endless vigilance against threats, both external and internal, for the weight of responsibility that comes with leadership in an organization dedicated to resisting all forms of tyranny, including its own potential for corruption. Kenjiro thought about Yuki, facing Takeda, alone in that warehouse in Manila. Thought about Hayato, discovering he had killed an innocent man on false intelligence. Thought about all the assassins who had come before and those who would come after, each carrying their portion of an eternal burden. Thought about the creed and what it asked, and why it mattered, despite all the pain and difficulty that came with serving it. I am prepared, he said. Not because I feel ready, but because someone must do this work, and I have been given opportunity, and training, and trust. I will honor those gifts by doing my best, and accepting that my best will sometimes fail. That is all any of us can offer. Honest effort and willingness to learn from inevitable mistakes. That is sufficient, Masato said. More than sufficient. You will lead this brotherhood when I can no longer serve. You will face challenges I cannot anticipate and make decisions I cannot advise on, but you will do so with integrity and humility and dedication to principle. That is all the next generation needs from us. Not perfection, but commitment to keep trying despite imperfection. They stood together, watching the recruits train. Two men separated by decades, but united by shared purpose. Around them, the Brotherhood continued its work, adapting to new realities, learning from past failures, preparing for future challenges. It was not perfect. It would never be perfect, but it was alive. It was learning. It was evolving in ways that honored both tradition and innovation. The sun tracked its path across the afternoon sky. In the courtyard, a young recruit finally mastered a particularly difficult blade form that had been eluding her for weeks. Her shout of triumph carried across the yard, infectious enthusiasm spreading to others who paused to acknowledge her success. Small victory. Modest progress. The kind of incremental improvement that was easy to overlook, but that accumulated over time into real capability. Kenjiro felt something like hope watching them. Not naive optimism that everything would work out perfectly, but rather grounded confidence that the work would continue. That each generation would take up the burden. That the creed would survive because people would keep choosing to serve it. Not because they were forced or indoctrinated, but because they understood its worth and decided that worth justified the cost of defending it. Takeda had believed that humanity needed guidance imposed from above by those who knew better. He had been wrong about that, but right. That the question mattered. Right. That societies struggled with freedom. Right. That structures and systems were necessary for organized human endeavor. Where he erred was in concluding that the answer was control rather than support. That the solution was authority rather than accountability. That the proper response to human fallibility was tyranny rather than compassion combined with responsibility. The creed offered different vision. Acknowledged that nothing is true. That all answers are provisional. That certainty is the enemy of wisdom. Insisted that everything is permitted. That choice matters more than outcome. That human dignity requires freedom, even when freedom produces chaos. It was harder path, required more trust, demanded more tolerance for ambiguity, but it was the only path that respected what it meant to be human. The only philosophy that refused to trade dignity for comfort or freedom for stability. Years would pass. Masada would eventually retire, his body no longer capable of the physical demands that Brotherhood service required. Kenjiro would assume leadership, carrying forward the lessons learned through crisis and conflict. New threats would emerge. New Templar operations would require countering. New operatives would join the Brotherhood, each bringing their own questions and doubts, and eventually their own commitment to principles larger than themselves. And somewhere in the world, in cities Kenjiro would never visit, Yuki would continue her own work. Fighting the shadow war on her own terms, serving the creed without organizational affiliation, living proof that the philosophy transcended any single expression of it. That freedom meant honoring people's right to find their own path, even when that path led away from collective endeavor. The training session ended. Recruits dispersed to evening meals and rest. The courtyard emptied, except for two figures standing in comfortable silence, master and student, preparing for the transition that would see one retire, and the other assume burdens they both understood and accepted. It was the eternal pattern. The passing of responsibility from one generation to the next. The continuity that allowed ideas to outlast individuals. Nothing is true, Kenjiro thought. Everything is permitted. The words had been carved into his understanding through experience, rather than mere recitation. He knew now what they cost, knew what they required, knew why they mattered despite all the pain and difficulty that came with living them fully. That knowledge was weight he would carry for the rest of his life. But it was also gift, understanding earned through struggle. Wisdom purchased with blood and doubt, and the courage to keep questioning even when certainty would be more comfortable. The stars emerged as twilight deepened. Kenjiro looked up at the infinite darkness punctuated by points of light, the vastness of the universe, rendered visible through absence and presence combined. Somewhere up there, the same stars shone on Manila where Takeda had died, on Shanghai where Yuki recovered, on Constantinople and Venice and Rome where the Brotherhood and Templar Order maintained their ancient rivalry, on cities and towns and villages across the world where ordinary people lived ordinary lives, unaware of the shadow war being waged to preserve their right to choose how those lives should be lived. It was enough. It had to be enough, because nothing else was promised, and nothing else would honor the sacrifice of those who came before, or serve the freedom of those who would come after. The work continued. The creed endured. The struggle persisted because each generation found people willing to carry forward the burden and the hope combined. Kenjiro turned from the stars and walked back toward the headquarters, toward the work that waited, toward the future that would demand everything he could give, and more. An assassin accepting leadership, a student becoming master, a human being choosing to serve something larger than self, despite all the uncertainty and pain that choice entailed. That was the legacy of the samurai, who should never have lived. Not that she existed despite prohibition, but that her existence revealed corruption and forced correction. Not that she succeeded through individual triumph, but that she enabled collective growth through sacrifice. Not that she solved the problem permanently, but that she demonstrated how each generation must fight anew for principles that could never be taken for granted. Her story would be told to future recruits. Her choices would be studied and debated. Her name would be remembered when others were forgotten. Not because she was perfect, but because she was honest. Not because she never failed, but because she learned from failure. Not because she had all the answers, but because she kept asking the right questions, even when answers were uncomfortable or incomplete. The headquarters welcomed him back into its familiar spaces. Work waited. Responsibilities demanded attention. The rhythms of daily operations reasserted themselves. And within those rhythms, within the mundane tasks and routine decisions, the creed lived. Not as abstract philosophy, but as embodied practice. As choices made by real people in real moments when the right path was unclear and courage was required to choose anyway. Kenjiro sat at his desk and began reviewing the next day's training schedule. Young faces looked out at him from recruitment files, each representing potential, each carrying their own reasons for seeking purpose through Brotherhood service. He would teach them what he could, would share the lessons learned through crisis, would try to prepare them for challenges he could not anticipate. But mostly, he would teach them to question, to doubt, to verify. To understand that nothing is true meant their teachers could be wrong, and everything is permitted meant they had responsibility to think for themselves. It was harder path than simple obedience. Required more from everyone involved, but it was the only path that prevented future Takedas from corrupting the organization from within. The night deepened. The city slept, and in the quiet hours when the world held its breath between one day and the next, Kenjiro worked, planning, preparing, building toward a future that would outlast him. Serving the creed not through dramatic gestures, but through persistent dedication to work that had no end point. This was the victory. Not triumph over evil, but commitment to keep trying, despite impossibility of final triumph. Not certainty of rightness, but willingness to act, despite perpetual doubt. Not glory or recognition, but quiet satisfaction of meaningful work pursued with integrity. The samurai, who should never have lived, had shown the way. Now others would walk it, each in their own time, each facing their own trials, each choosing again to uphold principles that could never be simply inherited, but had to be rediscovered and recommitted to by every generation. The work continued. The creed endured. And somewhere between darkness and dawn, between past and future, the Brotherhood persisted, imperfect, evolving, absolutely necessary, forever and always, without end. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The most dangerous words ever written, the most liberating philosophy ever conceived, the foundation upon which human dignity rested and human freedom depended. Words that Kenjiro would carry forward into whatever came next. Words that would outlast empires and outlive civilizations. Words that mattered because they recognized a fundamental truth about human existence that no tyranny could eliminate and no authority could suppress. We are free to choose. And that freedom, with all its terrible responsibility and magnificent possibility, is what makes us human. That is what the creed protects. That is what the Brotherhood serves. That is what the Shadow War is ultimately about. Not power or territory or ideology, but the simple recognition that every person deserves the right to choose their own path, even when that path leads to suffering, because the alternative is cage, and a gilded cage is still prison. The lamp burned low. Kenjiro's eyes grew heavy, but the work was not complete, and would never be complete, so he continued. One task at a time, one decision at a time, one moment at a time, building toward tomorrow while honoring yesterday. serving the future while learning from the past, living the creed through action rather than just speaking it through words. That was enough. It would always be enough, because nothing else was possible, and nothing else would suffice. The burden was heavy. The path was long, but the destination was worthy, and the journey itself gave meaning to everything that came before and everything that would come after. An assassin working through the night, a guardian maintaining vigilance, a human being choosing to serve something larger than self. This was the work. This was the creed. This was the eternal struggle between those who sought to control and those who fought to remain free. And it would continue, forever, always, without end. 2 years passed like water through open fingers. The Brotherhood in Japan transformed under the weight of lessons learned, evolving from the hierarchical structure. Takeda had exploited into something more resilient, more questioning, more deliberately designed to resist corruption. The Yuki protocol became foundational training, teaching every operative to verify intelligence independently, to question orders that seemed inconsistent with the creed, to recognize the warning signs of ideological drift. It was uncomfortable education that challenged natural human tendencies toward obedience and tribal loyalty. But discomfort was precisely the point. Kenjiro stood now in a position he had never sought, but had gradually grown into. Masato had retired the previous spring, his body finally demanding rest after 5 decades of service. The transition had been smooth, carefully planned, nothing like the chaos that had followed Takeda's fall. The old master lived quietly in a temple outside Kyoto now, spending his days in meditation and calligraphy, available for consultation, but deliberately removed from daily operations. Letting go gracefully was its own form of wisdom. The responsibility of leadership weighed differently than Kenjiro had anticipated. Not heavier necessarily, but more complex. Every decision rippled outward in ways impossible to fully predict. Every choice about resources and priorities meant other choices unmade, other opportunities foregone. He understood now what Masato had tried to teach him about the loneliness of command. Not that leaders were isolated from others, but that certain burdens could not be shared. Certain decisions had to be made alone in the full knowledge that mistakes would cost lives. He sat in the master's office, though he had resisted using that title, preferring to be called simply Kenjiro or coordinator when formality required something. The office itself had been redesigned, where Takeda had maintained austere authority and Masato had preserved traditional simplicity. Kenjiro had opened the space. Maps covered the walls showing Brotherhood operations across Japan and extending into China, Korea, the Philippines. A large table dominated the center where operatives could gather for collaborative planning rather than receiving orders from an elevated position. The message was deliberate. Leadership was service, not dominion. Authority was temporary trust, not permanent privilege. A knock at the door interrupted his review of intelligence reports from Osaka. Reiko entered, her expression carrying news that was clearly significant. She had grown into her role as primary intelligence coordinator, her ability to synthesize information from disparate sources proving invaluable. She also maintained the healthy skepticism that Kenjiro valued, never accepting conclusions without verification, always willing to present contrary evidence even when it complicated operations. "We received word from Shanghai," she said, without preamble. The network there identified a Templar operation targeting Japanese merchant families. They are working through debt collectors and moneylenders, quietly acquiring controlling interest in businesses that supply the shogunate. The pattern is sophisticated, years in the making, and it appears to have Takeda's signature all over it, despite him being dead for 2 years. Kenjiro looked up sharply. "Explain." "The operational methodology matches what we documented from his network," Reiko continued. Compartmentalized structure. Financial manipulation rather than direct violence. Long-term positioning rather than immediate action. Either someone preserved his plans and is implementing them posthumously, or someone trained in his methods is continuing the work independently, or he trained a successor before his death, Kenjiro said. Someone we did not identify. Someone who learned not just his techniques but his strategic thinking that would be consistent with how he operated. Always planning multiple moves ahead. Always building redundancy. Reiko nodded. The Shanghai Brotherhood has been tracking this for 6 months. They finally have enough evidence to map the network. But here is the concerning part. The operation is not being run from China. The coordination is coming from somewhere in Japan. Instructions pass through intermediaries. Money flowing through channels designed to obscure the source. Someone here is directing this. Someone with deep knowledge of Brotherhood operations and Templar philosophy. Kenjiro felt the familiar cold weight settling into his stomach. The weight of recognizing that a threat you thought eliminated had simply changed form and continued. It was exhausting. The perpetual vigilance. The understanding that victory was always temporary and enemies always adapted. But it was also clarifying. Reminded him why the work mattered, why eternal vigilance was price of preventing tyranny. Do we have any leads on who? He asked. 3 possibilities, based on analysis of the operational patterns, Reiko said. She unrolled a document on the table, pointing to names and associated intelligence. All 3 were operatives under Takeda's command. All 3 survived the purge because their involvement seemed minimal. All 3 have legitimate reasons to travel and conduct business that would provide cover for coordinating a clandestine network. Kenjiro studied the names. He recognized all 3, had worked with 2 of them on missions. They were capable operatives, dedicated to the Brotherhood, by all outward appearances. But Takeda had been dedicated too. Right until the moment his true allegiances were revealed. Appearance was not proof. Service history was not guarantee of current loyalty. We need to investigate without alerting them, Kenjiro said. If any of these 3 are compromised, direct confrontation will cause them to destroy evidence and disappear. We need to observe, gather proof, build a case that is absolutely conclusive before we move. I have already assigned shadow teams, Reiko replied. Each suspect is being watched without their knowledge. All communications monitored. All movements tracked. We will have answers within a month. Good, Kenjiro said. But also prepare contingencies. If this person realizes they are under investigation, they will likely attempt what Takeda attempted. Flee Japan. Seek Templar protection. Establish themselves somewhere beyond our immediate reach. We need to be ready to intercept if that happens. Already being planned. Reiko confirmed. We have contacts at every major port. Ships departing for foreign destinations are being monitored. If any of the suspects attempt to leave, we will know immediately. She paused, then added something that made Kenjiro look up from the documents. There is one other thing. The Shanghai Brotherhood mentioned that someone has been asking questions about this operation. A woman, operating independently, asking the right questions in the right places, disturbing Templar agents enough that they have put out inquiries trying to identify her. Yuki, Kenjiro said quietly. Probably, Reiko agreed. The description matches. The methodology matches. She has apparently been tracking Templar operations in China for the past 2 years, building her own intelligence network, disrupting their activities when opportunities present themselves. The Shanghai Brotherhood considers her an ally even though she refuses formal affiliation. Is she coming to Japan? Kenjiro asked. Unknown, Reiko said. The inquiries she was making suggest she suspects the same thing we now know, that the operation is being coordinated from here. But whether she will act on that suspicion or pass the intelligence to us is unclear. She has been solitary in her operations, prefers to work alone. Kenjiro thought about the letter he had received 2 years ago. The brief message confirming survival and stating intention to continue the work independently. He had respected that choice. Then, respected it now. But part of him hoped she would return, would bring her skills and experience back to the Brotherhood, would help train the next generation, would be part of rebuilding what had been nearly destroyed. But that was his preference, not hers. And the creed meant honoring people's choices even when you disagreed with them, even when you wished they would choose differently. Freedom meant accepting that others would live lives you did not understand, pursue paths you did not approve, make decisions that seemed wrong from your perspective. As long as they were not imposing their will on others, as long as they were not working to restrict freedom, their choices deserved respect. "Keep me informed if she makes contact," Kenjiro said. "And make sure our people know that if they encounter her, she is to be treated as ally. No interference with her operations unless she requests assistance." "Understood," Reiko said. She gathered the documents and departed, leaving Kenjiro alone with his thoughts and the reports that never seemed to end. He worked through the afternoon, reviewing operations across the network, making decisions about resource allocation, approving missions and occasionally denying them when intelligence seemed insufficient, or risks seemed disproportionate to potential gains. It was detail work, administrative burden, the unglamorous reality of leadership that never appeared in stories about heroic assassins, but it mattered. Every decision affected people's lives. Every allocation meant someone got support they needed or was left to manage with what they had. As evening approached, Hayato arrived for their scheduled meeting. The young operative had recovered fully from his injuries and grown into one of the Brotherhood's most capable agents. More importantly, he had absorbed the lessons of his mistakes, becoming almost obsessive about verification and questioning. Some worried he had overcorrected, becoming too cautious, too reluctant to act without perfect information. But Kenjiro understood. Better excessive caution than blind obedience. Better slow verification than fast mistakes. "Sit," Kenjiro said, gesturing to the cushion across from him. "How was Osaka?" "Complicated," Hayato replied. "The merchant families are definitely under pressure. Debt collectors becoming more aggressive. Business owners mysteriously losing contracts or facing regulatory problems. It is coordinated, too consistent to be random economic shifts. But proving Templar involvement is difficult. The collectors work for local moneylenders who claim complete independence. The regulatory officials say they are just enforcing existing laws. Every connection is plausibly deniable. That is how they operate," Kenjiro said. "The Templars learned centuries ago that overt control invites resistance. Better to shape circumstances so people make the choices you want them to make. Better to create conditions where your preferred outcomes seem natural and inevitable. It is more effective than force and far harder to fight against." "So how do we fight it?" Hayato asked. "If the connections are all deniable, if every step seems legitimate in isolation, how do we prove the larger conspiracy and counter it?" "We follow the money," Kenjiro replied. "Money always leaves traces. The debt collectors are paid by someone. The moneylenders get their capital from somewhere. The officials who suddenly enforce regulations selectively are motivated by something. We map those flows. We identify the points where coordination becomes undeniable, and then we disrupt, not by dramatic action, but by equally subtle counter-operations. We find the merchant families being targeted and provide them alternative financing. We identify the officials being bribed or blackmailed and give them ways out. We make the Templar operation more expensive and less effective until they abandon it or commit resources that reveal their involvement clearly. It will take months, Hayato observed. Yes, Kenjiro agreed. Maybe years. This is the real war. Not dramatic rooftop chases and spectacular assassinations, but patient work that slowly shifts the balance. It is not satisfying the way combat is satisfying, does not produce clear victories, but it is how power actually operates, and therefore how power must be countered. They spent 2 hours developing the strategy, identifying resources needed, assigning responsibilities. When Hayato finally departed, Kenjiro felt the familiar exhaustion that came from extended planning sessions. Not physical tiredness, but mental depletion from holding too many variables in mind simultaneously, from trying to anticipate how systems would respond to interventions, from accepting that even best planning would miss crucial factors. He walked out into the compound's courtyard, where evening training was underway. A new group of recruits practiced blade work under the instruction of senior operatives. Their forms were rough still, unrefined, the movements conscious rather than instinctive. But they were learning, absorbing technique through repetition, building the foundation that might one day save their lives, or enable them to save others. Kenjiro watched them for a while, remembering his own early training, the frustration of movements that felt awkward and unnatural, the slow progress that seemed inadequate compared to the skill level he aspired to reach, the gradual realization that mastery was not destination but journey, that you never stopped learning, that even masters remain students of their craft. One of the recruits was struggling with a particular transition, their blade dropping out of position during the shift from defense to counterattack. The instructor corrected them patiently, demonstrating the movement slowly, explaining the principle behind the technique. The recruit tried again, failed again. Tried a third time with marginally better result. Small progress, insufficient improvement, but progress nonetheless. Kenjiro felt an unexpected surge of emotion watching them. Pride perhaps, or hope. The recognition that the work continued, that each generation took up the burden and carried it forward, that the Brotherhood persisted, not because any individual was irreplaceable, but because the collective commitment outlasted individual lives. It was humbling and inspiring simultaneously. Master Kenjiro, one of the instructors, called. The honorific still felt wrong, but he had stopped correcting people. They needed someone to invest with authority, and if that person had to be him, he would accept the role even while trying to undermine the notion that authority came from position rather than from earning trust through consistent integrity. Could you demonstrate the advanced form of this transition? The recruits might benefit from seeing it executed properly. Kenjiro crossed to the training area and accepted a practice blade. He moved through the form slowly, breaking it into components, explaining the principle of continuous motion, demonstrating how momentum could be redirected rather than arrested and rebuilt. The recruits watched with focused attention, their young faces serious with concentration. When he finished, one raised a hand. Master Kenjiro, how do you know when technique becomes instinct? When you can stop thinking about the movements and just act? You never stop thinking entirely, Kenjiro replied. But you learn to think faster, to process at speeds where conscious deliberation feels instantaneous. It comes through repetition, but also through understanding the principles underlying the techniques. If you just memorize movements, you will be limited to situations that match your training. But if you understand why the movements work, you can adapt them to any situation. That is the difference between technician and master. Another recruit raised their hand. Master Kenjiro, is it true that you fought Master Takeda, that you stood against him when he betrayed the creed? He fought beside others who stood against his betrayal, Kenjiro corrected. including some who are no longer with us. Victory in that crisis was collective achievement, not individual heroism. Remember that. The stories that survive tend to focus on dramatic moments and singular figures. But real change happens through many people making difficult choices over extended time. The heroes are usually the ones whose names are forgotten. But you were there. The recruit persisted. You made choices that mattered, and having worded it. And you were making the right choices. How did you overcome the fear of being wrong? I did not overcome the fear, Kenjiro said. I acted despite it. Fear of being wrong is healthy. It encourages verification and questioning. What you must overcome is the paralysis that fear can produce. The inability to act because you cannot be certain. At some point, you have to accept that you will never have perfect information, never be completely certain, and you have to choose anyway, based on best available evidence and deepest held principles. You will sometimes be wrong. You will make mistakes. The question is whether you learn from them, or whether you let them destroy you. The training session continued for another hour. Kenjiro participated where helpful and observed where teaching was already effective. When the recruits finally dispersed to evening meals, he remained in the courtyard, going through his own practice forms, maintaining the skills that defined him even as administrative responsibilities consumed increasing amounts of his time. The blade moved through the darkness with precise economy, each strike exactly as powerful as needed, each transition flowing naturally from the position before. It was meditation and preparation combined, keeping the body capable while quieting the mind enough to process the day's accumulation of stress and information. He lost himself in the rhythm, in the pure physical experience of trained movement, in the momentary escape from the weight of decisions and their consequences. The Turnwat. His scene interrupted his focus. He completed the current form before turning, his blade lowered but ready. A figure stood at the courtyard entrance, silhouetted against the lamplight from the corridor beyond. Female, compact build, carrying herself with a particular poise that came from years of living on the edge, where any mistake could be fatal. "Hello, Kenjiro," Yuki said, stepping into the courtyard's dim light. "I hear you have a problem that might benefit from someone with experience hunting Templar operatives in foreign territories." For a moment, Kenjiro could not speak. The surprise was complete. 2 years since he had last seen her. 2 years of wondering if she was alive or dead, successful or struggling, happy or haunted. And now she simply appeared as if the intervening time meant nothing. "Yuki," he finally managed. "You are here. In Japan." "I thought the letter said your path led elsewhere." "It did," Yuki replied. "For 2 years I traveled, fought, learned. But some fights bring you back to where you started. This Templar operation targeting merchant families is too sophisticated to be random. Someone is continuing Takeda's work, and I realize that I have knowledge no one else has. I knew him better than anyone except perhaps you, knew how he thought, knew what strategies he would have developed, but never implemented. If there is a successor, if someone is following his plans, I might be the only person who can recognize the pattern and identify them." "You came back to help," Kenjiro said. "Despite choosing to work independently, despite leaving the Brotherhood, I came back because this is unfinished business," Yuki corrected. "Takeda is dead, but his corruption lingers. That is my responsibility. I created the conditions that allowed him to flee instead of being captured. I chose to focus on the immediate threat rather than ensuring complete elimination. Now I need to finish what I started." Kenjiro shook his head. "You saved the Brotherhood. You eliminated the primary threat. What remains is residual consequence that we all share responsibility for addressing. You do not have to carry this alone. Perhaps not, Yuki said. But I am better positioned to address it than anyone else, and I have learned things in the past 2 years. Techniques the Templars use, patterns in their operations, weaknesses in their coordination. I can contribute in ways that justify my presence, if you will allow it. This is not my organization to allow or forbid your presence, Kenjiro replied. This is a collective of people dedicated to shared principles. You embody those principles through your actions. You are welcome here for as long as you choose to stay and free to leave whenever you choose to go. That is what the creed demands. Respect for individual choice combined with support for shared purpose. Yuki smiled slightly. You have grown into leadership well. Masato chose correctly. Masato chose reluctantly, Kenjiro corrected, and I accepted reluctantly. Neither of us wanted this, but wanting is irrelevant when necessity demands action. That is another lesson the creed teaches. Sometimes you serve not because you desire to, but because you must. Because the alternative is abandoning something larger than self. They stood in the courtyard as night deepened around them. 2 assassins who had fought together through crisis and then chosen different paths, now converging again because the work demanded it. The moment felt significant in ways Kenjiro could not fully articulate. A completion of some pattern, a recognition that paths diverging did not mean connection severed, that the Brotherhood was larger than any single expression of it, flexible enough to accommodate different approaches to shared mission. Come, he said. We have intelligence to review, plans to develop, and you need to rest after traveling. Tomorrow we will coordinate with the investigation already underway. Together we will identify Takeda's successor and end this threat permanently. Not permanently, Yuki said as they walked toward the headquarters. Threats are never ended permanently. They evolve and adapt and return in new forms. But we can address this particular manifestation, can disrupt this particular operation, can prevent the immediate harm while preparing for the next iteration. That is the most anyone can do. That is everything that matters. They entered the building side by side, master and independent operative, colleague and comrade, 2 people bound by history and purpose, and the shared understanding that the work would never end but had to be continued anyway. Inside, the Brotherhood's nightly operations continued, intelligence being analyzed, missions being planned, operatives returning from assignments and departing on new ones, the eternal rhythm of an organization dedicated to fighting battles that most people never knew were happening. Kenjiro felt something shift in his chest as they moved through the familiar corridors. Not quite relief, but a lightening of burden. For 2 years he had carried the weight of rebuilding alone, supported by capable people, but missing the presence of someone who truly understood what had been lost and what had been saved. Yuki's return, even if temporary, even if she left again when this crisis resolved, mattered in ways that transcended tactical advantage or operational capability. It mattered because it proved that the connections forged through shared struggle endured beyond immediate circumstance. That the Brotherhood was not just structure, but relationship. That serving the creed meant supporting each other through the endless campaign against tyranny in all its forms. They reached the intelligence room where Reiko and Hayato were still working, reviewing reports from surveillance teams, mapping connections, building the case that would eventually identify which of the 3 suspects was actually guilty. Both looked up as Kenjiro entered with Yuki. Recognition flickered across their faces. They knew who she was, knew what she had done, knew what her presence meant. Everyone, Kenjiro said. Allow me to reintroduce someone who has agreed to assist with our current investigation. I believe her expertise will prove invaluable. Yuki nodded to them. Her expression, professional but warm. She had not sought glory or recognition for her actions 2 years ago, had deliberately avoided the spotlight. But she would work with others now because the mission required it, because individual preference mattered less than collective success, because the creed demanded putting principle above comfort. They gathered around the table and began to plan. Night deepened outside. Inside, work continued. The shadow war persisted, and 4 assassins bent over maps and reports, building toward justice one careful decision at a time, serving freedom through patient dedication to work that would never end but gave meaning to everything that came before and everything that would come after. The creed endured. The Brotherhood evolved. And somewhere between past and future, between certainty and doubt, between victory and defeat, human beings chose to serve something larger than themselves. Not because they were commanded to, not because they expected reward, but because they understood that nothing is true and everything is permitted, and those words meant freedom was worth defending even when defense required eternal vigilance, even when the cost was high, even when final victory remained forever beyond reach. That was enough. It would always be enough. Because nothing else was possible, and nothing else would honor the sacrifice of those who came before or serve the liberation of those who would come after. The work continued, the mission persisted, and the eternal struggle between those who sought to control and those who fought to remain free carried forward into whatever darkness waited, carried by people who chose courage over comfort, principle over convenience, service over self. One moment at a time, one choice at a time, one life dedicated to purpose larger than individual existence. That was the creed made manifest. That was the Brotherhood's true strength. That was humanity's hope against all forms of tyranny, and it would endure forever, always, without end. The investigation unfolded over 6 weeks with the methodical patience that characterized effective intelligence work. Yuki integrated into the team with surprising ease despite her years of operating independently. She brought perspectives sharpened by solitary experience, patterns of thinking not constrained by organizational consensus, and a willingness to consider possibilities that seemed outlandish until examined closely. Her presence changed the dynamic in subtle ways. People questioned assumptions more readily, proposed unconventional approaches, challenged each other's conclusions with less concern for hierarchy or tradition. The surveillance teams generated mountains of data, travel records, communication intercepts, financial transactions, association maps, showing who met, with whom, and where. Reiko coordinated the analysis, building timelines and connection diagrams that slowly revealed structure beneath apparent randomness. Hayato managed field operations, rotating teams to prevent detection, maintaining security protocols that ensured the suspects never realized they were under observation. And Kenjiro oversaw everything while continuing to manage the Brotherhood's broader operations. It was exhausting work that required compartmentalization, the ability to shift focus rapidly between immediate tactical concerns and strategic planning that extended years into the future. Some days he felt like he was failing at everything simultaneously. Other days the pieces aligned and progress seemed real. Mostly he existed in the uncomfortable middle ground where outcomes remained uncertain, but commitment remained absolute. 3 weeks into the investigation, Yuki identified the pattern that broke the case open. She was reviewing financial records late one evening, going through transaction logs that had already been analyzed multiple times by others. Most people would have seen nothing unusual. A merchant buying silk, a moneylender extending credit, a shipping company moving goods between ports. All perfectly legitimate business activities. But Yuki recognized something in the timing. The silk purchase occurred 3 days after a merchant family in Osaka experienced sudden financial pressure. The credit extension happened to a competitor of that family, enabling them to undercut prices and capture market share. The shipping company moved goods that should have gone to the targeted family to their competitor instead. Individually, these events meant nothing. Collectively, they revealed orchestration. She traced the connections backward through layers of intermediaries and shell transactions. The silk merchant was nominally independent, but received financing from a moneylender connected to one of the three suspects. The credit extension came from a different source, but investigation revealed that source had recently received a substantial deposit from a business associated with the same suspect. The shipping company was harder to link, but patient analysis of its ownership structure eventually revealed a minority shareholder who served as financial agent for the suspect's legitimate commercial activities. Kenjiro studied the evidence Yuki had compiled, following the chains of connection, seeing how each link seemed innocuous, in isolation, but together formed undeniable pattern. The suspect was Matsumoto Takeshi, a 43-year-old operative who had served the Brotherhood for 18 years. He had been evaluated during the purge after Takeda's fall and cleared of significant involvement. His activities under Takeda's leadership had seemed to be routine courier work and minor intelligence gathering, nothing that suggested ideological corruption or active participation in the conspiracy. But Takeda had been expert at concealment, had understood how to build networks where each person knew only their small piece, where coordination happened through careful timing rather than explicit communication. Matsumoto had appeared peripheral because Takeda designed it that way, made him seem like just another functionary while actually training him in operational methodology, in strategic thinking, in the philosophical framework that justified Templar approaches to social organization. "How certain are you?" Kenjiro asked, reviewing the documentation for the third time. 90%, Yuki replied. The pattern is too consistent to be coincidence. The timing is too precise. And there is something else. The operational methodology shows evolution beyond what Takeda taught. Refinements that suggest someone learning from observation and adapting techniques to changing circumstances. That indicates an active mind. Someone who understood principles rather than just following instructions. Matsumoto fits that profile. What about the other 10%? Reiko asked. What alternative explanations exist? Matsumoto could be innocent, and we are seeing patterns that do not actually exist, Yuki said. Human minds are exceptional at finding meaning in randomness. Or Matsumoto could be aware of the Templar operation, but not running it, simply exploiting it for personal profit. Or there could be another layer we have not identified, someone using Matsumoto as unwitting cover for their own activities. All unlikely but possible. So we need confirmation before we act, Kenjiro said. We need Matsumoto to reveal himself through actions that eliminate ambiguity. How do we accomplish that without alerting him that we suspect? We feed him a crisis that demands coordination with his Templar contacts. Hayato suggested. Something urgent enough that he cannot manage through intermediaries. Something that forces direct communication we can intercept and document. What kind of crisis? Reiko asked. One that threatens the operation he has spent 2 years building, Yuki said slowly. We identify a merchant family that seems vulnerable, but is actually under our protection. We make it appear that this family is about to expose the debt manipulation scheme. Create documents suggesting they have discovered the connections and plan to testify to shogunate officials. Matsumoto will have to respond. We'll have to coordinate suppression. We'll have to communicate with people in ways that reveal the network structure. That puts a civilian family at risk, Kenjiro observed. If Matsumoto decides direct elimination is preferable to subtle manipulation, we are creating the circumstances for their murder. Not if we control the entire scenario, Yuki countered. We choose a family that agrees to participate. We provide them comprehensive protection. We monitor every approach and intervene if anything moves beyond intelligence gathering toward violence. The risk is manageable if we execute properly. Kenjiro considered the variables, the potential for cascade failure, the responsibility he bore for whatever resulted. Leadership meant accepting that decisions would sometimes go wrong despite best efforts, meant carrying the weight of unintended consequences, meant acting despite uncertainty because inaction also produced consequences. Do it, he said finally. But with maximum precautions. I want overlapping protection, multiple surveillance teams, immediate intervention protocols, and constant reassessment. If the risk level changes, if Matsumoto responds in ways we do not anticipate, we adapt or we abort. Understood. Understood, the others replied in unison. They spent the next week implementing the operation. A merchant family in Osaka was carefully selected, briefed on the situation, and given the choice to participate or decline without prejudice. They chose to help, motivated by a mixture of civic duty and personal experience with the debt manipulation that had destroyed neighboring businesses. Brotherhood operatives moved into position around their home and business, invisible but omnipresent, ready to respond to any threat. The false documents were crafted with meticulous attention to detail. They had to seem authentic enough to convince Matsumoto the threat was real, while containing subtle markers that would allow post-operation verification that they were fabricated. Reiko handled the forgery personally, her artistic skill creating papers that looked weathered and genuine, that carried the weight of real discovery rather than manufactured evidence. The documents were positioned where Matsumoto's network would discover them through channels that seemed natural. A clerk mentioning overheard conversation, a discarded draft found in trash, a drunken admission by a family member in a tavern frequented by information brokers, multiple confirming sources that together painted picture of imminent exposure. The response came within 48 hours. Not from Matsumoto directly but through channels that led back to him when fully traced. Additional pressure on the merchant family. Subtle at first. A delivery delayed. A contract questioned on technical grounds. An official suggesting that perhaps certain records needed additional review. Each incident seemingly unrelated but collectively creating atmosphere of mounting difficulties. The surveillance teams documented everything. Photographs of people making the contacts. Records of who paid whom. Transcripts of conversations where possible. The evidence accumulated like sediment, layer upon layer, building toward conclusions that would be undeniable when finally presented. Then Matsumoto made his mistake. Pressed by the apparent urgency, concerned that subtle pressure was insufficient, he met directly with a Templar contact. Not in Japan where Brotherhood presence was strong, but in Nagasaki, where foreign merchants came and went with regularity, that provided cover for clandestine meetings. He thought he was being careful, thought the location and timing protected him. Did not realize that Yuki had positioned herself precisely where she could observe the meeting personally. She documented everything. The Templar, contact's identity, the exchange of documents, the conversation conducted in Portuguese that she could partially understand and fully recorded using a mechanical device that captured sound on wax cylinder. It was the evidence they needed, proof of active collaboration. Demonstration that Matsumoto was not just exploiting Templar operations, but actively coordinating with them. Kenjiro reviewed the documentation in his office late that evening, listening to the wax cylinder recording play back through the mechanical speaker, hearing Matsumoto's voice discussing strategy with a Templar agent. outlining plans that extended years into the future. The betrayal was complete. The corruption was undeniable. Now came the difficult part, deciding what justice looked like, determining what response served the creed without becoming the very tyranny they opposed. Masato would counsel patience. Kenjiro thought, would argue for capture and trial, for giving Matsumoto opportunity to explain himself, to face his accusers, to accept consequences through process rather than summary judgment. That was the righteous path, the one that honored Brotherhood principles and maintained moral high ground. But Takeda had received trial of sorts, had been confronted publicly, had been given chance to defend his actions and philosophy, and he had used that opportunity to escape, to rebuild, to continue causing harm from distance. His mercy had been tactical error that cost lives and extended suffering. Was mercy always appropriate? Was process always necessary? Or were there circumstances where swift justice served the greater good more effectively than careful deliberation? Kenjiro struggled with the question through the small hours of the night, reviewing everything he knew about Matsumoto, about the operation he had built, about the harm that would result if he were allowed to continue. By dawn, he had reached a decision that felt both necessary and troubling, that balanced justice with pragmatism, that honored the creed while acknowledging the complexities of applying principle in messy reality. They arrested Matsumoto the next evening as he returned from another meeting in Nagasaki. The team moved with coordinated precision, cutting off escape routes, overwhelming his capacity to resist, securing him without violence because overwhelming force properly applied made violence unnecessary. He was brought to the headquarters in restraints, confused and angry, demanding explanations and invoking Brotherhood protocols that he believed still protected him. Kenjiro met him in the interrogation room. Just the two of them. No witnesses, no recording devices. This conversation needed to happen privately before anything became formal and procedural. He placed the documentation on the table between them. The photographs, the financial records, the wax cylinder that contained proof of collaboration. Everything laid out with clinical precision. Matsumoto looked at the evidence, and his expression transformed, confusion giving way to understanding, giving way to calculation. He was smart enough to recognize that denial was pointless, smart enough to know that his best option now was negotiation. He sat back in his chair and regarded Kenjiro with something approaching respect. "How long have you known?" he asked. 6 weeks, Kenjiro replied. "We have been building the case carefully, making certain we had sufficient evidence, trying to understand the full scope of what you built. And now," Matsumoto said, "what happens now? Trial, execution, exile, like the others?" "That depends on your choices in the next few minutes," Kenjiro said. "You have 2 options. The first is that you cooperate fully, provide complete intelligence on the Templar network you have been working with, identify every contact, every operation, every plan that extends beyond what we have already discovered. In exchange, I offer you your life and exile. You will leave Japan tonight on a ship we control. You will go somewhere far from here with enough resources to restart your life, but you will never return. Never have contact with Templar or Brotherhood operations. Never involve yourself in the Shadow War again. You simply disappear and live out your remaining years however you choose." "And the second option?" Matsumoto asked. "You refuse cooperation," Kenjiro said quietly. "In which case I judge you guilty of betraying the creed and sentence you to execution, carried out immediately. Your body will be disposed of with appropriate respect for the service you provided before your corruption. Your name will be recorded in the archives as a cautionary tale, and we will dismantle your network piece by piece without your assistance, accepting that the process will take longer and allow some Templar operations to continue that your intelligence could prevent. You would execute me without trial, Matsumoto said, without giving me chance to defend myself before the Brotherhood. That seems inconsistent with the principles you claim to uphold. I would execute you after careful investigation and overwhelming evidence of guilt, Kenjiro corrected. Trial is designed to establish truth when truth is uncertain. In your case, truth is established. What remains is determining consequence. I am offering you the choice because the creed says everything is permitted, including mercy for those who cooperate and swift justice for those who refuse. I am offering you the choice because I would rather have the intelligence you possess than the satisfaction of your death. But I will not offer you the chance to escape as Takeda escaped, will not risk you rebuilding somewhere beyond our reach. This ends tonight. The only question is whether it ends with your cooperation or your death. Matsumoto was silent for a long moment. His hands rested on the table, relaxed despite the restraints. His breathing was steady. He showed no signs of panic or desperation, just calm assessment of his position and his options. Finally, he nodded slowly. I will cooperate, he said. Not because I fear death, but because I recognize when I have lost. Master Takeda taught me many things. One was to accept defeat gracefully when retreat is impossible. I will give you everything you ask for. Names, locations, operational plans, the full architecture of what we built. In exchange you give me a boat and distance, and I disappear into whatever life remains. Agreed, Kenjiro said. We begin immediately, and understand this clearly. If at any point I determine you are lying or withholding information, the agreement is void and execution proceeds. Cooperation must be complete and honest. Nothing less is acceptable. The interrogation lasted 3 days. Matsumoto provided intelligence with mechanical precision, holding nothing back, displaying almost clinical detachment from operations he had spent 2 years building. He identified Templar contacts in 5 countries, described operations targeting merchant families in 7 Japanese provinces, outlined plans that extended a decade into the future, strategies for gradually accumulating economic influence that would eventually translate into political power. It was sobering testimony, evidence that the Templar Order thought in generational time frames, that they were patient beyond human norms, that they viewed current operations as foundation for outcomes that would manifest long after everyone involved was dead. The scope was simultaneously impressive and terrifying. Reiko coordinated the verification process, confirming details where possible, flagging inconsistencies for follow-up questioning. Hayato managed operations to disrupt the network, Matsumoto described, quietly intercepting Templar agents, securing evidence, dismantling infrastructure, and Yuki analyzed everything through the lens of her experience, identifying patterns that suggested additional layers Matsumoto might not even know about. Operations within operations that Takeda had designed with redundancy and compartmentalization. On the 4th day, satisfied that Matsumoto had provided everything he possessed, Kenjiro authorized his departure. A ship waited in Nagasaki harbor, small but seaworthy, provisioned for long voyage, crewed by people who asked no questions and kept no records. Matsumoto was escorted aboard under darkness given the resources promised, and informed that Brotherhood operatives would track his movements for the next year to ensure compliance with exile conditions. As the ship departed, slipping into the black water of the harbor, Kenjiro watched from the shore and felt no satisfaction, only the grim necessity of choices made in service of larger purpose. Matsumoto had been given mercy, but it was mercy that tasted like ashes. Exile was death of another kind, severing from everything familiar, forced reinvention in foreign places among strangers. It was perhaps more cruel than execution, but it served the creed's requirement to respect life where possible while still eliminating threats. Yuki stood beside him, silent presence in the darkness. They watched together until the ship's lights disappeared beyond the harbor's mouth, swallowed by the vastness of the ocean. Only then did she speak. "You did well," she said, quietly. "Balanced justice with pragmatism. Honored the principle without becoming bound by rigid application. That is difficult wisdom to embody." "I am not certain it was wisdom," Kenjiro replied. "Perhaps just exhaustion. Perhaps I simply chose the path that allowed me to sleep at night, rather than the path that was actually righteous." "Those are often the same path," Yuki observed. "Sleep comes from living according to principles you can defend. If you can sleep, it means your conscience is not screaming accusations. That is sufficient measure of rightness in situations where no perfect answer exists." They returned to the headquarters as dawn approached. The city was beginning to wake. Merchants opening shops, workers starting toward jobs, the ordinary machinery of human civilization grinding into motion. None of them knew what had happened in the night. None of them understood that they lived their lives in a world shaped by shadows, by battles fought in darkness, by people who chose to operate invisibly so that others could live visibly. That was acceptable. That was how it should be. The Brotherhood did not seek recognition or glory, did not require that those they protected understand their protection. The work was its own reward. The mission was its own justification. Service to principle needed no audience beyond the individual conscience that demanded such service. In his office, Kenjiro found Masato waiting. The old master had traveled from his temple retreat, making the journey despite physical discomfort, drawn by some instinct that important events required his presence. They embraced briefly, the way men did who had shared burdens too heavy for words. "It is finished," Kenjiro said. "Matsumoto is gone. The network is being dismantled. The immediate crisis is resolved." "And Yuki?" Masato asked. "Does she remain or depart again?" "I have not asked," Kenjiro admitted. "Her choices are her own. If she stays, we are blessed by her presence. If she leaves, we honor her path and remain grateful for the time she shared with us." "That is wisdom," Masato said. "True wisdom. The kind that comes not from certainty, but from accepting that others must live according to their own understanding. You have grown much in 2 years, have become the leader the Brotherhood needs. I am proud of you. More importantly, I am confident that the work continues in capable hands." They spent the morning in conversation, master and student sharing perspective, discussing the future, acknowledging the challenges that remained. Around noon, Yuki appeared, looking for Kenjiro, her expression carrying news. "I am leaving," she said, without preamble, "returning to Shanghai. The work there continues, and I have established relationships that require maintenance. But I will return if needed, if another crisis emerges that requires someone who knew Takeda and can recognize his patterns. Consider me a allied resource. Available but independent. We are grateful," Kenjiro said, "for your help with this crisis, and for your continued commitment to the principles we share, even when you choose not to share." Organizational affiliation. "The principles are what matter," Yuki agreed. "The Brotherhood is valuable as vehicle for serving them, but it is not the only vehicle, not the only way to live the creed. I serve better through independence, through freedom to operate without organizational constraints. That is my path, and I walk it, knowing that others walk different paths toward the same destination." She departed that afternoon, slipping away with the same quiet efficiency that characterized everything she did. No formal goodbyes. No ceremonial farewells. Just acknowledgement between people who understood each other and trusted that their paths would cross again when circumstances demanded. Kenjiro watched her leave and felt the mixture of emotions that seemed to define his relationship with her. Respect, gratitude, slight sadness that their visions of service diverged, but also recognition that divergence was healthy, that the creed needed both organizational structure and individual initiative, that having allies who operated independently prevented the Brotherhood from becoming insular or dogmatic. Masato departed the next day, returning to his temple, satisfied that the crisis was resolved and the organization was strong enough to face whatever came next. Kenjiro walked with him to the edge of the city, helping him to the cart that would carry him back to his retirement. One last piece of advice, Masato said as he settled into the cart. Remember that leadership is temporary stewardship. You serve now but will pass responsibility forward when your time comes. The goal is not to build something that depends on you, but to build something that outlasts you. Make yourself unnecessary through good systems and good training. That is how the Brotherhood endures. Not through irreplaceable individuals, but through principles and practices that transcend any single generation. I will remember, Kenjiro promised. The cart departed. Kenjiro stood watching until it disappeared around a bend in the road, until the old master was truly gone. Until the full weight of leadership settled once more across his shoulders without the comfort of knowing that guidance was just a day's ride away. He felt the loneliness that Masato had warned him about, the isolation of ultimate responsibility, but he also felt the strength that came from carrying forward work that mattered, from serving something larger than self, from living according to principles that gave meaning to struggle. He returned to the headquarters and immersed himself in the work. There were operations to manage, intelligence to analyze, recruits to train, the endless rhythm of organizational life that would consume his days and years until he too passed responsibility forward to the next generation. It was not the life he had imagined as a young operative learning blade work and dreaming of dramatic missions, but it was the life the creed demanded. And he would serve it with integrity until breath failed and others took up the burden. The Shadow War continued. The Brotherhood evolved, and somewhere between certainty and doubt, between victory and defeat, between past and future, human beings chose to fight for freedom, even knowing the fight would never end. That was enough. It would always be enough. Because nothing else was possible, and nothing else would honor those who came before, or serve those who would come after. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words echoed through his mind as he worked, a constant reminder of responsibility and liberation combined. Words that demanded he live with integrity while accepting that integrity meant different things in different contexts. Words that freed him to serve without requiring certainty. Words that made the burden bearable precisely because they acknowledged that perfection was impossible and commitment was everything. One choice at a time. One day at a time. One life dedicated to purpose larger than individual existence. That was the creed made manifest. That was the Brotherhood's enduring strength. That was humanity's hope against tyranny in all its forms, and it would continue, forever, always, without end. The seasons turned. Winter descended on Japan with cold that froze the harbors and blanketed the mountains in snow that would not melt until spring. The Brotherhood's operations slowed with the weather, not stopping but adjusting to the realities of reduced mobility and increased difficulty of covert movement. It was a time for consolidation rather than expansion, for training rather than active missions, for reflection on what had been accomplished and preparation for what would come when the world thawed. Kenjiro used the winter months to implement changes that had been delayed by more urgent concerns. The intelligence network was reorganized to prevent the kind of compartmentalized corruption that Takeda had exploited. New protocols required multiple independent verification before any mission targeting elimination. The financial systems were restructured to create transparency while maintaining operational security. Every change was designed with single purpose: make it harder for future betrayal to take root and easier for honest operatives to identify problems before they metastasized. The recruits who had begun training in autumn now progressed through their first winter as novice assassins. Kenjiro made a point of teaching several sessions personally each week, maintaining connection with the generation that would eventually replace his cohort. He told them stories, not the sanitized versions that made everything seem heroic and simple, but the complicated truths about Takeda's betrayal, about the difficulty of knowing when to trust and when to question, about the weight of killing and the burden of leadership. Some of the senior operatives worried that such honesty would discourage recruits or undermine their confidence. But Kenjiro disagreed. False confidence built on comfortable lies was fragile. True confidence built on understanding reality was resilient. Better that recruits learned early that the work was difficult, that mistakes were inevitable, that moral clarity was rare. Better they chose to continue knowing the truth than discovered it later and felt betrayed by omission. One of the recruits, a young woman named Sakura, who showed exceptional promise in both combat and intelligence analysis, approached him after a training session in the dead of winter. The courtyard was covered in snow, the buildings wrapped in the particular silence that came with frozen precipitation muffling sound. She had stayed behind while others went to warm themselves by the fires in the common room. "Master Kenjiro," she said, her breath forming clouds in the cold air, "may I ask a question that troubles me?" "Always," Kenjiro replied. "Those questions are how we learn. Speak freely. You tell us that the creed says nothing is true. Everything is permitted," she began. "That this means we must question everything, including the orders we receive and the intelligence we are given. But you also require discipline and obedience to operational protocols. You demand that we follow established procedures and respect the chain of command. How do we reconcile these contradictions? How do we know when to question and when to obey?" "That is perhaps the most important question you could ask," Kenjiro said. "And the answer is uncomfortable. There is no formula, no clear rule that tells you when questioning is appropriate versus when it becomes paralysis. You must develop judgment through experience, must calibrate your internal sense of when something feels wrong enough to warrant deeper investigation versus when it is simply difficult or uncomfortable. But how do we develop that judgment without making terrible mistakes?" Sakura pressed. "How do we learn the difference between healthy skepticism and destructive doubt?" "By making mistakes and learning from them," Kenjiro replied honestly. "By accepting that you will sometimes question when you should have trusted, and trust when you should have questioned. By carrying the weight of those errors and using them to refine your judgment over time. I cannot give you a clean answer because there is no clean answer. Only the messy reality of human beings trying to navigate complexity with imperfect information and limited understanding. That seems like a terrible burden to place on individuals," Sakura said, "requiring everyone to make such difficult judgments. Would it not be easier to have clear rules, clear authorities who make decisions and clear subordinates who execute them?" "It would be easier," Kenjiro agreed. "Much easier. That is precisely what the Templar Order offers. Clear hierarchy, clear rules, clear answers, provided by those designated as wise enough to decide for others. And that is precisely what the creed rejects. Because ease comes at the cost of freedom. Because clear answers require that someone claim the authority to provide them. Because hierarchy inevitably creates the conditions where those at the top can exploit those below. The burden we carry is the price of refusing tyranny. It is heavy. It is unfair. It is absolutely necessary. Sakura was quiet for a long moment, processing this. The snow fell gently around them, accumulating in corners and along the edges of the courtyard. Finally, she nodded. I understand, and I accept. The burden is worth carrying. If the alternative is becoming what we oppose, that is the right answer, Kenjiro said. And also the hardest one to live. When you feel overwhelmed by it, when the weight becomes too much, seek guidance from others, from me, or from other experienced operatives. We carry this burden collectively. That is what the Brotherhood provides. Not answers, but support. Not certainty, but company in uncertainty. Sakura bowed and departed to join the others by the fire. Kenjiro remained in the courtyard, letting the cold seep into his bones, using the physical discomfort to ground himself in the present moment. He thought about the question she had asked, and the answer he had given, wondered if it was sufficient, wondered if he was preparing the next generation adequately, or simply passing forward his own confusion and doubt. But doubt was appropriate. Doubt was healthy. The moment he became certain he had all the answers was the moment he started becoming what Takeda had become. So he sat with the uncertainty. Let it occupy space in his mind without trying to resolve it. Accepted that leadership meant living with perpetual ambiguity while still making decisions that affected other people's lives. A messenger arrived in the 3rd month of winter, traveling through heavy snow to reach the headquarters from Osaka. He carried urgent intelligence that had been deemed too sensitive for written communication, information that required verbal delivery and immediate discussion. Kenjiro received him in the secure meeting room, offering tea to warm him after his difficult journey. The Templar network is rebuilding, the messenger reported, more carefully than before, more subtly, but rebuilding nonetheless. We have identified new operations targeting the same merchant families, different methods, but similar goals. Someone is continuing what Matsumoto started. Either they already had redundancy built into the system, or they have studied what we dismantled and are recreating it with modifications to avoid our countermeasures. Kenjiro felt the familiar weight settling into his stomach, the weight of recognizing that victory was never permanent, that threats evolved and adapted, that the work truly never ended. Do we have any indication who is directing these new operations? Not yet, the messenger said. The coordination is even more obscured than before. Multiple layers of separation between the operatives we can identify and whoever is making strategic decisions. But the methodology suggests someone who learned from Matsumoto's exposure. Someone who understands our investigation techniques and is deliberately working to counter them. Could it be Matsumoto himself? Kenjiro asked. Operating from exile, rebuilding remotely. Possible, but unlikely, the messenger replied. The timeline is too compressed. He has only been gone 4 months, building a new network from nothing in that time, while also establishing himself in a foreign location, would require resources and connections we do not believe he possesses. More likely this is either someone who worked with him and escaped our initial purge, or someone the Templars sent specifically to rebuild after his exile. Kenjiro dismissed the messenger with instructions to rest and warm himself before returning to Osaka. Then he summoned his senior advisors. Reiko and Hayato arrived within the hour, both understanding from the urgency of the summons that something significant had developed. They gathered around the map table and Kenjiro briefed them on the intelligence. We need to consider the possibility that we did not dismantle as much as we thought we did, Reiko said after hearing the report, that Matsumoto's cooperation was partial, that he gave us enough to satisfy our interrogation while protecting the deeper layers of the network. He was smart enough to calculate that exile was preferable to execution, and smart enough to know that holding some information back gave him insurance if he ever needed to negotiate again. Or we dismantle what existed then, and the Templars have simply rebuilt, Hayato countered. They have infinite patience. Losing an operation setback them, but does not stop them. They wait. They learn. They try again, with modifications based on what they learned from failure. Both scenarios are plausible, Kenjiro said, which means we need to approach this assuming both might be true. We investigate as if we are uncovering hidden layers of Matsumoto's network, while simultaneously preparing for the possibility that we are facing an entirely new operation. That requires dividing our resources and accepting that progress will be slower because we are pursuing multiple threads simultaneously. What about recalling Yuki? Reiko suggested. She has proven exceptionally capable at identifying patterns others miss. Her perspective could accelerate our investigation significantly. Kenjiro hesitated. The instinct to recall an asset that had proven valuable was strong, but Yuki had chosen her path deliberately, had made clear that she served better through independence. Calling her back except in cases of absolute necessity felt like disrespecting that choice, like treating her as tool to be used rather than ally, to be respected. Not yet, he said finally. We give ourselves 2 months to make progress independently. If we are still blind at that point, if the threat grows beyond our capacity to manage, then we reach out. But I want to honor her choice to work independently for as long as we reasonably can. Understood, Reiko said. Then we begin immediately. I will coordinate the investigation from here. Hayato, you take a team to Osaka and work the street level. Find the operatives. Follow them up the chain. Build the case piece by piece. The investigation proceeded through the remainder of winter and into early spring. It was frustrating work that produced minimal results. The new network was better hidden than Matsumoto's had been. The operatives were more careful. The coordination was more subtle. Every lead seemed to dead end at another layer of intermediaries. Every connection dissolved into noise when examined closely. Whoever designed this was learning from past exposure and adapting. 7 weeks into the investigation, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. One of the debt collectors being used to pressure merchant families made a mistake. He got drunk in a tavern and spoke too freely about his employment. Mentioned that his real payments came from someone he never met face to face. Described a drop system where he received instructions and money through a series of intermediaries that kept him completely isolated from whoever actually directed his activities. It was minor intelligence, the kind of detail that meant little in isolation, but Hayato recognized it as potential leverage. The debt collector was brought in quietly for conversation. Not arrest, not interrogation, just conversation. Offered him a choice. Continue working for employers he never met who might sacrifice him at any moment, or provide information to the Brotherhood and receive protection plus compensation for his cooperation. The debt collector chose self-interest. He provided details about the drop system, locations where he received instructions, timing patterns, the few physical characteristics he could remember about intermediaries. It was not much, but it was a crack in the facade. A starting point. Reiko analyzed the drop locations and timing patterns. She identified correlations. Certain drops happened in proximity to tea houses, others near specific temples. The pattern suggested the coordinator lived or worked in a particular district of Osaka. Not definitive proof, but enough to narrow the search area significantly. Surveillance teams deployed to the identified district. They documented everyone who regularly visited the locations associated with the drop system, cross-referenced faces against Brotherhood records and known Templar associates. built a list of suspects that gradually narrowed as alibis were verified and movements tracked. After 3 weeks of careful observation, a name emerged. Tanaka, Kenji, 49 years old. Successful merchant with interests in textiles and ceramics. No obvious connection to either Brotherhood or Templar operations. No criminal history. No record of involvement in anything beyond legitimate business. But his movements correlated with a drop system timing. His associations included several people who had been peripherally connected to Matsumoto's network, and financial analysis of his business revealed flows of money that could not be easily explained through normal commercial activity. Kenjiro reviewed the evidence and felt the familiar uncertainty. The case was circumstantial, suggestive, but not definitive. They could be looking at the actual coordinator, or at someone being set up as decoy, someone whose pattern of activity had been deliberately manipulated to draw attention, while the real coordinator operated safely in the background. Acting too soon meant potentially missing the real target. Waiting too long meant the operation continued causing harm. He made the decision based on his best judgment, in the understanding that perfect certainty was impossible. They would move on Tanaka, but carefully. Not arrest but infiltration. Get someone inside his organization. Gather proof from proximity. Build the case until it was undeniable, or until it became clear they were pursuing the wrong person. Hayato volunteered for the infiltration. He had been working the Osaka operations for months, and understood the city's rhythms. He created a cover identity as a merchant's assistant looking for employment, applied to several businesses in Tanaka's network, was eventually hired by a ceramics shop that supplied Tanaka's primary business. It was perfect positioning, close enough to observe without being so close that scrutiny would be intense. The infiltration proceeded slowly. Kyoto spent his days learning the legitimate business while watching for signs of the hidden operation beneath. He documented Tanaka's visitors, noted patterns in communication, identified which employees seemed to have access to private spaces and which were kept to the public-facing parts of the business. 6 weeks into the infiltration, Hayato observed something significant. A visitor arriving late at night, when the shop was closed. The meeting was brief, perhaps 10 minutes, conducted in Tanaka's private office. The visitor departed through a back exit, carrying a small package. Hayato managed to follow at distance, tracking the visitor to a boarding house in a different district of the city. Investigation of the visitor revealed a Portuguese merchant with known Templar connections. Not a senior operative, but someone who had appeared in Brotherhood intelligence reports multiple times as facilitator and messenger. The connection was exactly what they needed. Direct evidence that Tanaka was coordinating with Templar agents. Proof that he was not just a merchant engaged in questionable business practices, but an active participant in the Shadow War. But Hayato's surveillance had been noticed. Not immediately, and not with certainty. But Tanaka's security was better than anticipated. Questions were asked about the new employee. Background was checked more thoroughly. Inconsistencies in Hayato's cover story became apparent to people whose job was noticing such things. He was not arrested or confronted directly, but the atmosphere changed. He felt the weight of suspicion, recognized that his time was limited. He sent an urgent message to Kenjiro. The operation was compromised. They needed to move immediately before Tanaka disappeared or destroyed evidence. Waiting was no longer an option. The choice was raid now with imperfect preparation or lose the target entirely. Kenjiro assembled a strike team within hours. 12 operatives, the best available, all veterans who had worked together on previous operations. They moved on Tanaka's primary business location at dawn, the time when human attention was at its lowest, when surprise would be most complete. The raid was executed with precision. Doors breached simultaneously. Exits blocked. The building secured in under 2 minutes. But Tanaka was not there. His office was empty. Documents had been removed. Cabinets cleared, any evidence that might have existed already gone. The only person present was a clerk who claimed complete ignorance of anything beyond his basic duties. The timing was too perfect. Tanaka had known they were coming, had abandoned the location hours earlier, had escaped. Hayato emerged from a back room, his cover completely blown now, his face showing frustration and exhaustion. He gave the report directly. Tanaka had left the previous evening, had taken documents and several assistants with him. Their destination was unknown, but a ship had departed. Osaka Harbor around midnight, bound for Nagasaki. Whether Tanaka was on it remained unconfirmed. Kenjiro felt the bitter taste of partial failure. They had identified the target, but lost him. Had gathered enough evidence to confirm Templar involvement, but not enough to fully dismantle the network. Tanaka would rebuild elsewhere. Would be more careful next time. Would learn from this exposure exactly as the Templars learned from every setback. We pursue to Nagasaki, Kenjiro decided. If he is there, we intercept. If he has already departed, we track him to wherever he runs. This cannot be allowed to continue. We end it now, or we will be fighting the same battle 5 years from now. The pursuit began immediately. Kenjiro led a team overland, while a smaller group took a fast ship to Nagasaki to establish surveillance at the harbor. The journey took 3 days through early spring rain, the roads muddy and difficult, the travel exhausting, but the urgency drove them forward. This was the nature of the work. Periods of patient investigation punctuated by moments of intense action. Long stretches of preparation, followed by brief opportunities that had to be seized immediately or lost forever. They reached Nagasaki and found the surveillance team had located Tanaka. He was staying at a merchant's house near the harbor, clearly preparing for departure, but seemingly waiting for something. Perhaps a specific ship, perhaps final communications with his Templar contacts. The delay was opportunity. Time to plan the capture properly instead of rushing. Kenjiro observed Tanaka's location for a day, mapping the building's layout, identifying security measures, counting guards, assessing approach routes. The man was well protected, not as heavily as Takeda's school in Manila had been, but sufficient to make direct assault costly. They needed subtlety, needed to isolate him from his guards, needed to create circumstances where capture became possible without the massacre that full assault would entail. The opportunity came. The next evening, Tanaka left his secure location to meet someone at a tea house in the foreign quarter. He brought only 2 guards, apparently believing that public location and foreign presence would provide sufficient security. It was the vulnerability Kenjiro had been waiting for. They moved as Tanaka departed the tea house, intercepting him in the narrow street outside, overwhelming his guards through superior numbers before they could effectively resist. Tanaka himself was taken alive, subdued through precise application of force, secured and extracted before the encounter could escalate into broader violence. They brought him to the Brotherhood headquarters, placing him in the same secure room where Matsumoto had been interrogated months earlier. The symmetry was not lost on Kenjiro. Another traitor, another collaboration with the Templars, another confrontation where truth would be extracted and justice would be determined. The pattern repeated because human nature was consistent, because the same temptations that corrupted one generation appeared again in the next. Because vigilance was eternal precisely because corruption was eternal. Tanaka sat calmly, despite his capture, his expression composed, his body language suggesting someone who had anticipated this possibility and made peace with it. He was not Brotherhood, had never taken the oath, or learn the creed. He was simply a merchant who had found the Templar vision compelling and had chosen to serve it. That made the interrogation different. There was no shared history to reference, no common language of principle to appeal to. Just pragmatic conversation between opponents who understood they served opposing visions of how society should function. Why? Kenjiro asked simply. Why work with them? What did they offer that made collaboration worthwhile? Stability, Tanaka replied, without hesitation. The Templars offer a vision of ordered society where commerce can flourish without the chaos that constant political maneuvering creates. They promise a world where merchants like me can focus on business rather than navigating the endless schemes of competing daimyos and the shogunate's arbitrary policies. That vision is valuable, worth supporting, and the cost? Kenjiro pressed. The freedom that people surrender, the choice that is taken from them, the tyranny that results when order is imposed rather than chosen. Does that not concern you? Freedom without structure is just chaos. Tanaka countered. I am a merchant. I see daily what happens when there are no rules or when rules are applied inconsistently. Business becomes impossible. Investment becomes foolish. People suffer not from tyranny, but from unpredictability. The Templars offer to fix that, to create consistent rules fairly enforced. Thus not tyranny. That is civilization. It was Takeda's argument in different words. The eternal Templar justification, order over freedom, structure over choice. The conviction that some people knew better than others how society should function, and therefore had the right to impose their vision. Kenjiro had heard it before, would hear it again. The philosophy persisted because it contained seductive truth. Order did provide benefits. Structure did enable certain kinds of human flourishing. The error was in believing those benefits justified elimination of choice. We are not going to convince each other, Kenjiro said. You believe the Templar vision is righteous. I believe it is tyranny. That disagreement is fundamental. So let me be practical instead of philosophical. You have intelligence we need. Information about Templar operations, about contacts and plans, and the scope of what they are building. You can provide that intelligence and receive mercy in the form of exile, or you can refuse and face execution. The choice is yours, but it must be made now. Tanaka smiled slightly. That is an interesting offer. Very similar to what I imagine you offered Matsumoto. Tell me, did his intelligence actually help you? Or did he simply delay his exile by a few months while providing you with information that the Templars had already written off as compromised? Are you certain you are getting value from these exchanges, or are you simply letting traitors buy their lives with intelligence that has already been discounted? The question landed with uncomfortable force. Kenjiro had wondered the same thing. Had questioned whether Matsumoto's cooperation represented real intelligence gain or elaborate misdirection, had worried that mercy was being exploited by people smart enough to calculate that cooperation was optimal strategy for survival, regardless of whether the intelligence provided had actual value. Your doubt is showing, Tanaka observed. You are not certain. And that uncertainty is exactly what the Templars exploit. They make you question everything, make you doubt your own judgments, make you hesitate when decisiveness would serve you better. Master Takeda understood this, taught it to those of us he mentored. The Brotherhood's dedication to questioning becomes paralysis when taken too far. Your strength becomes weakness when you cannot trust your own conclusions. Perhaps, Kenjiro acknowledged, or perhaps doubt is exactly what prevents us from becoming what we oppose. Perhaps uncertainty is the price of remaining human rather than becoming zealots convinced of our own righteousness. I will live with doubt if that is what preventing tyranny requires. Noble sentiment, Tanaka said. Let us see if it survives contact with the complications I am about to introduce. I will give you intelligence. We'll cooperate fully, but on one condition. You must agree before I tell you what the condition is. A test of whether you truly value information over principle, or whether your ideals constrain you even when constraint is tactically disadvantageous. That is not acceptable, Kenjiro said immediately. I will not agree to unknown terms. Then you get nothing, Tanaka replied calmly. And the Templar network I helped build continues operating without your interference. Merchants continue being manipulated. Economic power continues concentrating in hands aligned with Templar interests. All because you could not accept temporary uncertainty in exchange for intelligence that would let you disrupt operations affecting thousands of people. The manipulation was obvious, but effective. Tanaka was creating a scenario where Kenjiro's principles became obstacle, where adherence to process meant allowing harm to continue. It was the eternal dilemma. How much compromise was justified by outcome? How far could you bend principles before they broke entirely? State your condition, Kenjiro said. I will not agree to it, sight unseen, but I will listen. Then I will decide whether the intelligence is worth whatever price you demand. Tanaka leaned back, his expression satisfied. My condition is that you release me after I provide the intelligence, not exile. Release. I return to my business with immunity from Brotherhood interference. I continue operating as I always have. You get the intelligence about current Templar operations, but you lose access to me as source. That is the trade. Knowledge now in exchange for allowing me to continue my work unimpeded. Impossible, Kenjiro said flatly. You are collaborating with enemies of human freedom. Releasing you means allowing that collaboration to continue. The intelligence you provide would be offset by the harm you cause going forward. The trade is unacceptable. Then we have nothing further to discuss, Tanaka said. Execute me if you must. Exile me if you prefer. But know that you are making this choice, that the Templar operations will continue because you prioritized your principles over practical outcomes. Remember that when you learn about the next merchant family destroyed, the next regional economy manipulated, the next concentration of power that moves society closer to the ordered tyranny you claim to oppose, remember that you had opportunity to prevent it and chose not to because the price violated your ideals. Kenjiro stood and departed the interrogation room without responding. He needed distance. Needed time to think without Tanaka's presence influencing his judgment. The manipulation was sophisticated but transparent. Tanaka was creating false binary, implying that the only choices were accept his terms or accept ignorance. But there were always more options, always additional possibilities if you were creative and willing to take risks. He convened his advisors in the strategy room, presented the situation without editorializing. Let them process the dilemma independently before offering opinions. Reiko spoke first, her analytical mind immediately identifying the core issue. He is betting that we value intelligence over principle, she said. Betting that we will compromise to gain short-term advantage. If we accept his terms, we prove that our ideals are negotiable. That sends message not just to him but to everyone watching. It tells future adversaries that the Brotherhood can be manipulated through offering valuable intelligence in exchange for immunity. That creates terrible precedent. But if we refuse, Hayato countered, we lose actionable intelligence that could prevent real harm to real people. We save our principles while allowing practical outcomes that violate those same principles. How is that better? How do we justify letting people suffer to maintain our ideological purity? Because ideological purity, as you call it, is what prevents us from becoming what we oppose. Reiko replied. The moment we start making exceptions, the moment we accept that ends justify means, we have taken the first step toward Templar philosophy, toward believing that we know better than others what outcomes are acceptable, toward tyranny dressed in noble language. The debate continued for an hour. Positions articulated and defended, no clear consensus emerging. Kenjiro listened carefully, valuing the process even as frustration mounted. This was exactly what Tanaka had intended. Create division. Force Brotherhood members to argue amongst themselves. Demonstrate that their principles generated paralysis, while Templar pragmatism enabled action. Finally, Kenjiro raised his hand for silence. "I have a proposal," he said. "We reject Tanaka's terms. We do not release him, and we do not accept the premise that his intelligence is worth immunity. But we also do not execute or exile him immediately. Instead, we hold him. We conduct our own investigation independent of his cooperation. We build intelligence through our methods rather than relying on his. And if we succeed, if we dismantle the network without his help, then we have demonstrated that principle need not compromise effectiveness, that we can refuse manipulation without sacrificing outcomes. And if we fail," Hayato asked, "if our investigation produces insufficient results and Templar operations continue, while Tanaka sits in our custody, providing nothing, then we have still succeeded in preventing one collaborator from continuing his work." Kenjiro replied, "We have still maintained our integrity. We have still demonstrated that the Brotherhood cannot be bought or manipulated through false choices. That may seem like small victory when measured against abstract intelligence we might have gained, but it is victory nonetheless. The kind that defines who we are and what we serve." The decision was made. Tanaka would remain in secure custody. The investigation would continue through independent means. The Brotherhood would prove that it could function according to its principles without accepting compromises that undermined those principles. It was risky strategy, potentially more costly than accepting Tanaka's terms, but it was the strategy consistent with the creed. Kenjiro returned to the interrogation room and delivered the decision. Tanaka listened with expression that might have been respect or might have been contempt. Difficult to distinguish. "You are making a mistake," Tanaka said. "But I suppose it is the mistake your philosophy requires. I will tell you one thing, without condition though, not intelligence about operations, but observation about the Brotherhood itself. You are so concerned with avoiding tyranny that you have made yourselves ineffective, so focused on questioning and verification, that you move slower than organizations willing to simply act. The Templars will win eventually, not because their philosophy is superior, but because they are willing to make hard choices that you agonize over for weeks. Speed matters. Decisiveness matters. Your hesitation is their advantage." "Perhaps," Kenjiro said. "Or perhaps the slowness you criticize is the friction that prevents catastrophic error. Perhaps taking time to question and verify means we make fewer mistakes that require correction later. Perhaps effectiveness measured over decades rather than months favors those who move carefully over those who move quickly. We will see who is correct over time. Until then, you remain our guest." He left Tanaka in the secure room and departed to continue the work that never ended. The investigation into the Templar network, the training of recruits, the coordination of operations across Japan, the eternal vigilance that freedom required. It was exhausting. It was necessary. It was the life he had chosen and would continue choosing until someone else took up the burden. Spring deepened toward summer. The investigation progressed through incremental discoveries rather than dramatic breakthroughs. The network was being mapped slowly, disrupted piece by piece. It was less satisfying than using Tanaka's intelligence would have been, took longer, required more resources. But it was the right way. The way consistent with principles that mattered more than expedience. And in the custody cell, Tanaka waited. Whether he waited with patience or frustration, whether he calculated that the Brotherhood would eventually compromise, or whether he had made peace with permanent imprisonment, Kenjiro could not know and did not particularly care. The man had made choices. Now he lived with consequences. That was justice. Imperfect, complicated, but real. The work continued. The creed endured. And somewhere between certainty and doubt, between victory and defeat, the Brotherhood persisted in its eternal mission to preserve human freedom against all who would constrain it. One choice at a time, one day at a time, one generation passing forward to the next. The burden and the hope that together defined what it meant to serve something larger than self. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words that demanded integrity while acknowledging that integrity was contextual. The words that freed while reminding that freedom carried responsibility. The words that would guide the Brotherhood forward into whatever came next. And whatever came next, they would face it according to principle. They would adapt without compromising. They would serve without surrendering the ideals that made service meaningful. That was the promise. That was the commitment. That was the legacy they would carry forward until others took their place and carried it further still. The Shadow War continued. Forever. Always. Without end. Summer brought heat that baked the streets of Nagasaki and turned the Brotherhood's training courtyard into a furnace where only the most dedicated recruits maintained their practice through midday hours. Kenjiro found himself spending more time in the archives during the worst heat, reviewing old records, searching for patterns that might inform current operations. It was in these documents, yellowed with age and written in hands long since stilled by death, that he found something unexpected, a report from 40 years earlier. Before Takeda had arrived in Japan, before the Brotherhood had established significant presence in the country, the report described a Templar operation targeting merchant families through debt manipulation and economic pressure. The methodology was nearly identical to what they were currently fighting. The same patient accumulation of influence. The same use of legitimate business practices to mass coordination. The same long-term strategy of building economic power that would eventually translate into political control. Kenjiro read the report 3 times, feeling cold despite the summer heat. The operation described had ultimately been disrupted by the Brotherhood of that era. The Templar agents had been identified and eliminated, or exiled. The network had been dismantled. Victory had been declared, and yet here, 4 decades later, the same pattern was emerging again. Not exactly identical, but close enough that the underlying strategy was clearly unchanged. It was sobering recognition. The battles they fought were not new. The enemies they faced were not innovating, but rather repeating techniques that had worked before, refined through iteration, adapted to new circumstances, but fundamentally unchanged, which meant that the Brotherhood's victories were temporary at best. Each generation fought the same war with minor variations. Each generation thought they were addressing unique challenges when actually they were confronting eternal patterns. He brought the report to his next meeting with senior advisors, laying it on the table without comment, letting them read it and draw their own conclusions. Reiko was the first to speak, her voice carrying a weariness that had not been there a year ago. "So we are simply repeating history," she said. "Fighting a battle our predecessors already fought and won, only to have it return for us to fight again, and presumably our successors will fight it once more when we are gone. That is discouraging, or enlightening," Hiyato countered. "It means we are not failing. We are not inadequate to the task. We are simply facing reality, that the Templars are as persistent as we are, that neither side can achieve permanent victory, because the underlying philosophical conflict is not resolvable through force. It will continue until either the Templar Order ceases to exist, or the Brotherhood does. And since both are sustained by ideas rather than just organizations, they will likely continue until humanity itself changes fundamentally. Which may never happen, Reiko observed. Which may never happen, Hayato agreed. But that does not make the work meaningless. Each time we disrupt their operations, we prevent harm. Each time we eliminate a network, we buy time for people to live freely. The fact that we will have to do it again does not negate the value of doing it now. Kenjiro watched the exchange with something approaching pride. They understood. Not just intellectually, but in the bone-deep way that came from living the reality rather than just contemplating it theoretically. The work was eternal because the struggle was fundamental. There would be no final victory parade. No moment when they could declare the mission accomplished and lay down their weapons. Only the satisfaction of service itself, of knowing that today's efforts mattered even if tomorrow would bring similar challenges. There is something else in this report, Kenjiro said, drawing their attention to a specific passage. The operation 40 years ago was ultimately exposed by a merchant who had been targeted, but who recognized the pattern because he had seen it before in China. He provided the Brotherhood with intelligence about how the Templars operated there, gave them insight into methods and objectives that would have taken years to discover independently. That merchant was never inducted into the Brotherhood, but he worked with them until his death, providing intelligence and assistance while maintaining his independence. Like Yuki, Hayato said quietly. Like Yuki, Kenjiro confirmed. And like others throughout history, who served the creed without serving the organization. What if we are thinking about this wrong? What if the answer to persistent Templar operations is not just better Brotherhood responses, but broader networks of allies? People who understand the threat and contribute according to their capabilities while maintaining their own lives and identities. You are proposing to expand the circle beyond formal membership, Reiko said. To create associated networks of people who support our mission without taking the oath or undergoing training. Not exactly create, Kenjiro replied. More like acknowledge what already exists informally, and provide it structure. There are merchants who know we work against Templar, economic manipulation, and quietly provide us intelligence. There are officials who recognize the threat to regional autonomy and tip us to policies being influenced from outside. There are scholars who understand the philosophical stakes and provide research that informs our operations. All of these people already help in small ways. What if we formalize those relationships, created secure communication channels, provided them protection, built an actual network of informed citizens who resist tyranny through their own means while coordinating with us when appropriate? The proposal generated extensive debate that continued through multiple sessions over the following weeks. Some operatives worried that expansion would compromise security, that bringing non-assassins into even limited cooperation would create vulnerabilities, that the Brotherhood's strength came from tight discipline and shared understanding that could not exist in looser networks. These were legitimate concerns that deserved serious consideration. But others, particularly younger operatives who had been trained in the post-Takeda environment where questioning was encouraged, saw potential. They argued that the Brotherhood's insularity had enabled Takeda's corruption to flourish undetected for years, that external perspectives would have identified problems internal members were too close to see, that diversity of viewpoint and approach strengthened movements rather than weakening them. Kenjiro listened to all positions, then made a decision that was characteristically cautious, but forward-looking. They would implement the proposal as limited experiment, select 5 merchants in different cities who had demonstrated reliability and discretion, provide them secure means of communication, give them intelligence about Templar operations that affected their regions, build relationships based on mutual interest rather than formal hierarchy. Evaluate after 1 year whether the approach produced benefits that justified the risks. The implementation began in late summer. The selected merchants were approached carefully, given time to consider the proposition, offered the option to decline without prejudice. All 5 accepted. They were motivated by mixture of self-interest and genuine concern about manipulation that threatened their ability to conduct business according to their own judgment. They understood that Templar control would ultimately constrain them, even if it initially appeared to create stability. One of the 5 was in Osaka, a woman named Ishikawa Fumiko, who operated a successful sake brewery that had been targeted by the same debt manipulation network they had been fighting. She was sharp-minded and angry about the attempt to control her business. When approached by Brotherhood representatives and given context about the Templar operation, she immediately offered extensive cooperation. Over the course of several meetings, she provided details about how the manipulation had been attempted against her brewery, the subtle pressure, the convenient obstacles, the competitor who suddenly had access to resources that enabled them to undercut her prices. She had resisted successfully through combination of financial discipline and political connections. But she recognized that others had not been so fortunate, that the pattern was too consistent to be random market forces. More importantly, she provided insights about how merchants thought and operated that formal Brotherhood training did not teach. She explained the informal networks through which information flowed in commercial communities, the relationships that mattered, the leverage points that existed outside official channels. It was invaluable intelligence that allowed Brotherhood operatives to work more effectively in environments they had previously not fully understood. 3 months into the experiment, Fumiko identified a new player in the Templar network that Brotherhood surveillance had missed. A seemingly minor functionary in the Merchant Guild who had recently begun asking unusual questions about other members' finances and political connections. The questions seemed like idle curiosity or friendly interest, but Fumiko recognized them as intelligence gathering, as the kind of systematic inquiry that preceded either opportunity exploitation or threat neutralization. The Brotherhood investigated the functionary and discovered he was connected to Templar agents through a complex chain that would have taken months to uncover through conventional surveillance. They were able to neutralize his intelligence gathering before it produced actionable results for the Templars. It was small victory but significant. Proof that the expanded network approach provided capabilities that formal membership alone could not achieve. The other 4 merchants proved similarly valuable, each contributing unique perspectives and intelligence from their specific contexts. By winter, the experiment was judged successful enough to expand. 10 additional merchants were recruited across Japan, then 20. Then the network began to include people beyond just commercial interests, sympathetic officials, reform-minded scholars, even a few Buddhist monks who understood that spiritual freedom required political freedom and recognized the Templar Order as existential threat to both. The expanding network required new systems for coordination and security. Reiko developed encrypted communication methods that allowed merchants to send intelligence without requiring them to understand complex cryptography. Simple substitution ciphers that appeared to be business correspondence, but contained embedded information for those who knew how to read them. Hayato trained operatives in how to work with civilian allies, how to protect their identities while still leveraging their contributions, how to assess reliability without the formal vetting that Brotherhood members underwent. And Kenjiro managed the strategic implications of what they were building, because it was not just tactical network for intelligence gathering. It was a philosophical statement about how resistance to tyranny should function. It acknowledged that the Brotherhood alone could not preserve freedom for everyone, that ordinary people had to be part of the struggle, that centralizing resistance in single organization was both arrogant and strategically unsound, that true liberty came from distributed resistance where many people contributed according to their capabilities rather than from elite warriors protecting passive populations. It was in essence an implementation of the creed at social scale. Nothing is true, so no single organization has monopoly on resistance methods. Everything is permitted, so all forms of opposition to tyranny are valid as long as they do not themselves become tyrannical. The Brotherhood coordinated but did not control, provided resources but did not dictate, served as node in network rather than as command center directing subordinates. Some of the older operatives struggled with this shift. They had been trained in hierarchical model where orders flowed downward and obedience flowed upward. The distributed network required different mindset, required trusting people who had not been through formal training, required accepting that civilians might sometimes see things professional, assassins missed, required humility about the Brotherhood's limitations and openness to methods that deviated from traditional approaches. But the younger generation embraced it naturally. They had been trained in the Yuki protocol, had learned to question rather than just obey, had internalized the lesson that even the Brotherhood itself could be wrong, and that external perspectives were valuable for maintaining accountability. For them, the distributed network was logical extension of principles they had absorbed from the beginning. The network's value was proven dramatically in early winter when a merchant in Kyoto reported unusual activity by Portuguese traders. They were purchasing specific types of raw materials in quantities that seemed excessive for normal commerce. Iron ore, sulfur, saltpeter, the components needed for gunpowder production. Individually, the purchases might mean nothing. Collectively, they suggested someone was preparing for conflict on scale that exceeded normal security requirements. The Brotherhood investigated and discovered the Templars were funding a dissident samurai faction that opposed the shogunate's policies toward foreign trade. The faction believed that Japan should remain closed to Western influence. The Templars were supporting them, not because they agreed with isolationist philosophy, but because they calculated that conflict between the faction and the shogunate would create instability they could exploit. Both sides would need resources and support. Both sides would make compromises to gain advantages, and in the chaos of conflict, Templar agents could expand their influence with both factions simultaneously. It was sophisticated strategy that played long game. The Templars did not care who won the potential conflict. They cared about positioning themselves as necessary allies to all parties, about making themselves indispensable regardless of outcome, about ensuring that when stability eventually returned, they would be embedded in power structures with influence that would be difficult to eliminate. The Brotherhood had 3 months before the dissident faction would be ready to move. 3 months to disrupt the Templar operation without triggering the very conflict they were trying to prevent. It required careful calibration. Too heavy-handed, and they would push the dissidents toward action out of desperation. Too passive, and the operation would proceed to conclusion. They needed to thread needle that disabled the threat without creating the appearance of external interference that would justify the dissidents' paranoia about foreign manipulation. Kenjiro assembled a strategy team that included both formal Brotherhood operatives and key members of the expanded network. Fumiko was present. So was a scholar named Takahashi, who had been studying Templar influence on regional politics for years before being approached by the Brotherhood, and a low-ranking shogunate official named Ito, who had seen how foreign agents were quietly shaping policy discussions. The diverse perspectives generated strategy that no single group would have developed independently. The Brotherhood operatives wanted direct action against the Templar agents funding the dissidents. Fumiko argued for economic approach that would cut off the funding without requiring violence. Takahashi proposed information campaign that would expose the foreign manipulation to the dissident faction's members, turning them against their Templar supporters. Ito suggested working through official channels to address the dissidents' legitimate grievances so they would have less motivation to rebel even without external support. The final plan incorporated elements of all approaches. The Brotherhood would quietly eliminate the key Templar agents coordinating the funding, making it appear they had simply left Japan rather than been killed. This would disrupt the operation without creating martyrs. Simultaneously, Fumiko would work through merchant networks to provide the dissidents' businesses with economic opportunities that reduced their desperation. Takahashi would carefully leak information about the foreign agents' involvement to dissident faction members most likely to be troubled by it. And Ito would advocate within the shogunate for policy modifications that addressed the legitimate concerns about foreign influence while preserving beneficial trade relationships. The execution took 2 months of coordinated effort across multiple domains. It was not dramatic. No rooftop chases or spectacular confrontations, just patient work by many people, each contributing their specific capabilities. The Templar agents were eliminated through methods that left no evidence of Brotherhood involvement. The economic pressure on dissidents eased through what appeared to be normal market adjustments. Information about foreign manipulation spread through the faction like rumor, impossible to source, but widely credited, and the shogunate announced policy modifications that reduced tensions without appearing to capitulate to threats. The dissident faction gradually lost momentum. Without funding, and with their economic situations improving, and with growing distrust of their foreign supporters, and with some of their concerns being addressed through official channels, the motivation for rebellion evaporated. Individual members drifted away from the movement. Leaders found themselves unable to maintain cohesion. By spring, the faction had dissolved into scattered individuals nursing grievances but lacking organizational capacity to act on them. It was victory, so complete it was nearly invisible. No battle was fought. No clear moment occurred when outcome was decided. The threat simply dissipated like morning fog under sun. Most people involved did not understand how many factors had aligned to produce the peaceful resolution. They simply experienced the outcome and moved on with their lives. But Kenjiro understood that they had just demonstrated how the distributed network could accomplish what traditional Brotherhood methods alone could not. Understood that the future of resistance to tyranny might look less like elite warriors operating in shadows, and more like diverse networks of informed citizens working together toward shared purposes while maintaining their distinct identities and capabilities. He wrote a detailed report documenting the operation and its methodology, not for immediate dissemination, but for the archives, for future generations who would face similar challenges and need models to reference, for historians who would try to understand how the Shadow War was actually fought rather than how stories portrayed it, for anyone who cared about the messy reality of how freedom was preserved through accumulated small actions rather than dramatic gestures. The report concluded with observation that felt important enough to merit emphasis. The creed says nothing is true and everything is permitted. We have traditionally interpreted this as guidance for individual assassins making moral choices in complex situations, but it also applies to organizational strategy. No single approach to resisting tyranny is definitively correct. All methods that preserve human dignity and freedom are permitted and potentially valuable. The Brotherhood serves the creed best not by claiming monopoly on resistance, but by facilitating coordination among all who share commitment to liberty. Our role is not to control but to enable, not to command but to support. Not to be the only answer, but to be one answer among many that together form resilient defense against all forms of tyranny. He submitted the report to the archives and returned to the daily work that never ended. Training recruits, managing operations, coordinating with the expanded network that was slowly transforming what the Brotherhood could accomplish. It was exhausting. It was meaningful. It was the life he had chosen and would continue choosing until someone else took up the burden. Spring turned to summer again. Sakura, the recruit who had questioned him in the snow a year earlier, graduated from novice training and received her first independent assignment. She was being sent to Osaka to work with Fumiko, learning how to operate in commercial environments, how to distinguish legitimate business pressure from Templar manipulation, how to work with civilian allies. It was perfect placement for someone who had shown both combat capability and analytical skill. Someone who could bridge the worlds of formal Brotherhood operations and the looser network of informed citizens. Kenjiro spoke with her before her departure, offering advice that felt inadequate even as he gave it. Remember that people like Fumiko are not Brotherhood members, he said. They have not taken the oath, have not undergone the training, have not internalized the creed through years of practice, but they serve the same principles through their own understanding. Respect their autonomy, learn from their expertise, protect them without patronizing them. Your job is not to control their contributions, but to help them be more effective in the work they have chosen. I understand, Sakura said, and I am honored by the trust this represents, allowing me to work independently so soon after graduation, trusting me to represent the Brotherhood to civilian allies. I will not fail you. You will definitely fail at some things, Kenjiro corrected gently. Everyone does. The question is whether you learn from failures or whether you let them destroy your confidence. Expect mistakes, plan for them, have contingencies ready, and when failures occur, as they inevitably will, document what went wrong so others can learn from your experience. That is how the Brotherhood actually evolves. Not through a succession of perfect operations, but through honest accounting of what worked and what did not. Sakura departed with youth's confidence and idealism still largely intact. Kenjiro watched her leave and felt the particular mixture of pride and concern that teachers experienced watching students venture into the world. She would be tested, would face challenges he could not fully prepare her for, would make choices that defined who she became as an operative and as a person. All he could do was provide foundation and hope it was sufficient. That evening, alone in his office, Kenjiro allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. 5 years since Takeda's betrayal had been exposed. 4 years since Yuki had killed him in Manila. 3 years since Kenjiro had assumed leadership. The time felt simultaneously vast and compressed. So much had changed. So much remained familiar. The Brotherhood was different now. More questioning, more collaborative, more willing to work with people outside the organization, more focused on enabling distributed resistance than on executing operations directly. Some would argue these changes represented weakness, that they diluted the Brotherhood's strength and compromised its identity. But Kenjiro believed they represented evolution, adaptation to the reality that threats were too complex and too persistent for any single organization to counter alone. Takeda would have hated it, would have seen the distributed networks as chaos, would have argued that clear hierarchy and decisive action were being sacrificed for philosophical purity that produced only ineffective hand-wringing. But Takeda had been wrong about fundamental things, had forgotten that the creed served freedom, not order, had lost sight of the principle beneath the technique. Kenjiro would not make that mistake, would not let dedication to effectiveness override commitment to liberty. would not convince himself that ends justified means or that wise authority was acceptable substitute for messier reality of people choosing their own paths. He would serve the creed as it was meant to be served, as principle that liberated rather than doctrine that constrained, as invitation to discover meaning through choice rather than command to accept meaning from authority. A knock at the door interrupted his reflection. Reiko entered, carrying intelligence reports from multiple cities. The work continued. The threats persisted. The Shadow War demanded attention, regardless of philosophical musings. Kenjiro shelved his reflections and returned to immediate concerns. This was the balance between strategic thinking and tactical response, between contemplating principles and living them through action, between understanding the larger patterns and addressing the specific challenges of the present moment. They worked through the evening reviewing intelligence, assessing threats, allocating resources. It was routine now, the rhythms familiar, the decisions practiced until they required less agonizing. That was both efficiency and danger. Efficiency because experience enabled faster responses. Danger because routine could breed complacency, could make the extraordinary seem ordinary, could cause them to miss signs of emerging threats because they were too focused on addressing familiar patterns. But that was why the Yuki protocol existed, why questioning was formalized into training, why the expanded network brought outside perspectives, why they documented everything for review and analysis. The systems they had built were designed to counter human tendency toward complacency, were structured to maintain vigilance even as individuals grew tired, were intended to outlast any single generation's dedication. Night deepened over Nagasaki. In the headquarters, work continued. In the city beyond, people slept unaware of the battles being fought to preserve their freedom to live according to their own choices. In distant cities, other Brotherhood operatives and civilian allies continued their own parts of the eternal struggle. And somewhere in the vast complexity of human civilization, Templar agents worked equally hard toward their vision of ordered society. The Shadow War had no end, no final victory, no moment when either side could declare triumph and cease operations. It would continue as long as both philosophies existed, as long as some humans believed freedom was worth its costs and others believed order was worth its constraints. As long as the fundamental tension between liberty and control remained unresolved. Kenjiro made peace with that reality years ago, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in hope of ultimate victory, accepted that his life would be consumed by work that would never be finished, found satisfaction in knowing that today's efforts mattered even if tomorrow would bring similar challenges. It was enough. It would always be enough. Because the alternative was surrender. And surrender was the one choice the creed would never permit. The work continued. The mission persisted. And in the space between darkness and light, between certainty and doubt, between past and future, the Brotherhood carried forward its eternal commitment to human freedom, one choice at a time, one life at a time, one generation passing forward to the next. The burden and the hope that together made the struggle worthwhile. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words that had guided assassins for centuries, that would guide them for centuries more. That captured in 8 words the entire philosophy of liberation and responsibility that gave meaning to the Shadow War. And as long as those words had power, as long as people understood what they meant and chose to live by them, the creed would endure, the Brotherhood would persist, and human freedom would have defenders who worked in darkness to preserve light they would never fully see, forever, always, without end. The messenger arrived in the depths of winter, his cloak heavy with snow, his face marked by hard travel. He came from Shanghai, carrying news that had been deemed too sensitive for any written communication, intelligence that required verbal delivery and immediate response. Kenjiro received him in the secure chamber, dismissing guards to ensure complete privacy, recognizing from the messenger's bearing that whatever he carried was significant. "It is about Yuki," the messenger said without preamble. "She sends word that Takeda's influence extends farther than anyone realized. She has been tracking a network across China and has discovered connections that lead back to Japan, not to operations we know about. Something deeper, something that predates even Takeda's arrival in this country." Kenjiro felt cold that had nothing to do with winter weather. "Explain." The messenger produced a small waterproof case from inside his coat. He opened it carefully and withdrew a single sheet of rice paper covered in Yuki's precise handwriting. The letter was dated 3 weeks earlier, written in Shanghai, addressed to Kenjiro personally. The letter began without ceremony. "I have found something that troubles me deeply. During my work disrupting Templar operations in Chinese merchant guilds, I discovered references to a Japanese contact who has been coordinating with them for over 50 years. 50 years, Kenjiro. That predates Takeda's corruption by decades. It suggests that when Takeda was recruited by the Templars, he was not their first success in Japan, but rather their continuation of a much older operation." The letter continued with meticulous detail about what Yuki had uncovered. Financial records showing payments to a Japanese agent going back to the early 1780s, coded correspondence that referenced long-term strategies for influencing Japan's political development, intelligence reports from that era describing how the Templar Order viewed Japan as crucial territory that required patient infiltration because its isolation made direct intervention impossible. What most disturbed Yuki, as the letter made clear, was that the financial records showed the payments continuing to the present day. Whoever had been coordinating with the Templars 50 years ago was either still alive and active, which seemed biologically unlikely, or had established a generational operation where the role was passed from one person to the next, like inherited position. "I believe the Brotherhood in Japan has been compromised from its inception," Yuki wrote. "That whoever founded or helped found your Japanese chapter may have done so with Templar support or influence. That the corruption we thought began with Takeda actually predates him and merely flowered under his leadership. If I am correct, it means we have been fighting symptoms while the disease remained undetected and untreated." The letter concluded with characteristic directness. "I am returning to Japan to investigate this personally. I will arrive approximately 2 weeks after this letter does, traveling under merchant cover. Do not attempt to contact me through normal channels. I will reach out when I have confirmed my suspicions or determined I am pursuing shadows. If my fears are founded, we face a threat more fundamental than anything we have confronted before. Be prepared for the possibility that the organization you lead contains corruption at its very foundation." Kenjiro read the letter 3 times, his mind racing through implications. The Brotherhood's presence in Japan was relatively recent compared to its operations in Europe and the Middle East. It had been established roughly 60 years ago by a European assassin named Jean-Baptiste Leclerc, who had traveled east to expand the Creed's reach. Leclerc had recruited local operatives, built the initial infrastructure, created the training programs that still influenced how Japanese assassins learn their craft. But what if Leclerc had been compromised? What if his mission to establish the Brotherhood in Japan had been Templar operation from the beginning? What if the entire Japanese chapter had been designed as controlled opposition, as organization that appeared to resist Templar influence while actually serving it subtly, allowing Templars to monitor and manipulate genuine resistance by infiltrating the very organization dedicated to fighting them? The possibility was horrifying. It meant that every operation might have been compromised. every mission potentially serving Templar interests even when it appeared to oppose them. Every assassin unknowingly working to further the very control they believed they were resisting. It meant that Takeda's betrayal was not aberration, but revelation of something deeper and more systemic. Kenjiro stood and moved to the window, looking out at snow-covered courtyard, where recruits had ceased training due to weather. Those young people had joined believing they served freedom, had dedicated themselves to principles they thought were pure and uncorrupted. If Yuki's suspicions proved correct, how did he tell them that the foundation beneath their commitment was built on deception? How did he maintain their dedication while acknowledging that everything they believed about the organization's history might be false? He turned back to the messenger. Did Yuki provide any specific guidance about what I should do with this information while waiting for her arrival? She said to trust no one who was inducted before Takeda's exposure. The messenger replied that anyone who was part of the organization during the period when this alleged generational conspiracy would have been operating should be considered potentially compromised. She said to rely on the recruits trained in the new era, the ones who learned the Yuki protocol, the ones who were taught to question from the beginning. They are least likely to be corrupted because they were never exposed to whatever indoctrination existed before the purge. Kenjiro felt the weight of isolation settling over him. He himself had been inducted before Takeda's exposure, trained by Takeda personally, which meant by Yuki's logic, he should not trust himself, should assume his own judgment might be compromised by training he received from a system that was potentially corrupted from inception. It was paralyzing realization. How did you investigate your own potential corruption? How did you trust your own conclusions when the possibility existed that your thinking had been shaped by precisely the forces you were trying to resist? Is there anything else? He asked the messenger. Only this, the messenger said. Yuki wanted me to tell you personally, not included in the letter, that she trusts you. That despite your training by Takeda and induction during the compromised era, she believes you have demonstrated through your choices and actions that whatever corruption existed did not take root in you. She said to tell you that she would not be returning to work with you if she believed you were compromised, that her trust is not blind faith, but assessment based on years of observation. The statement provided small comfort, but it was something. Yuki's judgment was sound. If she believed he was not compromised, that assessment carried weight, but it did not solve the fundamental problem. They still needed to investigate the organization's history, still needed to determine if the conspiracy Yuki suspected actually existed, still needed to identify who might be perpetuating it, if it did. The messenger departed after providing additional verbal details about Yuki's investigation in Shanghai. Kenjiro was left alone with information that could destroy the Brotherhood if true, or damage it severely if false, but widely believed. He faced decision about what to do with intelligence that was potentially devastating, but unconfirmed. Share it immediately, and risk creating panic or paranoia. Investigate quietly and risk allowing conspirators to continue operating. Wait for Yuki's arrival and more concrete evidence, but accept the possibility that delay might allow threats to act. He chose a middle path. He would share the intelligence with a very small circle of people he trusted most. Reiko and Hayato, both inducted after Takeda's exposure, both trained in the new methods. And Masato, despite his induction decades ago because Kenjiro could not believe the old master was compromised, and because his wisdom would be essential in navigating this crisis. He summoned them to the secure chamber, waiting until all were present before speaking. What he told them was delivered without softening. The raw intelligence as Yuki had presented it. The terrifying implications, fully acknowledged. the uncertainty about how to proceed honestly admitted. Reiko was first to respond, her analytical mind immediately organizing the chaos into categories. We need to examine the financial records from the organization's founding, see if there are unexplained funds or suspicious patterns. We need to review every mission from that era and determine if any served Templar interests despite appearing to oppose them. We need to identify every person who was inducted in the first 2 decades and assess whether any show signs of harboring divided loyalties. That investigation will take months. Hayato objected. Maybe years. And it requires assuming everyone from that era is potentially compromised, which will destroy trust and cohesion. We cannot function if everyone suspects everyone else of being Templar agent. The paranoia alone will accomplish what actual conspiracy could not. Masato had been silent through the initial discussion, his weathered face thoughtful. Now he spoke with the careful precision of someone who had spent a lifetime navigating complex situations. I knew Jean-Baptiste Leclerc, he said quietly, trained under him when I first joined the Brotherhood 40 years ago. He was dedicated to the creed. Believed in it absolutely, sacrificed everything to establish our presence in Japan. I find it difficult to accept that he was Templar agent. Difficult to accept is not the same as impossible, Reiko observed. Takeda was also dedicated, also believed absolutely, also sacrificed, and he was corrupted. If the Templars are as patient and sophisticated as we believe, they would not send obvious agents. They would send true believers who could be gradually turned or who were taught distorted versions of the creed that served Templar interests while appearing righteous. But Leclerc died 30 years ago, Masato continued. If he was the original compromise, his influence ended long before Takeda's corruption became apparent. How could a conspiracy he established continue so long after his death? That is what Yuki suspects, Kenjiro said. That it was not just Leclerc alone, if it was him at all, but a system he established, a structure that perpetuated itself. Perhaps certain positions within the organization that were always filled by Templar sympathizers. Perhaps training methods that subtly indoctrinated operatives without them realizing. Perhaps communication channels that allowed Templar influence without requiring direct contact. The possibilities are numerous and disturbing. They debated approaches for hours, weighing risks and benefits of different investigative strategies. The discussion was uncomfortable and occasionally heated. Trust that had been built over years was suddenly fragile. Questions were raised that no one wanted to confront. The foundation beneath their shared commitment felt suddenly unstable. Finally, as evening approached and the discussion threatened to become circular, Kenjiro made a decision. We proceed with limited investigation while maintaining operational capability. Reiko, you coordinate the historical analysis, review financial records, mission reports, anything from the founding era that might reveal patterns, but do so quietly. Involve only people inducted post-Takeda that we are confident about. Hayato, you maintain current operations but with enhanced security protocols. Assume all communications might be compromised. Use only face-to-face meetings for sensitive intelligence. Build redundancy so that if any part of our network is corrupted, the damage is contained. And what do I do? Masato asked. You help me prepare for Yuki's arrival, Kenjiro replied. And you help me think through what we do if her suspicions prove correct. Because if the organization's foundation is corrupted, we may need to rebuild entirely. May need to create something new that preserves the creed while abandoning the structures that were compromised. That will require wisdom and experience I do not possess alone. The meeting adjourned with everyone carrying burdens heavier than when they arrived. The The comfortable certainty that they were on the righteous side, fighting clear enemies, had been replaced by uncomfortable awareness that the ground beneath them might be treacherous, that they might be unwitting pawns in a game they had believed they were playing, rather than being played by. The investigation began. The next day, the Zoe Reiko assembled a small team of analysts inducted in the past 3 years, people who had no connection to the old era and no loyalty to anyone compromised. They started examining financial ledgers from the Brotherhood's establishment in Japan, cross-referencing expenses against known operations, looking for anomalies that might suggest hidden purposes. What they found was not definitive proof, but certainly more fuel for suspicion. There were payments to individuals whose names appeared nowhere else in the records, shipments of supplies that exceeded what missions would have required, construction projects for facilities that were never mentioned in operational reports. Any single item could be explained as incomplete record-keeping or lost documentation, but collectively they formed a pattern of resources being used for purposes not recorded in official Brotherhood business. More disturbing was what they found in the mission records. Several early operations had targeted individuals who appeared to be Templar threats, but whose elimination had, in retrospect, benefited Templar interests. A merchant who had been killed as supposed Templar agent turned out to have been competing with a company that was later revealed to have Templar ownership. An official assassinated for allegedly taking Templar bribes had been replaced by someone who actively facilitated policies favorable to Templar goals. A scholar killed for supposedly spreading Templar philosophy had been silenced just as his research was beginning to expose Templar operations in China. The pattern was not obvious without hindsight. Each mission had seemed legitimate in its time, supported by intelligence that appeared credible, but examined decades later with knowledge of how events had actually unfolded. The missions formed a sequence that advanced Templar interests, while appearing to oppose them. It suggested sophisticated manipulation, operations designed to remove actual threats to Templar plans while maintaining the Brotherhood's belief that it was fighting the enemy effectively. Kenjiro reviewed the findings with growing horror. If this analysis was correct, the Japanese Brotherhood had been used as weapon against itself for decades, had eliminated people who might have resisted Templar influence while believing it was striking at Templar agents, had weakened genuine opposition while strengthening its own sense of righteousness. It was diabolical in its elegance. Use your enemy's dedication against them. Make them serve your purposes through their very commitment to opposing you. Yuki arrived 2 weeks after the messenger, as she had predicted. She came at night, slipping into the headquarters through routes that avoided all official entry points, demonstrating that her years of independent operation had not diminished her capabilities. Kenjiro met her in his private chambers, the only space he was reasonably confident was not under surveillance, if indeed they were dealing with a level of infiltration he now suspected. She looked older, he thought. Not in years, but in the wear of constant vigilance, the toll of operating alone in hostile territory, the weight of carrying knowledge that isolated you from others. Her eyes held a wariness that had not been there before, the particular guardedness of someone who had learned to trust nothing at face value, and no one without extensive verification. "Tell me everything," Kenjiro said. "Not what was in the letter. Everything else you have discovered since." Yuki settled onto a cushion and began speaking in low tones that would not carry beyond the chamber. What she described over the next 2 hours was a conspiracy more elaborate and more insidious than Kenjiro had imagined. The Templar Order, according to intelligence Yuki had painstakingly gathered, had decided in the late 18th century that Japan was crucial to their long-term strategy in Asia. But Japan's isolation and cultural distinctiveness made direct infiltration nearly impossible. Western agents were too obvious. could not blend into society sufficiently to build the networks the Templars required. So they had conceived a different approach. Allow or even facilitate the Assassin Brotherhood's expansion into Japan. Support its establishment covertly. Then subtly shape its development from the beginning. Ensure that key positions were filled by people whose understanding of the creed had been distorted in ways that served Templar interests. Create training programs that emphasize certain interpretations over others. Build structures that appeared to embody Brotherhood principles while actually enabling control. The genius of the approach, Yuki explained, was that it did not require the entire organization to be compromised. Just key positions. Just enough influence to shape major decisions. Most Brotherhood members in Japan could be genuinely committed to the creed, genuinely believing they served freedom, while the organization's overall effect served Templar goals, because its strategic direction was subtly corrupted. Jean-Baptiste Leclerc, Yuki said, was not a Templar agent. My investigation confirms that. He was a genuine assassin who truly believed in the creed, but he was also naive about the complexities of operating in a foreign culture. He relied heavily on local advisors when establishing the Brotherhood in Japan. Those advisors were his point of vulnerability. Several of them were Templar sympathizers or outright agents. They shaped his understanding of Japanese society in ways that led him to make decisions that felt right according to his understanding, but actually advanced Templar interests. So the corruption was structural rather than personal, Kenjiro said. Built into the organization's foundations through manipulation of its founder, rather than through his active betrayal. Exactly, Yuki confirmed. And it has perpetuated itself through institutional momentum. Training programs established by the compromised advisors were passed forward through generations. Positions those advisors created or influenced continue to exist and continue to be filled by people who learned from predecessors, all the way back to the original corruption. Most people in those roles have no idea they are serving Templar interests. They simply do their jobs according to training they received, unaware that the training itself was designed to produce outcomes beneficial to the enemy. Kenjiro felt exhausted just processing the implications. How do we fix this? How do we eliminate structural corruption without destroying the organization entirely? I do not think we can, Yuki said bluntly. I think we have to accept that the Japanese Brotherhood, as currently constituted, is too compromised to save. We need to build something new. Keep the people who are genuinely committed to the creed, but abandon the structures that enabled corruption. Create new training programs, new hierarchies, or perhaps no hierarchies. New ways of coordinating that do not recreate the vulnerabilities of what existed before. That is effectively dissolution, Kenjiro said. Admitting defeat, telling everyone that everything they have been working for was built on lies. Yes, Yuki agreed. It is also the only way to actually serve the creed rather than serving a corrupted version of it. The question is whether you have the courage to lead that transformation, whether you can tell people truths that will devastate them because the alternative is allowing the deception to continue. Kenjiro sat in silence, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on him like physical force. Everything he had worked for over the past years, all the progress they had made in rebuilding after Takeda's betrayal, all the trust that had been painstakingly reconstructed, all of it would be shattered by what Yuki was proposing, by acknowledging that the corruption had been deeper and older than anyone had realized, by admitting that the organization itself needed to be unmade and remade. But the alternative was continuing to serve a compromised mission, was allowing Templar influence to persist through structures that most people did not even recognize as corrupted, was betraying the creed through unwillingness to face uncomfortable truths about the organization that claimed to serve it. There was no good choice, no path that avoided pain and disruption. Only the question of whether to choose truth with all its costs or comfortable deception with its hidden erosion of everything they claimed to value. Kenjiro made his decision. They would begin the process of rebuilding, would expose the structural corruption, would offer people choice about whether to join the new organization or leave the Brotherhood entirely, would accept that many would choose to leave, unable to reconcile what they had believed with what they now knew, would start again with smaller numbers, but greater integrity. It would be painful. It would be difficult. It would possibly fail, but it was the choice consistent with the creed. The choice that honored truth over comfort. The choice that served freedom, even when freedom meant accepting the cost of hard truths. "How do we begin?" he asked Yuki. "With honesty," she replied. "We gather everyone. We present the evidence. We acknowledge what it means, and we invite them to help build something better on the ruins of what was compromised. Some will leave in anger or disillusionment. Others will stay and fight to create what should have existed from the beginning. We cannot control which way any individual will choose. We can only provide them with truth and trust that those who remain are those genuinely committed to the creed, rather than to the organization's false history." Kenjiro nodded slowly. "Then we begin tomorrow. We end the deception, even if it ends the Brotherhood as we have known it, because better to have no organization than to have one that serves tyranny while claiming to oppose it. Better to start again from nothing than to perpetuate a beautiful lie." Yuki stood and placed her hand on his shoulder. "This is why I trusted you," she said quietly. "Because when confronted with choice between comfortable deception and painful truth, you choose truth. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone will understand why you must. But those who matter will recognize that you are serving the creed in its deepest sense, serving freedom, even when it requires sacrificing everything you have built in freedom's name." She departed to rest before the morning that would bring reckoning. Kenjiro remained alone in his chamber, looking out at the night sky, thinking about all the assassins who had come before him and all who would come after, thinking about what he was about to destroy and what he hoped to build from the ruins, thinking about the eternal struggle between truth and comfort, between principle and expedience, between the creed as lived ideal and the creed as corrupted practice. Tomorrow he would begin the work of unmaking, of tearing down what had been built on compromised foundations, of inviting others to help build anew. It would test everyone involved, would reveal who served the creed versus who served the organization, would separate those committed to freedom from those committed to comfortable certainty. But it had to be done, because nothing is true meant even beloved institutions could be wrong, and everything is permitted meant any action was justified if it genuinely served human freedom, including destroying organizations that claimed to serve freedom, but actually constrained it. The night deepened. The stars tracked their eternal paths, and in the silence before dawn, Kenjiro prepared himself for the most difficult day of his life, the day he would tell the truth, that destroyed everything in order to save the principle beneath it all. The shadow war continued, but sometimes it required fighting your own shadow, required recognizing that the enemy was not just external but structural, required courage not to face death, but to face the possibility that everything you believed was built on deception. Tomorrow would bring that reckoning. Tonight, he simply sat with it, accepting what had to come, preparing to lead through the darkness toward whatever light might exist on the other side. The work continued. The creed endured, and sometimes serving both required destroying what you loved to preserve what you believed. That was the price. That was the burden. That was what the Shadow War demanded from those who truly understood what freedom required. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words had never felt heavier, or more necessary, or more costly to live by. But they were all he had. All anyone had. The only guide through darkness toward the light that might or might not exist beyond the destruction to come. It would have to be enough. The assembly hall was filled to capacity. Every operative who could be recalled from active missions had been summoned to headquarters. Those who could not travel were connected through trusted messengers who would carry the information back to them. Nearly 300 people packed into a space designed for half that number. The air was thick with anticipation and confusion. A gathering of this scale had not occurred since Takeda's betrayal was exposed. Kenjiro stood at the front of the hall with Yuki beside him. Behind them, displayed on large boards, were the documents Reiko's team had compiled: financial records, mission reports, analysis showing patterns that suggested decades of structural compromise, evidence that would devastate those who saw it and understood its implications. He looked out at the assembled faces. Some he had trained personally, others had trained him. Young recruits barely past their first year, veteran operatives who had served for decades. Reiko and Hayato in the front row, Masato sitting to the side, his weathered face grave with foreknowledge of what was coming. And scattered throughout, the people who had dedicated their lives to what they believed was righteous cause, about to learn that the foundation beneath their commitment had been compromised from the beginning. "Brothers and sisters," Kenjiro began, his voice carrying clearly through the silent hall, "I have called you here to share intelligence that will challenge everything we believe about our organization. I ask that you listen completely before reacting, that you examine the evidence before forming conclusions, and that you remember above all that we serve the creed, not the Brotherhood, that our loyalty is to principles that transcend any single organization or any historical institution." He paused, letting that statement settle. Then he began presenting the evidence. He started with Yuki's discoveries in Shanghai, the financial records showing payments to Japanese contacts for over 50 years, the correspondence referencing long-term Templar strategies for infiltrating Japan through institutions rather than through direct agents, the pattern of operations that appeared to oppose Templar interests while actually advancing them. Then he moved to the domestic evidence. The analysis of the Brotherhood's founding era, the suspicious financial flows, the missions that in retrospect had eliminated people who might have genuinely resisted Templar influence, the structural elements built into the organization's foundation that enabled subtle manipulation without requiring most members to be consciously compromised. He presented it all methodically, without emotion, letting the evidence speak rather than his interpretation of it. But as he progressed through the material, he could see the reactions spreading through the assembly: shock, disbelief, anger, denial, understanding, horror, the full spectrum of human response to information that demolished comfortable certainties. When he finished presenting the evidence, he stepped back and let the silence hold. People needed time to process, needed space to form their own conclusions, rather than having conclusions imposed. This was not indoctrination. This was invitation to think critically about the organization they served and what it had become. Finally, an older operative named Taniguchi stood. He had served for 35 years. Inducted by Jean-Baptiste Leclerc himself, one of the last living connections to the Brotherhood's founding in Japan. His voice shook with emotion when he spoke. "You ask us to believe that everything we have dedicated our lives to was a lie," he said. "That the missions we completed, the people we killed, the sacrifices we made, all of it served the very enemy we believed we were fighting. Do you understand what you are asking us to accept?" "I am asking you to accept the truth," Kenjiro replied. "Not comfortable truth, not easy truth, but truth, nonetheless. I am asking you to demonstrate the courage that the creed demands, the courage to question everything, even the institutions we love, the courage to acknowledge when we have been deceived rather than perpetuating deception because the alternative is too painful. Taniguchi's face was anguished. Jean-Baptiste was not a traitor. I knew him, learned from him. He believed in the creed absolutely. He would never have knowingly served the Templars. We are not saying he did so knowingly, Yuki interjected, speaking for the first time. The evidence suggests he was manipulated by advisors he trusted, that he was a good man who was used by clever enemies to establish an organization that appeared to serve the creed while actually enabling Templar influence. His intentions were pure. His impact was compromised. Both things can be true simultaneously. Another operative stood. A woman named Matsumoto Aiko, no relation to the traitor they had exiled years before, who had been inducted just before Takeda's exposure. If what you are saying is true, she said carefully, then what do we do now? Do we disband? Do we start over? Do we try to root out the structural problems while maintaining the organization? That, Kenjiro said, is what we must decide together. I believe the structural corruption is too deep to fix through incremental reform. I believe we need to dissolve the current Brotherhood and build something new. Keep those people who are genuinely committed to the creed. Abandon the structures and hierarchies and training programs that were compromised from the beginning. Create new ways of organizing that learn from past failures rather than perpetuating them. The discussion that followed was intense, and sometimes heated. Positions fractured along multiple lines. Some operatives refused to accept the evidence, insisting that the Brotherhood was sound and that this was Templar misinformation designed to destroy them from within. Others accepted the evidence, but argued for reform rather than dissolution. Still others agreed with Kenjiro that only complete rebuilding would address the depth of corruption. The younger operatives, particularly those trained in the past few years, tended to support dissolution and rebuilding. They had been taught to question from the beginning, had no deep emotional investment in the organization's historical institutions, saw the structural problems clearly because they had not spent decades internalizing the very systems that enabled corruption. But the older operatives struggled. For many, the Brotherhood was not just organization, but identity. The work they had done, the sacrifices they had made, the people they had lost, all of it was tied to the institution. Accepting that the institution was fundamentally compromised meant confronting the possibility that their life's work had been misdirected. That possibility was almost unbearable. Masato rose to speak, his presence commanding immediate attention despite his retirement. I have served the Brotherhood longer than anyone in this hall, he said. Longer than most of you have been alive. I learned from Jean-Baptiste Leclerc. I helped build much of the infrastructure that defines how we operate. And I am telling you that Kenjiro and Yuki are correct. The evidence is compelling. The structural corruption is real. And the only response consistent with the creed is to acknowledge the truth and rebuild on foundations that cannot be compromised in the same ways. He paused, letting that sink in. I know this is painful. I know it feels like betrayal of everything we believed. But consider what the creed actually demands. Nothing is true means we must question even our most cherished institutions. Everything is permitted means we are free to abandon structures that do not serve freedom, even when those structures are ones we helped create. The creed requires this courage, requires this willingness to destroy in order to rebuild more justly. His endorsement shifted the atmosphere. If Masato, who had more invested in the historical institution than anyone, could accept the need for dissolution, then perhaps others could as well. The discussion continued, but with gradually building consensus that dissolution and rebuilding was necessary. By evening, a tentative agreement emerged. They would dissolve the formal Brotherhood structure, would release all members from their oaths, would invite those genuinely committed to the creed to participate in building new organization from ground up, with new structures designed to prevent the corruptions that had plagued the old. Those who chose not to participate would be free to leave without prejudice. No one would be forced to continue serving. No one would be judged for choosing different path. The practical implementation would begin immediately. All current operations would be evaluated to ensure they genuinely served the creed, rather than accidentally advancing Templar interests. Positions would be eliminated and rebuilt with different responsibilities and different checks against corruption. Training programs would be completely redesigned. Financial systems would be restructured for transparency. Everything would be questioned and rebuilt or abandoned, based on whether it served freedom rather than whether it was traditional. It was radical transformation, revolutionary rather than evolutionary. The kind of change that most organizations could not survive. But the alternative was continuing to serve a mission compromised at its foundation, and that was unacceptable to those who genuinely understood what the creed demanded. The assembly ended late that night. People dispersed to process what they had learned and decide whether they would participate in the rebuilding. Kenjiro remained in the hall long after everyone else had left, looking at the empty space, thinking about all that had been destroyed today and all that might be built from the ruins. Yuki found him there as midnight approached. She said nothing at first, just stood beside him in the darkness, sharing the weight of what they had done. Finally she spoke. "You did well," she said quietly. "It took courage to expose this, to destroy what you had worked to build. Most leaders would have chosen comfortable lies over painful truth." "I do not feel courageous," Kenjiro replied. "I feel exhausted and uncertain whether this was wisdom or catastrophic error. We have potentially destroyed the only organized resistance to Templar influence in Japan. What if we cannot rebuild effectively? What if this opening allows them to consolidate power while we struggle with internal reformation? Then we will have failed," Yuki said bluntly. "But we will have failed while serving truth, rather than perpetuating deception that matters, not in tactical sense, but in fundamental sense. The creed requires this integrity, even when integrity is costly. Even when the strategic situation would be better served by maintaining useful lies." She moved toward the exit, then paused. "I am staying," she said, "until the rebuilding is complete, or until it becomes clear that it cannot be completed. I have operated independently for years, but this work requires collective effort, requires many people contributing different perspectives and capabilities. I can serve better as part of that collective, at least for now." "That means a great deal," Kenjiro said. "Your experience and perspective will be invaluable." "More importantly," Yuki replied, "I can help train the next generation in methods that prevent future corruption, can teach them what I learned operating alone, can help them understand that the creed transcends any organization, and that their loyalty must always be to principles rather than institutions. That is the lesson we failed to teach previous generations. We cannot fail again." Over the following weeks, the dissolution proceeded. Nearly 40% of the operatives chose to leave rather than participate in rebuilding. Some left because they could not accept that the organization they had served was compromised. Others left because they were exhausted and saw this as opportunity to pursue different lives. A few left because the evidence suggested they had been unwittingly serving Templar interests, and the shame was too much to bear. Those who remained began the work of rebuilding. They started with fundamental questions about how resistance to tyranny should be organized. Should there be hierarchy at all, or should it be network of equals? Should there be centralized coordination or distributed autonomy? Should training be formalized, or should each operative develop their own methods? Every assumption was questioned. Every traditional practice was examined for whether it served freedom or just served tradition. The discussions were difficult, and sometimes contentious. People brought different visions of what the new organization should look like, different priorities, different concerns, but the process itself was healthy. The arguing and questioning and revision meant that whatever emerged would be deliberate choice rather than inherited structure, would reflect conscious commitment rather than unexamined tradition. Reiko proposed that the new organization should be structured around cells rather than hierarchy, small groups of operatives who worked together and made decisions collectively, coordinated through minimal central structure that facilitated communication without controlling operations. It was design borrowed from resistance movements in other contexts, proven to be resilient against infiltration because no single person or position could compromise the entire network. Hayato argued for formal training programs, but redesigned completely. Training that emphasized critical thinking and ethical reasoning alongside technical skills, that taught operatives to question orders and verify intelligence independently, that prepared them to operate autonomously rather than just execute assigned missions. It was recognition that the corruption they were fighting required not just different structures, but different mindsets. Sakura, representing the younger generation, proposed that the new organization should explicitly include non-assassin allies from its inception, that the expanded network of merchants and scholars and officials should not be auxiliary, but integral, that the distinction between formal Brotherhood members and civilian allies should be minimal. It was a radical idea that challenged traditional notions of who could be trusted with the creed's secrets and responsibility. Yuki synthesized these proposals into coherent framework. The new organization would be cellular in structure with minimal hierarchy. Training would emphasize independent judgment alongside traditional skills. Civilian allies would be integrated from the beginning rather than added as afterthought. And most importantly, the entire structure would be designed for regular review and modification, would include mechanisms for questioning its own effectiveness and adapting when those questions revealed problems, would institutionalize the skepticism and flexibility that previous structures had claimed to value but had actually suppressed. It was an ambitious plan, perhaps too ambitious. But ambition felt appropriate after exposure of how thoroughly the previous system had been compromised. Better to aim high and fail than to rebuild something that would simply enable new corruptions. The rebuilding consumed the entire spring and summer. Resources were scarce because the dissolution had disrupted fundraising, and the operational tempo had decreased dramatically while everyone focused on organizational questions. Templar operations in Japan proceeded with less resistance than they had faced in years. It was costly strategic trade-off, short-term weakness in exchange for long-term integrity. But not all Templar operations went unopposed. The civilian network that had been built over previous years continued functioning. Merchants like Fumiko continued gathering intelligence and subtly disrupting economic manipulation. Officials like Ito continued resisting policies that would consolidate power. Scholars like Takahashi continued exposing foreign influence through their research. The distributed resistance that had been established proved resilient, even as the formal Brotherhood underwent transformation. In fact, the civilian network's effectiveness during this period demonstrated something important, that resistance to tyranny did not require elite warrior organization. That ordinary people, with good intelligence and clear understanding of the stakes, could accomplish significant disruption of Templar operations. that the Brotherhood's most important role might not be conducting operations directly, but rather enabling and supporting others to resist in their own contexts, using their own capabilities. This recognition influenced the final form of the rebuilt organization, rather than recreating an assassin brotherhood that conducted operations with civilian support. They created something more like coordination network that facilitated resistance across many domains. Some participants were formally trained assassins capable of covert operations, but others were merchants and officials and scholars who resisted through their own professional activities. All were considered equally essential to the mission. All were given voice in determining strategy and priorities. All were trusted with the truth about what they were fighting against and why it mattered. By autumn, the new organization was functional if not complete. They called it the Covenant of Free Voices, deliberately avoiding the term Brotherhood to mark the break from compromised history. The name emphasized collective commitment and diverse participation rather than suggesting single unified organization with clear boundaries. It was an awkward name that would likely evolve over time, but it served for now as declaration of principles and intentions. The first major operation under the new structure targeted a Templar network that had been operating unmolested during the reorganization period. The network was using a series of merchant houses to manipulate rice prices, creating artificial scarcity that drove up costs and concentrated wealth in hands aligned with Templar interests. It was classic economic warfare that harmed thousands of people while appearing to be natural market forces. The operation to disrupt this network involved coordination between multiple cell groups and civilian allies. Assassins infiltrated the merchant houses and documented the price manipulation. Merchants like Fumiko worked through commercial networks to create alternative supply channels that undercut the artificial scarcity. Officials like Ito investigated regulatory violations and built legal cases. And scholars like Takahashi published research exposing the pattern and educating public about how they were being exploited. The operation took 3 months to execute completely, but when it concluded, the Templar network was dismantled. The price manipulation ended, and the various participants had learned to work together effectively despite having different capabilities and operating in different domains. It was proof of concept. Evidence that the new approach could produce results while embodying principles that the old organization had claimed but not fully lived. Not everyone was satisfied with the new structure. Some former Brotherhood members, who had participated in rebuilding, decided it was too diffuse, too lacking in clear authority, too vulnerable to infiltration through its very openness. They departed to pursue other paths. Their criticism was fair, even if not ultimately persuasive. The new organization did trade some security for inclusiveness, did accept more risk of infiltration in exchange for broader participation. It was conscious choice, based on judgment that the benefits outweighed costs, but it was still choice that could prove wrong if infiltration actually occurred. Other critics argued from opposite direction, that the new organization was still too centralized despite its cellular structure, that coordination through any central mechanism, even minimal one, recreated vulnerabilities that had enabled previous corruption. They advocated for complete decentralization, where resistance was purely local with no inter-regional coordination at all. Their vision was appealing, but possibly naive. Pure decentralization made large-scale coordination impossible, made it difficult to recognize and respond to threats that operated across regions, made it easy for Templar operations to succeed by ensuring resistance was fragmented and uncoordinated. Kenjiro listened to all criticism seriously, tried to learn from it, tried to adapt where adaptation seemed appropriate. But he also recognized that no organizational structure would satisfy everyone or eliminate all vulnerabilities. The goal was not perfection, but rather good enough. An approach that balanced multiple concerns adequately, even if it optimized none of them completely. As winter approached again, completing a full year since Yuki's letter had arrived with its devastating intelligence, Kenjiro reflected on what had been accomplished. The old Brotherhood was gone. The new covenant of free voices existed but was still finding its identity. Some operations had succeeded. Others had struggled. Many former members had departed. New participants had joined. The landscape was fundamentally transformed, but was it transformed for the better? That remained uncertain. Success would only be measurable over years or decades, would only be known when the new structures had been tested by serious threats and had either held firm or revealed new vulnerabilities that required new adaptations. What Kenjiro could say with confidence was that they had served truth over comfort, had confronted painful realities rather than perpetuating convenient lies, had demonstrated the courage that the creed demanded, even when that courage required destroying what they loved. Whether that courage would prove sufficient remained to be seen. But the attempt had been made in good faith, with honest intentions. That would have to be enough regardless of outcome. He stood in his office one evening as snow began to fall, watching it accumulate in the courtyard, where recruits no longer trained according to the old methods, but now learned new ways of serving freedom. Yuki entered without knocking, as had become her habit during the months they had worked together rebuilding. "I am leaving again," she said, without preamble. "The work here is stable enough. My presence is no longer essential. And there are operations in China that would benefit from someone with my particular skills and perspectives." Kenjiro nodded. He had known this was coming. Yuki was not meant for institutional life, even when the institution was built to accommodate independence. She served better through autonomous action, through the freedom to pursue opportunities as they emerged rather than through coordinated operations that required compromise and consensus. "Thank you," he said simply, "for returning when we needed you, for helping expose the corruption, for contributing to the rebuilding. Your impact will persist long after you leave." "That is what matters," Yuki replied. "Impact that persists. Principles that outlast individuals. Work that continues even when particular people depart. That is how movements succeed, not through irreplaceable heroes, but through ideas and methods that transcend any single person's contribution." She moved to leave, then turned back. "One more thing, do not become attached to what you have built. Do not make the mistake previous leaders made of confusing the organization with the mission. If the covenant of free voices becomes corrupted, have the courage to destroy it and build again. That is the lesson. That is what the creed demands. Eternal vigilance, not just against external enemies, but against our own tendency to calcify around structures that stop serving their purposes." "I will remember," Kenjiro promised. And he watched her leave, disappearing into the falling snow, returning to the path she walked alone, serving the creed through independence, while others served it through collective action. Both approaches were valid. Both were necessary. The strength was in recognizing that multiple paths led toward freedom, and that no single path was sufficient alone. The snow fell heavier as night deepened. Kenjiro remained at the window, thinking about everything that had been lost and gained, destroyed and rebuilt, abandoned and reimagined. The work would continue. The mission would persist. And whatever came next, they would face it with principles clarified through crisis and commitment, renewed through choosing truth over comfortable deception. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words had been tested as never before, had been applied not just to external enemies, but to internal structures, had demanded courage that most people could not summon. But those who remained, those who had chosen to continue serving after learning the painful truths, understood those words in deeper way now, understood that they were not license, but responsibility, not permission, but burden, not freedom from consequence, but liberation to choose consequence, consciously. That understanding was foundation for whatever would be built next, for whatever threats would emerge, for whatever tests would come. It would have to be sufficient, because nothing else was promised, and nothing else was possible. The Shadow War continued. The creed endured. And in the space between destruction and creation, between what was and what might be, human beings chose to serve freedom despite all costs and uncertainties and the perpetual possibility of failure. That choice was everything, would always be everything, was the only answer to tyranny that mattered. One choice at a time, one person at a time, one generation at a time, forever. Always, without end. 3 years passed like whispers through bamboo groves, subtle and persistent. The covenant of free voices grew from experimental framework into functional network, its cellular structure adapting to threats with resilience that hierarchical predecessors had lacked. New members joined, drawn not by promises of glory or adventure, but by understanding of what was at stake. The fight against tyranny required commitment that transcended individual ambition. The work attracted those who understood this fundamental truth. Kenjiro had aged in those 3 years, though not merely in the counting of days. The weight of decisions made and unmade, of lives saved and lost, of structures built and abandoned, all of it had marked him in ways visible only to those who knew him well. His hair carried more gray now. Lines around his eyes spoke of nights spent wrestling with impossible choices. But his gaze remained clear, his commitment undiminished, his understanding of the creed deepened by experience that could not be taught, only lived. The autumn of the 3rd year brought news that made the intervening time feel suddenly compressed. A merchant ship arrived in Nagasaki carrying intelligence from European Brotherhood chapters. The Templar Order had begun consolidating operations across Asia, pulling resources from other regions, committing to expansion in ways that suggested they viewed the coming decades as crucial. Their patience, always their greatest strength, was giving way to urgency that the intelligence analysts found troubling. Reiko presented the findings in the coordination chamber, her voice steady despite the implications of what she described. The Templars are accelerating their timeline, she said. Something has changed in their strategic calculus. Either they perceive opportunity we do not see, or they face pressure we do not understand. Either way, they are moving from patient infiltration to active consolidation. The operations we have been disrupting were preliminary. What comes next will be more aggressive and more difficult to counter. Do we know what specifically triggered this shift? Hayato asked. The chambers had been redesigned during the rebuilding, circular rather than hierarchical, with seating that emphasized equality rather than rank. Hayato sat across from Kenjiro. No longer subordinate but colleague. Their relationship transformed by the organizational restructuring that had eliminated formal hierarchy. The intelligence is fragmentary, Reiko replied. But what we have suggests internal Templar politics. There appears to be factional dispute about methodology. One faction advocates for continued patience, the approach that has served them for centuries. Another faction argues that global changes, particularly European expansion into Asia, create opportunities that will not last forever. That faction seems to be winning the internal debate, hence the acceleration, which means we face more aggressive operations with less time to prepare for them, Sakura observed. She had grown into one of the Covenant's most capable operatives. her early questioning nature having been refined through experience into sharp, analytical capability, combined with tactical competence. What intelligence do we have about specific targets or objectives? Reiko unrolled a map of Japan marked with annotations in red ink. Financial networks here and here, she said, indicating Osaka and Edo. Political influence operations in these three provinces, and something new that we do not fully understand yet. References in the intercepted correspondence to an artifact or historical object that they believe exists somewhere in Japan, something they describe as essential to their long-term strategy in the region. An artifact, Kenjiro repeated. The references are vague, Reiko admitted. They use phrases like the key to understanding or the foundation of legitimate authority. One document mentions ancient bloodlines and hereditary claims. Another discusses religious significance and the power of belief. It is possible they are pursuing one of the pieces of Eden that appear in Brotherhood mythology, though our intelligence has never confirmed that such artifacts actually exist rather than being symbolic references. The mention of pieces of Eden created ripples through the assembled coordinators. The Assassin Brotherhood's foundational legends spoke of ancient artifacts created by a precursor civilization, objects of immense power that had shaped human history when wielded by those who possessed them. Most operatives dismissed the stories as allegory, as mythological framework for understanding how certain individuals had wielded disproportionate influence. But some believed the artifacts were real and that the Templar Order sought them as tools for establishing control that would be nearly impossible to resist. Regardless of whether this artifact is real or symbolic, Kenjiro said, the Templars' belief that it exists and their commitment to finding it makes it strategically significant. If they are devoting resources to this search, we need to understand what they are seeking and prevent them from obtaining it. Reiko, coordinate with our scholars. Research historical records for anything that might match the vague descriptions in the Templar correspondence. Hayato, reach out to our contacts in the Imperial Archives, see if they have knowledge of objects or documents that might be what the Templars seek. What about direct action against the Templar agents conducting the search? Sakura asked. If we can identify them, we can eliminate or disrupt their operations. We pursue both approaches simultaneously, Kenjiro replied. Gather intelligence about what they seek, while disrupting their ability to search for it. But be cautious. If they are truly accelerating their timeline, they will be more aggressive in defending their operations. We cannot afford to lose people through overconfidence or inadequate preparation. The meeting continued for another hour. Assignments distributed, contingencies planned, the careful coordination that characterized the Covenant's operations proceeding with practiced efficiency. When the others departed to begin their work, Kenjiro remained in the chamber, studying the map with its red annotations, marking known Templar activities. The pattern suggested encirclement. Multiple operations targeting different vulnerabilities simultaneously. Classic strategy for overwhelming resistance through distributed pressure that prevented effective concentration of defensive resources. He was still studying the map when a messenger arrived with urgent communication from one of the civilian allies in Kyoto. The message was terse, written in the substitution cipher that Fumiko used for sensitive intelligence. Templar agents are excavating beneath temple in Kiyomizu district. They have bribed officials and deceived monks. Whatever they seek, they believe it lies in the old foundation. This is no historical research. This is active operation. Kenjiro felt cold recognition settle into his bones. The Kiyomizu district in Kyoto had been significant long before the current temples were built. Archaeological evidence suggested ritual sites dating back over 1,000 years. If the Templars believed something of strategic value was buried there, they were not pursuing recent history but ancient mystery. He summoned his advisors again, presenting the new intelligence. watching their expressions shift from curiosity to concern as they processed the implications. An active excavation meant the Templars had moved beyond research into physical action, meant they believed they were close to finding whatever they sought, meant the window for preventing their success was closing rapidly. "We need people on site immediately," Hayato said. "Observation at minimum. Infiltration if possible. We need to understand what they are finding and prevent them from securing it if it is indeed strategically significant." "I will go," Kenjiro said. "This is too important to delegate. If the Templars are this committed, this far along in their operation, we need experienced assessment and immediate decision-making authority on site." Reiko objected immediately. "You are the coordinator. The Covenant depends on your leadership. Sending yourself into active operation where capture or death is possible risks destabilizing everything we have built. Everything we have built is designed to function without depending on any single individual," Kenjiro countered. "That was the lesson from the old Brotherhood's corruption. That dependence on irreplaceable leaders creates vulnerability. I trust all of you to coordinate operations in my absence. And I trust that if something happens to me, the Covenant will continue functioning because the systems we created are resilient rather than fragile." The debate continued, but Kenjiro's decision was final. He would travel to Kyoto with a small team, would assess the Templar operation directly, would make decisions in real time based on what they discovered rather than coordinating from distance with inevitable delays and miscommunications. It was risk, but calculated one. The kind of choice that leadership sometimes required, despite the reasonable objections others raised. The journey to Kyoto took 4 days through early autumn rain. Kenjiro traveled with Sakura and 2 other operatives, all of them moving as merchants, their weapons concealed, their purpose hidden beneath ordinary commercial activity. They arrived in the ancient capital as evening settled, the city's temples and palaces silhouetted against darkening sky, the weight of history palpable in the very air. Fumiko met them at a tea house she owned, the establishment serving as safe house and coordination point for Covenant operations in the region. She had aged since Kenjiro last saw her, the stress of operating in commercial world while secretly resisting Templar manipulation taking visible toll. But her mind remained sharp, and her commitment undiminished. "The excavation has been proceeding for 3 weeks, she reported, speaking in low tones that would not carry beyond their private room. They work at night primarily, though some activity continues during the day under guise of temple restoration. The monks have been told the excavation is archaeological research sponsored by wealthy patrons interested in preserving cultural heritage. Most believe this story. Those who have questioned it have been silenced through bribes or threats." "How deep have they dug?" Sakura asked. "Perhaps 20 feet, Fumiko replied. "They are working beneath the temple's main hall, accessing the excavation through tunnels that connect to natural caves in the hillside. Very clever. The activity is hidden from casual observation, and the structural disturbance is minimal enough that the monks have not become alarmed." "What are they finding?" Kenjiro asked. "That I do not know," Fumiko admitted. "They are very careful about who enters the deepest excavations. Only the most trusted agents go below. Others work the outer tunnels or stand guard. But I have observed them removing artifacts, small objects wrapped carefully, taken away immediately to locations I have not been able to identify. Whatever they are discovering, they consider it valuable enough to secure aggressively." "We need someone inside," Kenjiro said. "Someone who can reach the deep excavation and report what they are finding. Can any of our people infiltrate the operation?" Fumiko hesitated. "There is one possibility. A young monk at the temple named Kenji, who has been troubled by the excavation. He suspects the official explanation is false, but lacks evidence. If we approached him carefully, explained what is actually happening, he might provide access. But we would be exposing a civilian to significant danger. If the Templars discovered his cooperation, they would eliminate him without hesitation. The risk is real, Kenjiro acknowledged, but so is the potential intelligence gain, and the choice should be his. We approach him honestly, explain the situation and the dangers, let him decide whether to help. That is consistent with how the Covenant operates. We do not manipulate or deceive our allies. We treat them as equals capable of making informed decisions about the risks they are willing to accept. The approach to Kenji was made the following evening. Kenjiro met him in the temple gardens, away from other monks and any possible surveillance. He presented the situation directly, explained who the Templars were and what they represented, described the excavation and why it mattered, acknowledged the danger that cooperation would entail, and gave Kenji time to consider whether he wanted to be involved. The young monk listened carefully, his expression thoughtful. Finally, he spoke with quiet intensity. I became a monk to serve truth and to help others find peace. If what you describe is accurate, if these people are pursuing power that would enable tyranny, then remaining silent would violate everything I believe. The danger you describe is significant, but not greater than the danger of allowing this to proceed unopposed. I will help. Over the next 3 days, Kenji provided intelligence that transformed their understanding of the operation. The Templars had discovered a chamber beneath the temple's foundations, a sealed room that predated the temple itself by centuries. Inside the chamber were artifacts that appeared to be from the Jomon period, Japan's prehistoric era, more than 2,000 years old. But these were not ordinary archaeological finds. They were objects of unusual craftsmanship, made from materials that should not have existed in that era, inscribed with symbols that did not match any known language. Most significantly, there was a larger artifact at the chamber's center, a crystalline structure roughly the size of a human head, geometrically precise in ways that suggested technological sophistication far beyond what the Jomon culture should have possessed. The Templars were attempting to extract this object, working carefully to avoid damaging it, clearly believing it was the prize they had been seeking. Kenjiro listened to Kenji's reports with growing certainty that they were dealing with something extraordinary. Whether the object was truly a piece of Eden from precursor civilization, or simply an artifact from a culture more advanced than historical records suggested, its strategic significance was undeniable. The Templars believed it had power. That belief alone made it dangerous in their hands. We cannot allow them to secure this artifact, Kenjiro told his team during emergency planning session. Whatever it is, whatever it represents, we know the Templars intend to use it as tool for consolidating their influence. We need to disrupt the excavation and prevent them from extracting the object. Direct assault would be difficult, Hayato observed. They have significant security, gas positioned throughout the tunnel system, alarm mechanisms that would bring reinforcements quickly, and if we damage the temple in the process, we alienate the monks and the broader community. We need subtlety. What if we do not prevent the extraction, Sakura suggested, but rather intercept the object after they remove it? Let them do the difficult work of excavation and securing the artifact, then take it from them during transport. They will be vulnerable when moving it from the temple to wherever they intend to take it. The proposal had merit, but also risk. Timing would be crucial. Too early, and they would engage security at full strength. Too late, and the artifact would be secured in a location they might never breach. But if executed correctly, at the precise moment when the Templars were focused on transport logistics rather than defense, the operation could succeed. They refined the plan over hours of careful discussion. Kenji would alert them when the extraction was complete and transport was being arranged. Covenant operatives would position themselves along the likely route. When the artifact was being moved, they would strike, overwhelming the guards through coordinated assault, securing the object, and disappearing before reinforcements could respond. It was aggressive strategy that required precision timing and flawless execution, but those requirements made it appropriate. Half measures would fail. Only complete commitment had chance of success. The alert came 6 days later, delivered by Kenji in the evening as rain began to fall. The Templars had successfully extracted the crystalline artifact. They were preparing to move it the following night, using covered wagon that would appear to be transporting temple supplies. The route would take them through the eastern district toward a warehouse near the Kamo River, where they maintained secure storage. Kenjiro assembled the strike team. 8 operatives including himself, Sakura, and Hayato, who had arrived from Nagasaki 2 days earlier. They positioned themselves along the identified route, concealed in locations that provided clear sight lines and rapid approach vectors. The rain provided cover, muffling sound, and reducing visibility in ways that favored their operation. The wagon appeared shortly after midnight, moving slowly through empty streets, escorted by 6 guards who maintained careful vigilance despite the weather. Inside the wagon, Kenjiro knew, was the artifact that the Templars had sought for months, or perhaps years. The object, they believed, would enable strategies that would transform their influence in Japan. The strike came at a narrow intersection, where the wagon would be forced to slow. 3 operatives moved from the front, engaging the forward guards with blades that found throats before warning could be given. 3 more came from behind, eliminating the rear guards with similar efficiency. And Kenjiro moved directly for the wagon, pulling aside the canvas cover, reaching for the crate that contained the artifact. But the wagon was empty. The crate was decoy filled with stones, and the guards they had just killed were not Templar agents, but hired muscle, who knew nothing about the actual operation. They had been deceived. The Templars had anticipated interception, had created false target, had led them into ambush. Kenjiro realized the truth. An instant before crossbow bolts began falling from surrounding rooftops. He threw himself behind the wagon as quarrels struck where he had been standing. Around him, his team was seeking cover, responding to threat that had materialized from every direction, fighting not to complete their mission, but simply to survive. Trap. He heard Sakura shout over the sound of rain and combat. Fall back. Disengage. But disengagement was not simple when surrounded by superior numbers with high ground advantage. Kenjiro assessed their position in seconds and recognized it was nearly untenable. They were in a kill box. Every exit was covered by archers. Every approach angle exposed them to crossfire. The ambush had been perfectly positioned and perfectly executed. He made decision based on brutal calculus. Some would have to hold position and draw fire while others escaped. Sacrifice to enable survival. It was the mathematics of impossible situations, the kind of choice that haunted those who made it for whatever remained of their lives. Hayato reached the same conclusion simultaneously. His eyes met Kenjiro's across the kill zone, and understanding passed between them without words. Hayato positioned himself with 2 other operatives in location that commanded the most dangerous approach angles. They would hold, would buy time, would die so that others might escape. Kenjiro wanted to argue, wanted to find different answer, but tactics and time permitted neither. He acknowledged Hayato's choice with single nod that conveyed everything he could not say aloud. Then he was moving, leading Sakura and the remaining operatives toward the only exit route that offered even marginal chance of success. The fighting intensified behind them as Hayato's group engaged the Templar forces with everything they possessed. The sound of blades meeting blades, the screams of wounded and dying, the desperate fury of people who knew they fought their last battle and chose to make it count for something. Kenjiro ran through the rain-slick streets, his heart heavy with knowledge of what was being purchased with blood behind him, forcing himself to keep moving, because stopping would make the sacrifice meaningless. They reached Safe House as dawn approached, exhausted and bleeding from minor wounds. 3 operatives alive because 3 others had chosen to die. Sakura collapsed against a wall, her face stricken with survivor's guilt. The other 2 operatives said nothing, processing their own grief and rage in silence. Kenjiro forced himself to think tactically. Despite emotional devastation, the ambush meant the Templars had known they were coming. Meant someone had betrayed the operation, or that their security was compromised in ways they had not detected. Meant the real artifact, if it had been extracted at all, was already secured in location they did not know. "We failed," Sakura said quietly. "They anticipated us, used our own tactics against us, made us sacrifice people for nothing." "Not for nothing," Kenjiro replied, though the words tasted like ash. "Hayato and the others bought time that allowed us to survive. That survival means we can continue fighting, can learn from this failure, can adapt. Their sacrifice would only be meaningless if we gave up because the cost was high." "But they had families," Sakura persisted. "Hayato had a wife and daughter. The others had people who loved them. How do we justify their deaths? For a mission that accomplished nothing, we do not justify them," Kenjiro said. "We honor them. We learn from what happened. We make certain that next time we are not deceived the same way, and we continue the work they died, believing mattered. That is all we can do. That is all they would ask of us." The following days were consumed with grim necessities, notifying families, conducting memorial rites, investigating how the operation had been compromised. The investigation revealed troubling truth. The betrayal had not come from inside the Covenant, but from Kenji, the monk they had recruited. Not intentional betrayal. The young man had been tortured by Templar agents who suspected his involvement, had broken under interrogation, and revealed what he knew, had been killed afterward, to prevent him from warning the Covenant that their plans were compromised. Kenji's death was on Kenjiro's conscience as much as the deaths of Hayato and the others. He had recruited a civilian into dangerous operation, had underestimated the Templar's security, had failed to anticipate that their surveillance might identify Kenji's cooperation. The monk's torture and death were consequences of decisions Kenjiro had made. That weight would never lift, but neither could he allow that weight to paralyze future decisions. The work continued regardless of individual guilt or grief. The Templars still possessed the artifact. Assuming it had been extracted, they would proceed with whatever plans they had developed around it. The Covenant had to respond despite losses and despite the fear that their operations remained compromised in ways they did not fully understand. Reiko arrived from Nagasaki a week after the failed operation, carrying intelligence that provided some clarity about the artifact's significance. "Our scholars found historical references," she reported. "During the Jomon period, there are fragmentary accounts of sky people who came from the stars and gave certain gifts to humanity. Most historians dismiss these as mythology. But if the Templars believe they have found a genuine artifact from that era, they may believe they possess technology from a civilization far more advanced than our own. And what would they do with such technology?" Sakura asked. "That depends on what the artifact actually does," Reiko replied. "The legends suggest the gifts from the Sky People enabled certain individuals to command authority that others could not resist, to speak with voices that compelled obedience, to establish rule that people accepted as natural and inevitable. If such capabilities are real rather than mythological, and if the artifact enables them, then the Templars would possess a tool for establishing control that would be nearly impossible to resist through conventional means. The implications were staggering. If the Templars could establish authority that people perceived as legitimate and natural, rather than imposed, they would achieve their vision of ordered society without needing to use obvious force. People would accept Templar guidance because it felt right, because something in the artifact's presence made resistance seem wrong or impossible. It would be tyranny perfected. Control so complete, it did not need to justify itself because it would be accepted without question. "We have to find that artifact," Kenjiro said, "and we have to destroy it. Because if it does what the legends suggest, if the Templars can actually use it to establish authority that cannot be questioned, then everything we have fought for becomes impossible. The creed itself becomes meaningless if human choice can be overridden by an object that compels obedience. But we do not know where it is." Sakura objected. "They could have moved it anywhere, could have taken it to Edo or Osaka, or even shipped it out of Japan entirely. Finding it could take months or years if we ever find it at all." "Then we start looking," Kenjiro replied. "And we do not stop until we succeed or until we confirm it no longer poses a threat. This is not optional mission we can deprioritize. This is existential. If the artifact can do what the legends suggest, the Templar Order gains capability that renders all other resistance futile. We mobilize everything. We commit every resource. We treat this as the crisis it represents. The hunt for the artifact would consume months and test the Covenant in ways the organizational restructuring had not prepared them for. But that was tomorrow's struggle. Tonight, they simply sat with grief and determination combined, processing loss while planning continuation, honoring the dead through commitment to the work they had died, serving. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words echoed through Kenjiro's mind as they had so many times before, but tonight they carried different weight. Tonight they spoke, not of liberation, but of burden, not of freedom, but of responsibility, not of possibility, but of necessity. Some choices were permitted, but not desirable. Some truths were real, but not comforting. Some permissions carried costs that made their use almost unbearable. That was the creed's fullness. Not just the liberating philosophy, but the heavy reality of what living that philosophy demanded. The work continued. The mission persisted. And in the space between grief and determination, between loss and commitment, between what had been sacrificed and what might still be saved, the Covenant carried forward its eternal struggle to preserve human freedom against all who would constrain it. One death at a time, one sacrifice at a time, one impossible choice at a time. Forever, or wise, without end. The search for the artifact began with systematic examination of every location where the Templars maintained known presence in Japan. Warehouses were surveilled. Merchant houses were infiltrated. Shipping manifests were analyzed for unusual cargo movements. The Covenant mobilized resources across the entire network, from formal operatives to civilian allies, all coordinated through the cellular structure that had been designed precisely for this kind of distributed operation. 6 weeks into the search, Fumiko provided intelligence that shifted the entire investigation. She had been tracking financial flows through merchant networks and discovered a pattern that made no immediate sense. A Portuguese trading company with known Templar connections had paid substantial sums to a Buddhist monastery in the mountains north of Kyoto. Not the monastery where the excavation had occurred, but a different one, smaller, more remote, with reputation for scholarly isolation rather than public worship. The monastery was called Serenji, the Temple of Clear Wisdom. and it sat on a mountainside that overlooked 3 valleys. Historical records showed it had been established nearly 400 years ago by monks seeking contemplative retreat from worldly concerns. It maintained a library of rare texts, hosted scholars who came to study in peace, had no apparent connection to any political or economic interests, which made the Templar payments deeply suspicious. Kenjiro traveled to the region personally with Sakura and 2 other operatives, approaching as wandering scholars seeking permission to study the monastery's collection. They were received with formal politeness by the abbot, an elderly monk named Endo, who spoke with a measured cadence of someone who weighed every word before releasing it. "The library contains many treasures," Endo said as he guided them through the monastery's halls. "Texts on Buddhist philosophy, historical chronicles, medical treatises. Scholars come from across Japan to study here. You are welcome to examine whatever interests you, though I must ask that you treat all materials with appropriate respect. Some are quite fragile." The library was impressive, its shelves lined with scrolls and bound volumes, its atmosphere hushed with the particular silence that accumulates in spaces dedicated to preserving knowledge. Kenjiro and his team began their supposed scholarly work, while actually searching for any indication of the artifact's presence. They spent 3 days examining texts, asking careful questions, observing patterns of activity within the monastery. What they discovered was subtle, but significant. Certain areas of the monastery were restricted not officially but practically. Monks would guide visitors away from particular corridors with gentle suggestions. Schedules were arranged so that certain chambers were always occupied when visitors might pass nearby. And beneath the monastery, accessible through a passage in the library's back rooms, there were chambers that were never mentioned and never shown. On the 4th night, Kenjiro descended into those hidden chambers alone. He moved through darkness, with only minimal light from a shielded lantern, his footsteps silent on stone floors that had been carved from the living rock of the mountain. The passages wound deeper, descending in gradual spirals until he reached a chamber sealed by a wooden door, reinforced with iron bands. He examined the lock carefully. It was sophisticated, likely of European manufacture, far more complex than would be expected in a remote Buddhist monastery. This was security designed to keep intruders out and secrets in, which meant that whatever lay beyond this door was valuable enough to warrant such measures. The lock resisted his initial attempts to pick it. He worked patiently, suppressing frustration, using techniques he had learned over years of covert operations. Finally, the mechanism yielded, and the door swung open on well-oiled hinges that suggested frequent use, despite the isolated location. The chamber beyond was lit by oil lamps that burned with steady flames, and at its center, resting on a stone pedestal, carved with symbols that matched those Kenji had described from the excavation, was the artifact. It was smaller than Kenjiro had imagined from the descriptions, perhaps the size of 2 fists held together, but its crystalline structure was precisely as reported, geometrically perfect, catching and refracting lamplight in ways that created patterns on the chamber walls. Beautiful and alien, and somehow deeply wrong in ways that Kenjiro's rational mind could not quite articulate. He approached slowly, every instinct screaming warnings that this was more than simple object. The air near the artifact felt charged, like the moments before lightning struck. His thoughts became difficult to organize, fragments of ideas refusing to cohere into complete understanding. And beneath conscious thought, something whispered, not with words but with impressions, with suggestions, with invitations to understand truths that language could not contain. Kenjiro forced himself to stop 3 paces from the pedestal, to break eye contact with the crystalline structure, to re-establish control over his own mind before the artifact's influence could penetrate deeper. because he understood now with terrible clarity that the legends were not exaggerations. The artifact possessed power, not metaphorical power, but genuine capability to affect human consciousness, to influence thought, to reshape perception in ways that would make resistance to its possessor's authority seem not just difficult, but somehow fundamentally wrong. He had to destroy it. He had to ensure it could never be used by the Templars or by anyone else who might believe that such power could be wielded without inevitably producing tyranny. But destroying it required approaching close enough to act, required exposing himself to its influence while attempting to damage something that had survived for over 2,000 years. A sound behind him. Kenjiro turned to find Abbot Endo standing in the doorway, his expression no longer the serene politeness he had shown to visitors, but something harder and more calculating. "So you found it," the abbot said. "I suspected you were not the scholars you claimed to be. The Covenant has been predictable in its responses. The Templars said you would come seeking what you could not understand, that you would try to destroy rather than learn, that you would choose ignorance over enlightenment. You are Templar," Kenjiro said, "or at least their agent." "I am a believer in order," Endo replied, "a servant of the vision that humanity can be guided toward peace rather than allowed to wallow in chaos. The artifact you see before you is key to achieving that vision. It enables authority that is accepted rather than resisted, creates hierarchy that feels natural rather than imposed. The Templars understand what could be built with such a tool, what centuries of progress toward genuine civilization could be achieved if those with wisdom could guide those without. At the cost of free will," Kenjiro said, "at the price of human dignity, at the sacrifice of everything that makes life worth living. Freedom is overrated by those who have never experienced its costs," Endo replied. "I have watched villages tear themselves apart through factional disputes, have seen families destroyed by choices made in ignorance or passion, have witnessed countless suffering that could have been prevented if someone with wisdom had simply told people what to do, and they had accepted that guidance without question. The artifact offers that possibility, offers end to suffering through end to the burden of choice." Kenjiro knew he should strike now, should eliminate Endo and destroy the artifact before reinforcements arrived, but he found himself hesitating, not because the abbot's arguments were persuasive, but because the artifact itself was influencing his thoughts, making action seem difficult, making passivity seem reasonable, making acceptance seem like wisdom rather than surrender. He recognized the manipulation even as he experienced it, could identify the artifact's influence intellectually while being unable to fully resist it emotionally. The power was insidious, not overwhelming force but gentle pressure, not command but suggestion, the kind of influence that worked precisely because it felt like one's own thoughts rather than external imposition. With effort that felt like moving through water, Kenjiro forced his hand toward his blade. The movement was slow, uncertain, his body responding to intention, but resistance mounting with each increment of progress. The artifact did not want to be threatened, did not want to be destroyed, and it was making that preference felt through every fiber of his being that screamed to stop, to reconsider, to accept the wisdom of leaving well enough alone. Endo watched with expression that might have been pity. "You cannot resist it," he said. "No one can. That is its nature. That is why it will enable the society we envision, not through forcing obedience, but through making obedience seem right and natural, through aligning human will with wise authority, rather than leaving will to thrash about in chaos of its own making." Kenjiro's blade was half drawn when Sakura burst through the doorway behind Endo. She took in the scene instantly. Kenjiro frozen in mid-action, the artifact on its pedestal, the abbot positioned between. Her own blade was already moving before conscious thought could be compromised by the artifact's influence. Endo fell with expression of surprise, having miscalculated how quickly reinforcements might arrive. Having believed that the monastery's isolation provided security that had proven illusory. His blood spread across the stone floor as his final breath escaped, in a sigh that might have been disappointment or might have been relief. Sakura moved toward Kenjiro, her hand reaching for his arm to pull him away from the artifact's influence. But as she entered its effective range, Kenjiro saw her movements slow, saw the same struggle he was experiencing now manifest in her posture and expression. The artifact was not selective. It influenced everyone within proximity, and two people paralyzed by its power were no better than one. Through the fog of the artifact's influence, Kenjiro forced a single word. Sakura fought the impulse to obey, fought against both the artifact's suggestion that retreat was wisdom and her own instinct to help her coordinator. But she was young enough and trained recently enough in the Yuki protocol that questioning came naturally even under duress. She recognized that staying would trap both of them, that the only way to save Kenjiro was to get help that could counter the artifact's influence before it completely overwhelmed his will to resist. She retreated from the chamber, moving with visible effort, her face showing the strain of fighting the artifact's subtle pressure, to remain, to accept, to surrender to what felt increasingly like reasonable conclusion, that destroying such a marvel would be vandalism rather than necessity. Once beyond the artifact's range, she ran, up through the passages, to the monastery proper, to where the other two operatives waited. They descended together, prepared for resistance, but the monastery's monks offered none. Most were genuine scholars unaware of what their abbot had hidden in the depths. Those few who were Templar agents or sympathizers had apparently fled when Endo died. Recognizing that the operation was compromised, the three operatives entered the chamber and found Kenjiro still frozen, his blade now fully drawn but unable to complete the arc that would destroy the artifact. The struggle was visible on his face, veins standing out on his temples, sweat despite the chamber's coolness. Every fiber of his being fighting against influence that whispered that destruction would be mistake, that preservation was wisdom, that accepting the artifact's power would serve humanity better than resisting it. Sakura approached from behind, staying outside the artifact's primary influence zone as much as possible. She spoke softly, but firmly. "Kenjiro, we need you to step away. We will handle the artifact, but you must remove yourself from its influence first." For a moment, nothing changed. Kenjiro remained frozen in his internal battle, unable to advance toward destruction or retreat toward safety. Then something shifted. Some reserve of will that had not yet been compromised. Some core understanding of who he was and what he served that the artifact had not yet reached. His foot moved backward. Then another step. Then he was stumbling away from the pedestal, retreating until Sakura could grab him and pull him fully out of the chamber. He collapsed against the corridor wall, breathing hard, his mind slowly clearing as distance from the artifact reduced its influence. That was what the Templars wanted to use. He managed. That was what they believed would establish their ordered society. And it would work. It would absolutely work. Because fighting it is nearly impossible. Because the longer you are exposed, the more its logic seems like your own thoughts. Because resisting it requires understanding that your own mind is compromised, which is the hardest truth to accept. The other operatives, less affected by brief exposure, wrapped the artifact in thick cloth that seemed to dampen its influence. They secured it in a reinforced case that Sakura had brought specifically for transporting dangerous materials. Even through the cloth and case, Kenjiro could feel the artifact's presence, could sense its subtle pressure to open the case, to look at it again, to reconsider whether destroying such a remarkable object was truly necessary. "We need to get this far from human habitation," Kenjiro said. "Need to find a place where its destruction will not risk injuring anyone who might be influenced to prevent it. And we need to do it quickly, before I convince myself that studying it would be valuable, or that keeping it secured as deterrent against Templar aggression would be strategic rather than catastrophically dangerous." They departed the monastery as dawn approached, traveling through mountain paths that few knew and fewer used. Behind them, the remaining monks were left to discover what their abbot had hidden and what his true allegiances had been. It would be difficult truth for men who had believed they served spiritual enlightenment to learn they had unwittingly hosted a conspiracy that sought to chain human will to authority that could not be questioned. The journey to the destruction site took 2 days. They traveled to a volcanic region where hot springs bubbled from the earth and sulfurous steam rose from vents in the rock. Here, the geological instability would allow them to cast the artifact into depths where intense heat and pressure would destroy even its seemingly indestructible crystalline structure. Kenjiro insisted on carrying the case himself, accepting the burden of constant exposure to the artifact's subtle influence, because he would not ask others to bear a weight he was unwilling to carry. The 2 days were torture. Every hour the whispers in his mind grew stronger. Every argument for destroying the artifact was countered by seemingly reasonable suggestions that preservation would serve humanity better, that they could lock it away securely, that they could study it to understand the precursor civilization that created it, that they could use it themselves to establish authority that would prevent Templar tyranny rather than enable it. He recognized all these thoughts as artifact influence rather than his own judgment, but recognition did not fully immunize against the effect. The boundary between his true thoughts and the artifact's suggestions grew increasingly blurred. He found himself rehearsing arguments for preservation, found himself calculating how the Covenant could use the artifact's power while supposedly remaining committed to freedom. Found himself becoming the thing he fought against through the slow erosion of principles he had once held absolute. Sakura watched him with concern that grew by the hour. She could see the internal struggle, could recognize that Kenjiro was losing ground to the artifact's influence despite his resistance. Several times she offered to carry the case herself, to spare him further exposure, but he refused. This was his responsibility. His burden, his test of whether he genuinely served the creed or merely claimed to while being willing to compromise when circumstances made compromise seem reasonable. They reached the volcanic site at dusk of the second day. Steam rose from numerous vents in the cracked earth. The smell of sulfur hung heavy in the air, and at the center of the devastated landscape, a deep fissure descended into darkness. Heat radiating from its depths, suggesting it reached into the earth's molten heart. Kenjiro stood at the fissure's edge with the case in his hands. He needed only to cast it into the depths, needed only to release his grip, and let the artifact fall to its destruction. Simple action, obvious necessity, completely consistent with everything he believed about freedom and the dangers of power that could override human will. But he found himself unable to act. His hands would not open. His arms would not move to throw. The artifact's influence had reached critical mass during 2 days of constant exposure, penetrating his defenses, colonizing his thoughts, making the idea of its destruction seem not just wrong, but almost physically impossible. He stood paralyzed at the precipice, knowing intellectually what he had to do but unable to translate knowledge into action. Sakura approached from behind. She did not try to take the case from him, understanding that the artifact would resist that as well. Instead, she simply placed her hand on his shoulder and spoke with quiet intensity. "Master Kenjiro, do you remember what you told me when I questioned the creed during my first winter as recruit? You said that nothing is true means even beloved institutions can be wrong, and everything is permitted means any action is justified if it genuinely serves freedom. You taught me that the creed demands courage not to face death, but to face the possibility that everything we believe might be false. Now I tell you the same. The artifact is making you believe that its preservation serves freedom, but that belief is false, imposed from outside. Not your genuine judgment, but its influence masquerading as your thoughts. You must act according to what you know to be true, not what feels true in this compromised moment." Kenjiro heard her words through the fog of the artifact's influence, heard them, and recognized their validity, even as everything in him screamed that she was wrong, that preservation was wisdom, that destruction would be mistake. He would regret, for whatever remained of his life. But beneath the artifact's whispers, beneath the seductive logic that made its own preservation seem paramount, there remained a core of self that remembered who he had been before exposure, that remembered Hayato's death, and Kenji's torture, and all the others who had sacrificed so that this moment could arrive, that remembered the creed not as abstract philosophy, but as lived commitment to preserving human freedom against all who would constrain it. With effort that felt like tearing himself apart, Kenjiro forced his hands to open. The case fell from his grip, tumbling through the sulphurous air, disappearing into the fissure's depths. For a moment there was only the sound of its striking walls as it descended. Then a flash of light from far below, bright as a star, as the artifact's structure was overwhelmed by geological forces that cared nothing for its ancient sophistication. Then nothing. Just the hiss of steam, and the smell of sulfur, and the empty space where a choice had been made that could not be unmade. Kenjiro collapsed to his knees at the fissure's edge, suddenly released from influence that had been building for days. The absence of the artifact's pressure was almost painful, like restoration of circulation to a limb that had gone numb. His thoughts were his own again. His will was his own again. The simple autonomy of deciding what to believe and what to do returned as gift he had not fully appreciated before it was threatened. Sakura knelt beside him, here, hurned, still on his shoulder, steadying him as he processed what had just occurred. "You did it," she said quietly. "You resisted. You destroyed the thing the Templars would have used to chain human will to their authority. The creed endures because you found the strength to serve it, when serving it required destroying something your compromised judgment wanted to preserve." "I nearly failed," Kenjiro replied, his voice raw. "Another hour of exposure, perhaps less, and I would have been completely lost, would have convinced myself that keeping it was wisdom, would have become the instrument of the very tyranny I believed I opposed. The margin was so small, the difference between success and catastrophic failure was measured in moments of doubt that prevented me from rationalizing preservation. But you did not fail," Sakura said firmly. "That is what matters. Not how close you came to failing, but that ultimately you chose correctly. That is all any of us can do. Resist as long as possible and hope that resistance proves sufficient. You taught me that. Now let me teach you that your own lesson still applies even when you are the one struggling to maintain commitment." They remained at the volcanic site through the night, allowing distance and time to fully purge the artifact's influence from Kenjiro's mind. By morning he felt more himself, though the memory of how close he had come to failure would remain vivid for the rest of his life. Some experiences marked you permanently, changed your understanding of your own limitations, taught humility through brush with personal catastrophe narrowly avoided. The return journey took 3 days through mountain paths that gradually descended to more settled lands. Word of their success had preceded them, carried by birds trained to deliver messages across distances. And when they reached Nagasaki, they found the Covenant already celebrating, not just the artifact's destruction, but the confirmation that the crisis it represented was ended. The Templars' accelerated timeline was disrupted. Their search for an object that would enable authority that could not be resisted had failed. The Shadow War would continue, but on terms that still allowed genuine resistance rather than being predetermined by a tool that made resistance nearly impossible. But Kenjiro could not fully share the celebration. He understood what others did not, that success had been marginal, that the artifact had nearly corrupted him, that if Sakura had arrived moments later, or if his own resistance had been slightly less, the outcome would have been catastrophically different. The victory was real, but it rested on foundation of chance and individual willpower, rather than on any systematic protection against such threats. He gathered the Covenant's coordinators and delivered assessment that dampened the celebratory atmosphere. "We succeeded this time," he said, "but we must acknowledge how narrow that success was. The artifact's power to influence thought was greater than we anticipated. If another such object exists, if the Templars locate it before we do, we may not be able to resist effectively. We need to develop countermeasures, need to understand how such influence operates and how to shield against it. Need to ensure that future operatives are better prepared than I was." "What kind of countermeasures?" Reiko asked. "How do you resist something that makes resistance seem wrong at the level of immediate perception?" "I do not have answers," Kenjiro admitted. "But we need to find them, need to research this, need to consult with scholars who study consciousness and perception, need to develop training that prepares operatives for cognitive warfare rather than just physical combat. Because if the artifacts exist, if precursor technology is real and not just mythology, then the Templars will continue seeking it. And we must be ready when that happens." The meeting continued long into the evening. Plans forming for new research initiatives, new training programs, new ways of understanding and countering threats that operated at the level of human consciousness rather than through conventional force. It was evolution forced by necessity. Adaptation required by discovering that the battlefield was not just physical space, but the landscape of human thought itself. Over the following months, the Covenant expanded its focus to include this new domain of conflict. Scholars were recruited to study historical accounts of the artifacts. Training programs were modified to include exercises in recognizing and resisting subtle influence. Operatives were taught meditation and mental discipline techniques that might provide some protection against cognitive manipulation. It was uncertain work, trial and error with stakes too high to permit many errors. But it was necessary work, the kind that defined whether an organization could adapt to threats it had not anticipated, or whether it would remain trapped by assumptions that reality had shown to be inadequate. And through it all, Kenjiro carried the memory of those moments at the fissure edge. The memory of how close he had come to betraying everything he believed while convinced he was serving it. The memory of influence so subtle, it felt like his own thoughts. The memory of Sakura's words that had provided just enough doubt to enable action when action should have been impossible. That memory became teaching tool, became cautionary tale he shared with every new operative who joined the Covenant, became reminder that the Creed's greatest enemy was not external force but internal certainty. That nothing is true meant even your own thoughts might be compromised. That everything is permitted meant you had responsibility to question even your firmest convictions. That freedom required eternal vigilance, not just against external tyranny, but against the subtle ways that tyranny could colonize your own mind and make you willing participant in your own enslavement. The Shadow War continued. The Creed endured. And in the space between victory and defeat, between success and failure, between who he had been before the artifact and who he had become after. Kenjiro carried forward his commitment to human freedom, with understanding deepened by brush with corruption that had come closer to succeeding than anyone but he and Sakura would ever know. One choice at a time, one temptation resisted at a time, one moment of doubt that prevented certainty from becoming catastrophe, forever, always, without end. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words had been tested as never before, had been applied not just to external situations, but to internal states, had demanded courage not to fight enemies, but to fight the voice in his own mind that had whispered seductive lies, disguised as reasonable wisdom. That courage had proven sufficient. Barely, but sufficient nonetheless. And that narrow sufficiency would have to be enough, because nothing else was promised, and nothing else was possible. The work continued. The mission persisted. And somewhere between light and darkness, between freedom and control, between who we are and who we might become, under influence that makes us strangers to ourselves, the Covenant carried forward its eternal commitment to preserve human dignity against all threats, including those that came disguised as salvation. That was the burden. That was the calling. That was what serving the creed actually demanded when you understood its fullness rather than just its surface appeal. And it was enough. It would always be enough. Because the alternative was surrender. And surrender was the one choice the creed would never permit. The years that followed the artifact's destruction brought changes both subtle and profound. The Covenant of Free Voices matured from experimental framework into established network, its cellular structure proving resilient against threats that would have crippled more hierarchical organizations. New members joined from unexpected quarters. A disillusioned Templar agent who had witnessed his order's willingness to use mind-controlling artifacts and could no longer reconcile that with their stated goals of beneficent guidance. A Portuguese merchant's daughter who had learned the truth about her father's business partners. A samurai whose clan had been manipulated into political conflicts that served neither honor nor justice, but only foreign interests operating through invisible channels. Each brought new perspectives. Each challenged existing assumptions. Each forced the Covenant to adapt in ways that kept it from calcifying around comfortable certainties. It was deliberate design, paying dividends. The organization that emerged from constant questioning and revision was stronger than one that had simply inherited structures and traditions without examination. Kenjiro aged visibly during these years. His hair went from gray-streaked to predominantly silver. Lines around his eyes deepened into permanent fixtures. His movements carried the careful deliberation of someone whose body no longer automatically obeyed the commands that mind issued. He was approaching 50, an age where most assassins had either died or retired, yet he continued serving because the work demanded it, and because no clear successor had emerged who commanded the broad trust necessary for coordination role. Sakura had grown into formidable operative and coordinator, her early promise fulfilled through years of difficult operations and harder choices. Many assumed she would eventually succeed Kenjiro, but she resisted the expectation, arguing that the Covenant should not default to linear succession, but should instead regularly reassess who was best positioned to serve coordination functions based on current needs rather than historical precedent. It was principled position, but also practical evasion. Sakura understood what the role demanded and was not certain she wanted to accept that burden. Reiko continued managing intelligence operations with analytical precision that bordered on prescient. She had developed a network of informants across Japan and extending into China and Korea, a web of ordinary people who understood that information was power and that sharing information with the Covenant served their own interests in resisting manipulation by larger forces. Her work was invisible to most but essential to everything the Covenant accomplished. Without her intelligence, operations would be blind. Without her analysis, patterns would go unrecognized until too late. And Yuki returned periodically from her wanderings, bringing intelligence from distant regions and perspectives sharpened by operating outside any organizational constraints. She never stayed long, but her visits were anticipated and valued. She represented the principle that the creed transcended any single expression, that service could take many forms, that the Covenant's health depended on maintaining connections with those who chose independence over affiliation. It was during one of Yuki's visits, in the autumn of Kenjiro's 49th year, that news arrived which would define the final chapter of his service. A messenger from the European Brotherhood, traveling for months to deliver communication deemed too sensitive for any written transmission, arrived with intelligence that changed everything they thought they understood about the precursor artifacts and the Templar Order's pursuit of them. The message was delivered verbally in the secure chamber, where the Covenant's coordinators gathered for critical decisions. Kenjiro, Yuki, Sakura, and Reiko listened as the European messenger spoke with evident exhaustion and something that might have been fear. The Templar Order has located something. The messenger began without preamble, not in Japan, but in Egypt, in ruins that predate human civilization as we understand it. They have found a vault, sealed for perhaps 10,000 years. Inside that vault are multiple artifacts similar to the one you destroyed. But more significantly, they have found records, instructions, a kind of manual written in symbols that our scholars are only beginning to decipher, but that appears to explain what the artifacts are and how they were intended to be used. Silence followed this revelation. Then Kenjiro spoke the question that everyone was thinking. What do the instructions say? The messenger took a deep breath. They say the artifacts were created by the precursor civilization as tools for managing human development, for guiding humanity toward stability and away from the chaos that marked our early history. The precursors apparently believed that humans required direction because we were too young as a species to govern ourselves effectively. So they created these artifacts that enable authority that feels natural rather than imposed. They distributed them across the world and gave them to individuals they deemed worthy of guiding human societies. What we call the great ancient civilizations, Egypt and Babylon and the Indus Valley. All of them may have been built on the foundation of precursor artifacts that enabled their rulers to establish authority that could not be questioned. The implications crashed through the room, like physical force. If the messenger was correct, if human history had been shaped by artificial authority, enabled through precursor technology, then everything they believed about human development was potentially false. The rise of civilizations might not have been organic evolution, but rather imposition from above, humans guided by tools that made guidance seem like natural order, rather than external control. Does the Templar Order understand what they have found? Yuki asked. They understand enough to be excited. The messenger replied. Their internal communications speak of vindication, of proof that their philosophy is correct, that humanity has always required guidance from those with wisdom and tools to implement that wisdom. They see the precursor artifacts not as warning about the dangers of imposed authority, but as validation that imposed authority is humanity's natural and proper state. They are moving to secure the Egyptian vault and to begin searching for other artifact caches that the instructions suggest exist around the world. How much time do we have? Sakura asked. The European Brotherhood estimates 6 months before the Templars can fully excavate and secure the Egyptian site, the messenger said. Perhaps another year before they can mount serious expeditions to other locations the instructions identify. But once they have multiple artifacts and understand how to use them systematically, they will be positioned to implement their vision of global order in ways that will be nearly impossible to resist. Then, we have to prevent them from succeeding, Kenjiro said. They have to destroy the Egyptian vault before they can secure its contents. Have to deny them access to knowledge that would enable artifact use on scale we cannot counter. This is not regional operation. This is coordination across all Brotherhood chapters globally. This is mobilization of every resource we can marshal. The question is whether we can mobilize fast enough, Reiko observed. Egypt is months away by fastest travel. Coordinating operations across multiple Brotherhood chapters with different priorities and different threat assessments will take time we may not have. And we are talking about assaulting a site that the Templar Order considers strategically vital. They will defend it with everything they possess, which is why it cannot be conventional assault, Yuki said quietly. Cannot be frontal attack against prepared defenses. It has to be infiltration. Small team, moving fast, striking before the Templars realize the threat exists. Get in, destroy the vault's contents, get out before reinforcements can respond. Exactly the kind of operation that Brotherhood is designed for, rather than trying to match Templar resources in direct confrontation. The planning consumed the next 3 weeks. Messages were sent to European Brotherhood chapters coordinating intelligence and resources. Routes were mapped. Supply caches were established. Cover identities were created. Everything required for operation that would extend across continents and involve coordination among groups that had rarely worked together. The team was selected with care. It could not be large, both for practical reasons of movement and concealment, and for philosophical reasons about not risking more lives than absolutely necessary. 6 operatives. Kenjiro would lead despite his age because he had experience with the artifact's influence and could make decisions about what needed to be destroyed without being paralyzed by uncertainty. Sakura would join as his second, her capabilities having been proven through years of difficult operations. Yuki volunteered immediately, recognizing that her independence made her ideal for operation that might require abandoning coordinated plans and adapting to unexpected circumstances. The other 3 positions were filled by operatives from different backgrounds, chosen to provide diverse capabilities. A European assassin named Marcus, who had served the Brotherhood for 20 years and understood Egyptian politics and culture. A Chinese operative named Wei, who had experience infiltrating Templar operations and could think like the enemy. And a young Japanese woman named Hana, who had joined the Covenant after losing her family to economic manipulation and possessed the particular rage that made her both dangerous and reliable in situations requiring absolute commitment. They departed from Nagasaki in winter, traveling by merchant ship to Shanghai, then overland through territories where the Brotherhood maintained networks but also where Templar influence grew stronger with each passing year. The journey took 4 months through landscapes that changed from Japanese mountains to Chinese plains to Central Asian steppes to Middle Eastern deserts. They traveled as merchants when possible, as pilgrims when necessary, as bandits when other covers failed. Always moving, always aware that discovery would mean death, or worse. They reached Egypt as spring turned to summer, the heat oppressive even to those accustomed to harsh climates. Cairo sprawled like ancient beast, its markets chaotic with life. its mosques calling prayers that echoed across centuries, its streets filled with mixture of native Egyptians and foreign traders, and soldiers whose presence spoke to European powers increasing control over lands they had no historical claim to possess. The European Brotherhood chapter in Cairo provided intelligence about the Templar excavation site. It was located in the western desert, 3 days' journey from the city, at ruins that were officially being studied by archaeological expedition sponsored by French academic institutions. But the academic cover was thin. The Templars had secured the area with private security forces, had restricted access to all but their own trusted agents, had been excavating with urgency that suggested they believed they were close to significant discovery. The team observed the site for 2 weeks, documenting patterns of guard rotations, supply deliveries, personnel movements. What they discovered was daunting. The security was even more extensive than intelligence had suggested. Over 50 guards, well-armed and well-trained, regular patrols, multiple layers of perimeter defense, and at the excavation's heart, descended deep into the desert floor, the vault that contained what the Templars sought. A frontal assault would be suicide. Even a carefully coordinated infiltration carried risks that bordered on acceptable only because alternatives were worse. They needed diversion, needed to create circumstances where the guards would be pulled away from the vault itself, concentrated elsewhere, allowing a small team to reach the interior and complete the destruction before defenses could respond. The solution came from Wei, the Chinese operative who thought like the Templar enemy. We create false information that suggests another precursor site has been found, he proposed. Not here, but 2 days north. We make it convincing enough that the Templars pull significant resources to investigate. That gives us window. Narrow. Perhaps only a few hours. But sufficient if we move with perfect timing, and if our intelligence about the vault's interior is accurate. The false information was planted through channels that would make it seem credible. A discovered artifact in a market, its seller claiming it came from ruins to the north. Intercepted correspondence between fictitious archaeologists discussing unusual findings. Rumors spread through Cairo's expatriate community about mysterious structures visible at certain angles of sunlight. Each piece designed to be individually questionable, but collectively compelling. The Templars took the bait. Not all of them, but enough. 30 guards departed for the northern site, taking supplies and equipment for extended excavation, which left 20 at the actual vault. Still formidable, but potentially manageable, if the timing was perfect, and if nothing went wrong. The assault was scheduled for midnight 3 days after the guards departed. The team moved into position as the sun set, each member carrying minimal equipment, every ounce of weight considered against the need for speed and maneuverability. They approached from the east, using a wadi that provided cover from the desert winds and from the patrols that swept the more obvious approaches. Kenjiro led them through the darkness, his age showing in the deliberate way he placed each step, but not in his determination or clarity of purpose. This was potentially the last operation he would lead, whether because of success that would allow him to retire, or failure that would end his life. The outcome would be definitive. That knowledge brought strange peace. After decades of ambiguity and moral complexity, he faced a mission with clear objective and clear stakes. Destroy the vault or allow the Templar Order to gain tools that would enable tyranny on scale previously impossible. They reached the excavation's perimeter at 11:30. The guards were alert but focused outward, watching for approaches from the desert rather than from the archaeological site itself. The team slipped past them through gap in the patrol pattern that Wei had identified during surveillance. Then they were inside the perimeter, moving through the excavated trenches toward the entrance to the vault itself. The entrance was guarded by 4 men, too many to eliminate silently. The team would have to rely on speed rather than stealth. On the count of 3, Kenjiro signaled. Then they were moving. Blades finding throats and hearts before alarm could be raised, the killing efficient and horrible and necessary. The guards died confused, their final moments spent trying to understand what was happening, their training failing them because the assault came from the one direction they had not anticipated. Into the vault, Kenjiro ordered. His voice was steady despite the adrenaline. Despite knowing that alarms would be raised within minutes, despite understanding that the easy part was over and the hard part was beginning. They descended through tunnels carved from bedrock, the walls inscribed with symbols that predated any human language. The air cold despite the desert heat above. Down they went, deeper into the earth, until they reached the vault chamber itself. It was larger than Kenjiro had imagined, the size of a small temple, and it contained not 6 artifacts, but dozens. Crystalline structures of varying sizes, arrayed on pedestals carved from the living rock, each one positioned with geometric precision, each one emanating the same subtle influence that Kenjiro remembered from the artifact he had destroyed years before. The influence was overwhelming with so many artifacts in proximity. Kenjiro felt his thoughts beginning to fog immediately. Suggestions whispering that destroying such marvels would be crime against knowledge, that preserving them for study would serve humanity, that surely the artifacts could be secured safely against misuse. Around him, his team was experiencing similar effects. Their movements slowing, their certainty wavering. Kenjiro forced himself to speak through the fog. Charges, plant them now. Detonate on my signal. Do not stop to think. Do not allow doubt. Just act. The team moved with training overriding the artifact's influence, muscle memory, executing plans made before exposure, bodies obeying instructions given when minds were clear. Sakura and Marcus positioned explosive charges, developed specifically for this operation, combinations of gunpowder and chemicals designed to generate heat, intense enough to shatter crystalline structures. Wei and Hana stood guard, their weapons ready for the reinforcements that would inevitably arrive. And Yuki moved through the chamber, documenting everything with quick sketches and notes, capturing what they could before it was all destroyed, preserving knowledge even as they prevented its misuse. Footsteps in the tunnel. Shouts of alarm. The guards had discovered the bodies at the entrance. Were coming. The window was closing. Detonate, Kenjiro ordered. Sakura lit the fuses. They had seconds. Run, Kenjiro shouted. They fled through the tunnels as guards descended. Fighting broke out in the narrow passages, blades clashing in confined spaces where skill mattered more than numbers. Wei went down with a sword through his stomach, his sacrifice buying seconds that allowed the others to escape. Hana followed moments later, cut down by multiple blades, her final act, killing 3 guards who would otherwise have pursued. Then the charges detonated. The sound was not explosively loud, but rather a deep rumbling that seemed to come from the earth itself. The vault chamber collapsed inward, walls cracking, ceiling falling, all of it crashing down upon the artifacts in avalanche of stone and heat that would ensure nothing survived intact. The tunnels shook. Dust choked the air, and the 4 remaining operatives ran for their lives as the structure disintegrated behind them. They emerged into the desert night, coughing and bleeding, immediately engaging the perimeter guards who had rushed toward the explosion. The fighting was desperate and chaotic. Marcus fell to crossbow bolt that took him through the chest. Sakura took a blade across her ribs, but kept fighting, her determination overriding the pain. Yuki moved like demon, her blades finding targets with precision born from years of solitary operations where mistakes meant death. And Kenjiro fought with everything he had learned over a lifetime of service, his body remembering techniques when his mind could not. his commitment carrying him through exhaustion and injury, and the certain knowledge that he was too old for this, but doing it anyway because it had to be done, and he was here, and he would not fail. They broke through the perimeter as reinforcements arrived from the Templar camp, made it to the horses they had concealed in the wadi, rode through the darkness, pursued by enemies who would not give up until either the assassins or the Templars were all dead. The pursuit lasted until dawn, when they finally lost the remaining guards in terrain. They knew better than their enemies. Of the 6 who had entered the vault, 3 emerged. Kenjiro, Sakura, and Yuki, Wei, Hana, and Marcus were gone, dead. Their sacrifices buying success, measured in destroyed artifacts, and prevented tyranny. It was the mathematics of impossible operations. The price paid in blood for outcomes that might prevent oceans of blood from being spilled later. But the mathematics offered no comfort to those who survived and had to carry the weight of the dead. They reached Cairo exhausted and wounded. The European Brotherhood provided medical care and safe passage back toward the east. But before departing, they received confirmation from agents who had observed the vault site. The entire structure had collapsed. The artifacts were buried under tons of rubble. The Templars were excavating desperately, but the destruction was complete. Even if they recovered fragments, the artifacts were shattered beyond use. The mission had succeeded. The journey home took 5 months, longer than the outward journey because injuries slowed them, and because caution dictated indirect routes to avoid Templar retaliation. By the time they reached Nagasaki, winter had returned, completing the circle of seasons, marking the passage of time that could not be reclaimed. The Covenant greeted their return with grief and celebration intertwined. Grief for those who had not returned. Celebration for the mission's success and for preventing the Templars from obtaining tools that would have enabled tyranny on unprecedented scale. Memorial services were held for Wei, Hana, and Marcus. Their names were added to the growing list of those who had died serving the Creed. Their sacrifices were honored and remembered, and would inform the training of future generations who needed to understand what service sometimes demanded. Kenjiro stood at the memorial ceremony, feeling the weight of his 50 years, and the accumulated cost of decades spent in the Shadow War. He had survived when others had not, had returned when Marcus and Wei and Hana remained buried in foreign soil. The survivor's guilt was familiar by now, an old companion that visited after every operation where not all returned, but familiarity did not diminish its weight. After the ceremony, he sought out Reiko in her office, where she continued coordinating intelligence operations with same dedication that had characterized her entire service. "I am retiring," he told her, without preamble, effective immediately. "I have served as long as I am able. It is time for the next generation to lead." Reiko looked at him with expression that mixed understanding and concern. "You have earned rest, more than earned it. But the Covenant still needs your experience and wisdom. Retirement does not have to mean complete withdrawal. You could serve as advisor, as teacher, as—" "No," Kenjiro interrupted gently. "Complete withdrawal is necessary. Necessary for me and necessary for the Covenant. Organizations must learn to function without depending on any individual. That was the lesson from the old Brotherhood's corruption. That was what we tried to build into the Covenant structure. Now we test whether we succeeded, whether the systems and training and distributed networks can sustain the mission without me. If they cannot, then we failed in our design, and better to discover that now than later, when the stakes are even higher." Reiko considered this. "Then who coordinates? The Covenant needs someone to facilitate communication between cells, to maintain strategic vision, to make decisions when consensus cannot be reached quickly enough. That is for the Covenant To determine through the process we established, Kenjiro replied. Gather the coordinators. So present the question. Allow people to argue and question, and ultimately decide collectively rather than through my recommendation that would carry undue weight. This is test of whether we actually believe the principles we claim to serve, whether we can practice the collective decision-making we preach, or whether we default to hierarchy when hierarchy seems more efficient. The process took 3 months. During that time, Kenjiro remained available for consultation, but refused to guide or influence the selection. He watched as the Covenant struggled with the question of leadership in ways that were uncomfortable but necessary. Some argued for Sakura based on her capabilities and experience. Others argued for Reiko based on her intelligence networks and strategic thinking. Still others argued that the coordination role should rotate regularly to prevent any individual from accumulating too much authority. Eventually a compromise emerged. The coordination role would be shared between Sakura and Reiko, with each handling different aspects and both required to achieve consensus on major decisions. It was an awkward solution that pleased no one completely but satisfied most people adequately, which meant it was probably the right answer in context where no perfect answer existed. Kenjiro accepted the decision without comment and began his withdrawal from active involvement. He moved to a small house in the hills outside Nagasaki, a place with a view of the city and the harbor, but far enough removed that the daily operations of the Covenant would not constantly pull at his attention. He spent his days tending a small garden, reading, and occasionally teaching young recruits who came seeking wisdom he was not certain he possessed. Yuki visited him there in early spring, appearing without warning, as she always did, settling onto his porch with the comfortable silence of people who had shared too much to need constant conversation. They sat watching the sun set over the harbor, the light turning the water gold and orange, and finally deep purple as darkness claimed the sky. You did well, Yuki said, eventually. Led the Covenant through its formation and early crises, destroyed artifacts that would have enabled tyranny, survived long enough to pass responsibility forward to the next generation. That is more than most assassins achieve. I survived because others died, Kenjiro replied. Wei and Hana and Marcus in Egypt, Hayato and the others in Kyoto, Kenji under torture. The list is long and it haunts me. The list is long because the work is hard and the enemy is real and people die in wars, even shadow wars, where most of the world never knows battles are being fought, Yuki said. You honor them through guilt, but you also honor them through continuation, through ensuring their sacrifices meant something, through building something that outlasts any individual's contribution. They sat in silence for a while longer. Then Yuki spoke again, her tone shifting to something more personal. I am getting old too. Not as old as you, but old enough to feel it. Old enough to wonder how many more operations I can complete before age or injury or simple exhaustion finally catches me. I have been thinking about what comes after. What legacy I leave beyond the missions I have completed and the people I have helped save. You leave the example, Kenjiro said. You leave proof that the creed can be served without serving an organization, that individuals can resist tyranny through their own methods and their own choices, that the Brotherhood is not the only way to honor the principles that matter. Every person who has seen you operate, every person you have trained or influenced, carries forward that example. That is legacy. Perhaps, Yuki said. But I find myself wanting something more tangible. Something that outlasts memory. I have been writing, recording the operations I have conducted, the lessons I have learned, the methods I have developed, not for publication, but for the archives, so that future generations have access to perspectives and techniques that might otherwise die with me. It feels inadequate, But it is what I can offer. It is not inadequate, Kenjiro replied. It is exactly what is needed. We lose so much knowledge when operatives die because they never recorded what they learned. Your writings will serve the creed for generations, will enable others to build on your experience rather than starting from nothing. That is how movements grow and endure. Through accumulated wisdom passed forward, not just through direct teaching, but through preserved records. The conversation drifted to other topics. Old missions revisited, shared acquaintances remembered, the comfortable reminiscence of people who had lived through history together and could now reflect on what it meant. When Yuki departed as dawn approached, promising to visit again though neither knew if that promise could be kept, Kenjiro felt something like peace settle over him. The years that followed were quiet in ways that his earlier life had never been. He tended his garden. He taught occasional classes when the Covenant sent recruits, seeking instruction in recognizing and resisting cognitive influence. He wrote his own memoirs, not for publication but for the archives, recording what he had learned about leadership and betrayal and the constant temptation to compromise principles when compromise seemed like practical necessity. Sakura and Reiko visited regularly, updating him on operations and seeking advice they claimed to want, though he suspected they sought primarily to maintain connection with someone who had shaped their understanding of what service meant. The Covenant continued its work. Some operations succeeded, others failed. People joined, people left, people died. The eternal rhythm of resistance against tyranny continued with new faces and new challenges. But the same fundamental commitment. News reached him of the Templars' continued efforts to locate precursor artifacts, of their expeditions to sites around the world seeking caches that the Egyptian vaults' destroyed records had hinted at, of their determination to recover what the Brotherhood had denied them. The Shadow War persisted because neither side could achieve final victory, because the philosophical conflict between freedom and control was not resolvable through violence, because human nature contained impulses toward both liberty and order that would generate this tension for as long as humans existed. Kenjiro understood now what Masato had tried to teach him years ago, that the work was never finished, that victory was always provisional, that each generation fought its version of the eternal battle and passed the responsibility forward to the next. The burden was heavy, but it was also privilege to have served, to have mattered, to have contributed to something larger than individual existence. He was in his garden on an autumn afternoon, 5 years into his retirement, when the final messenger arrived. Not a human messenger, but the quiet failing of a heart that had beaten for over half a century and was ready to stop. He felt it coming, recognized the signs from having seen death often enough to know its approach. He made it to the bench beneath the cherry tree before his legs would no longer support him. Sitting there, looking out at the view he had come to love, Kenjiro thought about the creed one final time. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The words that had guided him through a lifetime of service, the words that had demanded he question even beloved institutions and destroy what he helped build when destruction served principles better than preservation. The words that had freed him to serve while reminding him that service required constant vigilance against his own tendency toward certainty and control. Had he lived them well? Had he served the creed or merely served his own understanding of it? The questions would have paralyzed him once. Now, at the end, he understood that the questions were the point, that doubt was the discipline, that uncertainty was the guard against tyranny. He had lived the creed not perfectly, but honestly, not without failures, but without abandoning principles when principles became inconvenient. That would have to be sufficient. The light faded. The garden blurred. And Kenjiro felt the peace that comes from knowing you have done what you could with what you were given. The Shadow War would continue without him. The Covenant would carry forward. The Creed would endure. His part was complete. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The final time he heard those words in his own mind, the last reminder of what had mattered, and why. Then silence, then stillness, then the end that comes to all who live long enough to meet it. They found him the next morning, sitting beneath the cherry tree, with expression of peace that those who knew him said they had rarely seen in life. The memorial service was attended by hundreds, operatives from across Japan and beyond, civilians he had worked with, students he had taught, all gathering to honor a man who had served the Creed through decades of difficult choices and impossible situations. Sakura delivered the eulogy, her voice steady despite grief. Master Kenjiro taught us that the Creed was not license but responsibility. She said that nothing is true meant we must question everything, including our own certainties. That everything is permitted meant we bore consequences for our choices and could not hide behind claims of following orders. He taught through example more than through words, through willingness to destroy what he had built when building proved compromised, through courage to face his own potential corruption and resist it, through humility to admit uncertainty while still making decisions that had to be made. We honor him best, not through grief, but through continuation, through carrying forward the work he served and the principles he embodied, through living the Creed as he lived it, honestly, with integrity, without compromise when principles were at stake. They buried him in the garden he had tended, beneath the cherry tree where death had found him. No marker beyond a simple stone, no inscription beyond his name and dates. He would have wanted nothing more elaborate, would have preferred even less if convention had allowed it. The work mattered, the principles mattered. Individual recognition was vanity that served no purpose, but those who knew him carried forward his lessons, carried forward his questions, carried forward his example of what serving the Creed actually demanded when you understood its fullness rather than just its surface appeal. And through that transmission, through the living memory that shaped how the next generation approached their own service, Kenjiro's influence persisted beyond his death. The Shadow War continued. The Creed endured, and in the space between those who came before and those who would come after, between what was and what might yet be, the eternal commitment to human freedom found expression through people who chose to serve it despite all costs and uncertainties. One generation at a time, one choice at a time, one life dedicated to purpose larger than self, forever, always, without end. That was the legacy, that was the calling, that was what it meant to serve the Creed in its deepest sense, and it was enough. It would always be enough, because nothing else was promised, and nothing else was possible. The work continued. The mission persisted, and the words that had guided assassins for centuries would guide them for centuries more. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The burden and the liberation combined, the warning and the invitation together. The Creed that demanded everything and promised only the satisfaction of honest service. That was enough. That would always be enough. Because the alternative was surrender, and surrender was the one choice the Creed would never permit. The end.